put that onto the back of your bag as well.
Beautiful.
So $14.99, you'll get a panel. This is why some of them have panels. So we printed a panel that if you bought that, you can make the whole bag.
Yes, yeah, perfect. Lovely. Then we're moving on to the haberdashery.
The haberdashery, that
The
was
house.
the last one. So that's like your proper schoolhouse block. So that's proper quilting to learn the schoolhouse block. And then we put a few little bits of applique to put inside it. Now...
I can't even get the panel up. There you go. Oh, no, there you go.
What?
There you go. Oh, there you go. So what have I got on there then? I've got the house already printed.
Yes, you've got
the
it
shop
already printed, and then you've got all of the pieces to do.
Why is Luther in the front of that shop?
I don't know. Was that?
I don't think I even had Luther.
No, I think we just put a black cat on.
Right. And then you've got all the bits and bobs to make the actual shop with, like piecing.
Yes.
Right. So what are the projects on that?
Right. So the what I did with this one, I'll show you here. I made a more of a padded bag. But what I did was I put a drawstring top on it because it's really useful, particularly like maybe if you're using it like for a knitting bag or you're using it for your projects, you can get lots in because it's got this drawstring top on it. And I put bowsel in it to make it nice and structured. So it's really useful for just a general...
What's your microphone, Ali says?
A general...
Why is he pointing out like that? Her microphone's pointing at you at home.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Have I got it upside
The mic's pointing out like that at you, like that.
I don't know.
There you go. Just
Better?
don't play with it.
I'll try not to. So it's a bag, but the one that has the sort of gathered top.
And what's my little project?
And then the little project was a pencil case, so it has... these are already pre-printed for you.
So you'll need a zip.
It's got the 2 schoolhouse blocks on the front and the back. So you could use it like to put your marking pencils and things, or you could use it to put your crochet hooks in if you used it for something like that.
Lovely. $14.99, you can do all that. All that, that's haberdashery. Then we've got my sewing basket.
Yes, so that was a cushion.
Look.
So with this one, the technique was applique. No, it was patchwork because all the little see the basket fabric on there.
Yeah.
I cut it all into squares and turned them round. So it
oh, okay.
weave. But then all of the pieces that go in the sewing basket, they're all on the panel.
Yeah, at the top.
So you've got like a pair of...
Oh, we had those red-handled scissors at 8 o'clock this morning.
Well, they're sort of... And on that, it looks like they're cut off because obviously they're cut off because they go inside. So you applique all of that on. So it's just a general piecing, but all of these pieces...
What's the handle then? Just normal piecing?
Yes. So you piece the whole thing and then you applique all these bits on top.
Wow.
As if they're tucked in.
That's lovely. So that's your block. Then what's the...
And then I made with it, I made a cushion using pinwheels all the way around the edge. So this is a really nice cushion to have in your sewing room.
Is it?
Is it?
I'm just looking at that. There's something... No, there's something wrong. Something wrong. My eye, you know when your eye goes, oh, it's like when as an English teacher, I can see a spelling mistake a mile.
Yes, and maybe because of the way I've quilted it, it looks like this handle is going behind the thing, but it isn't, it's in front, because of how I've quilted it.
I didn't mean, is it like
is
that?
It?
Sorry.
I know, I went, this is a really nice cushion for your sewing room, and you went, is it?
I was miles away looking at the
Yes, actually, John.
Don't look at the pinwheel.
I do think it's a nice cushion for your sewing room. Is it? I won't put it in my sewing room. Really funny. So
in South Africa, I do say in South Africa when you say something to somebody, they go, "Is it?"
Mind you, they do.
Is it like that? Don't they?
They do that in Wales as well.
Oh, do they? Well, they go.
No, they do, isn't it?
No, isn't it in Wales? South Africa, is it?
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So that has little pinwheels all around the edge, and then I used one of the fatter quarter panels
which
that
we'll
we
come
sell
to in a second.
to go on the back. Now the little project.
What was it?
Panel?
Hang on, let me look.
What was the little?
Oh. What was it? It must have used up square. Oh.
Oh, it was those squares.
What's it? Is it?
Is it? You've got squares on the top, haven't you?
It's a petal pouch lining.
Yes, here it is.
There you go.
Right. So what this was, because of the kind of sewing basket thing, you've got the pieces to make this little pouch, and when you pull the drawstring on it, it turns into little petals, and it's really good for keeping sewing threads and things. And so you've got all the, because it's got a front and a back, all the pieces are to make the petal pouch.
You just need a bit of drawstring.
So once you've got all 12, you see, you've got loads of, because they are all designed for things that you'd have in your sewing room.
Yeah?
That was the
What's
point.
use that for, you're saying?
Like, you can put lots of little threads in. I put reels of thread, or you could put...
Or your clips.
Or fabric clips, because it opens like a
Yeah.
tray. Very good for that. So everything depicts something from your sewing room, and then everything has things that you would use in your sewing room. It was quite a trial.
Lovely. Now, there's only 18 of those left. Only 18 of those left.
Well, we did this the other day when I did an Amber Makes best of... On Amber Makes anniversary, I did the whole, what the best kits... Sort of like one from this, one from the other quilt, and then this one sold out.
Is it? That one?
It? Yeah, because it was the most it was the most popular.
Oh, there you go.
It's because you say that all
Right.
morning now.
Quilt Star. I'm not rising to it.
Quilt Star. Yes, I like this one. This was popular.
Well, I hope you like all of them.
No, I like this. This was because of the project that we did with it. So this is piecing, but it's quite miniature piecing because it's all little bits that make... I don't think you can see
Oh,
it.
it's down at the bottom. I don't even see it. Lift it up, Frolly. There you go.
So it's all little bits that make that.
Lovely.
But it has a wooden frame around it, so it's like a picture.
Yeah.
You know when you have the old quilting frames and they look like that.
Lovely.
But what I did with it was I made it into a big quilt. This is why I like it. And the design, so it's a medallion quilt. The design echoes the mini quilt inside. So the design that you've got on the inside.
Well, no. So your block is on the inside, and then you bought your fatter quarters to make
We
the
did
other
one panel, a special panel for this that had the wood fabric.
Have I got that here
Yeah.
now then? Yeah.
So you see the wood fabric.
Yeah.
So I put it down there.
Lovely, yeah.
The wood fabric that went round the edge here so that it echoed this is on that panel. So there is a
Perfect.
panel
Find that in a second.
you can buy that works especially with that. So you learn flying geese, half square triangles, you've got the wood, and I quite like the fact that this is a bigger version of this.
Yeah.
Blends together.
You put it in a different order.
Yes, just because.
Yeah, cause.
Yeah, 'cause it-
And what's the mini project?
Right, now the mini project was one of these little holders that you can
Oh,
hang
yeah,
on.
like a little hanging pouch.
And there were various labels that you could choose that were on the panel, and I put lovely things on mine.
Thread catcher,
So you could put thread catcher, lovely things,
fabric clips, bits and bobs, and lovely things.
and then so you just hang it up and you fill it.
Like a pod. That's
Like a
what-
pod, it's a little pod, and you could choose what you put on the front of it.
Fabulous. That's the pod one there. Oh, my word. Then we went on to Made to Measure, which is the mannequin.
So,
mannequin one.
yes, made to measure. That one kept selling out. That was the one a lot of people had problems getting hold of because it's FPP, but it makes it makes one mannequin,
Right.
the FPP piece.
But the panel picture
On the panel
has
picture,
three.
there's three, but on this one, it makes that one mannequin.
Yeah.
But I think it was popular because of the different little bits of fabric to make the colours, and then we got the linen fabric that you'd have on the top of the mannequin, and then the wood
And it's
fabric.
FPP, did you say that one?
Yes.
FPP. Foundation paper
But
piece.
it's quite good because it's quite a little thing, so
Yep.
if you've not done it before, it's quite a nice little thing.
Yeah. So what's your big project to go with that one then?
What was the big project? There's a good question.
Oh, there we go.
I have got it all because I got it all out last night.
Oh, I could have told you. It's a picture at the front. It's like a duffel bag with a frill
Yes,
on
it
the
is.
top.
So I obviously put when I made them, I made the piece one and made it into the quilt, and I
Yep.
used the picture one to there. So it's like a little drawstring bag. So I thought it'd be actually quite good for like laundry or lingerie,
Or PE kit.
or when you go on holiday or that sort of thing, because it's got.
Well, yeah, because Hannah, when I pack my suitcase, I just throw everything in it. Hannah won't let her shoes touch her pants.
Oh, I do put my soles outwards.
No, I put my soles out
Yeah,
as well. But
but-
she won't. There has to be a separate bag for her pants.
Oh.
So that'd be that.
And then the weird thing is then you put all your dirty washing in one bag in your suitcase, and when you get home you wash everything just because it's been
Yeah,
on
it's all
holiday.
been- yeah,
'Cause
exactly.
It sort of smells not quite right. You think, why don't I just chuck it all in together? I know.
Anyway,
Anyway, so that made this little laundry bag.
Gorgeous.
Laundry bag.
And then your little project
Now, the
was?
little thing was 2 tape measures because it's made to measure. So,
Oh,
actually, I
cut
remember
once,
getting
measure
Paul to
twice.
buy the tape measures for this. So this is your 150 centimetre tape measure cover. And then this is your 3 metre tape measure cover.
Lovely.
So measure twice, cut once, and you get all the pieces to make that.
All that for $14.99.
So your sewing room is going to
That one's popular as well.
be filled with matching accessories
Gorgeous.
when you're finished.
Then we moved on to Dresden plate.
Yes, Dresden plate is obviously patchwork, but using the proper Dresden plate technique where you can see on the panel there's all the blades that you sew together, and then the centre is on there which has a little sewing machine printed on it.
Yeah.
So if you've never done Dresden plate, this is a really good way of learning it. Now, on that panel,
Yeah.
if you look, there are tape measures at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Because we made a tote bag with that, and there was room, I thought, although you have to use sort of no, you need like fat quarters.
You'll need the fat quarter.
But there was a little bit of space, so we put the tape measure fabric on it for the handles. So there's your tote bag. So you've got, and then there was that one circle left over, so I put that on the back. So there is a fatter quarter panel you can buy, but the actual handles are on your panel to make the tote bag.
Gorgeous.
And then the little project was a big fat pin cushion.
Oh, wow. Not that little. Pin cushion bottom, pin cushion top,
Yeah, big fat one.
pin cushion gusset.
So you've got the Dresden plate on the front and the back, and then you've got the gusset around the edge.
And I haven't had to make those Dresdens. They're printed.
They're just printed on there, so that's your little project. I don't
What's
know
it
how.
stuffed with?
I've got sand in mine,
Okay.
actually. I think I ran out of crushed walnut shells, but sand is quite nice. It's nice and weighty. So all of these little bits is like your whole sewing room, isn't it? Your whole sewing room accessories.
Ben said, will it sharpen my pins if you put it in sand?
Yes, yes, it would.
Just make sure the sand's dry.
Yeah, don't get it out of the local playground or the beach.
Don't
No,
put
buy
rice pudding in.
You have to buy like toy sand because it's sort of sterilised or something, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, don't be digging it off the beach. Oof.
I think it's finer, this play sand as well. Sometimes beach sand
Oh, okay.
is a bit coarse, can't
Well,
it?
we're in Spain, where Mike's house is in Spain, it's not it's pebbles.
That's no good, is it? I think you probably have to go to the Caribbean for this sort of
Okay,
sand.
oh, that's a good excuse.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Right, Western Supermare. No, there's only mud in Western Supermare, isn't there?
I think they imported sand in Western Supermare.
did they?
I think they did, because Burnham next door is just mud, I
is
think,
it?
in Western.
All I know is, isn't it the furthest, like when you park up to get to the actual water, it's like miles.
Oh,
away
is it? Well, it's
from
in the Severn Estuary. It's not in the sea at all.
Oh, isn't it?
So the Severn Estuary is, the
Yeah.
river where it comes in,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Western is on the Severn Estuary.
Oh, I see. So it's not
makes-
on the seaside at all.
Not actually. So is Burnham on mud.
Weymouth? No, I've not been to Weymouth.
Oh, love Weymouth.
Where's that?
Dorset.
I've not been there.
Haven't you?
I've been Yarmouth. I've been to Yarmouth. It was freezing cold there.
That's kind of Norfolk, isn't it, Yarmouth? Yeah, different area.
Oh. Anyway, moving on to press flat.
So press flat was padded applique. So obviously we had to think of all these different things you would have in your sewing room, and an iron is like one of the most important things, isn't it?
Yep. Ben says, did you copy or did Tudor Pink copy this to make her
Did.
iron?
Yes, because we did ours first.
Yeah.
So she copied ours.
So hang on, so it's raised applique.
Yes, it's padded applique.
Padded
So
applique.
what you do is you take the printed thing,
Yeah.
iron, and then you applique it on, but you put wadding underneath.
Right.
So like another layer.
Trapunto.
Yeah, so an extra layer, and then you quilt it, and it gives it that nice raised look. And also, if I show you this one,
Yeah.
You then
Setting it up, Ollie.
you get some like baker's twine. Can you see?
Yeah.
And you sew the cord using baker's twine, and then the
I did most of these with you.
you
didn't I?
did,
Yeah.
you did.
Bringing
And then
back
the
all
little
sorts of
plug
memories.
is on the panel, so that you have. It looks like the.
Yeah, it's an American plug, isn't it?
Yeah, English plugs just don't look as interesting. That looks more like a plug, doesn't it?
Even though it's not. Gorgeous. And what am I?
Right, so I made a peg bag. Because,
okay. As you would with your ironing.
Ironing peg bags. So it's all the instructions obviously are in there to make a peg bag. So what a lot of people did is they bought this and then they used the instructions and then they could make other things.
Yep.
So that's the peg bag with the iron on.
Lovely.
And the little project...
Paperweights.
Oh, yes. These are fat. I love these. These are these paperweights, and there's enough to make, I think, 8.
1, 2, yeah, 8.
Enough
Pattern
to make,
weights, not paperweights.
Yeah, pattern weights. And they're quite good because they work out, they're one piece of fabric, but the way you sew them together, if you look on the panel, they're like a cross, aren't they? But each side has got a different...
Like a dice?
A different notion. They'd be very good juggling. I'm not very good at juggling.
No,
but
don't.
would.
And what have you got inside there?
I think there's rice.
Rice.
Rice or lentils. Possibly rice.
Not rice pudding.
No, that'd be silly.
Yeah. Ben.
Date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Morning and welcome to Sewing Street. Glorious Tuesday, so confused. Monday morning. It's because I was in yesterday and it's not anywhere. Anyway, happy Monday morning. Happy Monday morning. We've got a lovely day today because I've got 2 lovely guests. Got the lovely Sandy Millichip and we've got Delphine. Can I just show you? Look at this. Delphine at her very finest. She's never done puffins before. Already on pre-order, available in 2 different colourways, both using cave charm packs. Is that not gorgeous? And look at the little prairie points. So on pre-order, if you want to get hold of your complete kit now, it's absolutely gorgeous. When she brought it in this morning, I was so excited. I absolutely love them. And she showed me a sneak peek of her new design for later on the week as well, but I'm not going to talk about it as a secret. Gorgeous, gorgeous. But do get checked out on that. I'll leave it there to look at you. I love puffins. I went to Shetland a couple of years ago and actually saw real life puffins on the rocks. Amazing. Right, anyway, as I said, we've got a fabulous day today. So shall we start with an early bird? Now, this is not, we don't normally have creative grids for early birds, Hannah. Not normally. But Hannah got to pick. So what we've got today is the Crazy 8, Scrap Crazy. Now, what I love about this is that it makes, obviously, an 8-inch block, but it uses up all your scraps. So you can make a fantastic quilt using all of your scraps. And you could colour theme them, you could pattern theme them, you could brand theme them, so they could be your cave scraps, your Liberty scraps, or they could just be plain fabrics. So what you get in the pack is you get all of the rulers. It comes like this. I'll show you an open one in a minute. And you get a full instruction booklet. Oh, I've just got to turn my thing down. Buzzing. Oh, that's better. Felt like somebody was shouting at me. Right. There's a little instruction booklet, and in it explains exactly how to use it, very, very clear, and then how you can cut all of the pieces from a 10-inch square. So you can use all your scraps to do this, or you can use 10-inch charm packs to do it. There is also a QR code which takes you to a video tutorial. So this is what you'll get in your pack, and I'm going to show you one that's... Oh, where's... Right, I found the right one now. This is what it makes, you see. So what you get is all these templates, and they all join up to go onto your 10-inch square, and then you can make, look, like this. So what you can do is if you've got 10-inch charm packs, you can use the rulers. Yes, just checking that's the right one. So you get all of these rulers, Crazy 8s, and then what you can do is you can either use these individually to cut individual pieces, or if you've got a 10-inch charm pack, you can put them, let me show you the picture, you can put them all on the 10-inch square, cut all of them out, and then you'll have all of those of the same colour. So if you use lots of 10-inch squares and cut them all out, you can then use up either charm packs, or you can use like layer cakes, or you can use your own fabric cut into 10-inch squares. And then, once you've cut them out from lots of different fabrics, you simply join them together. And the way the templates are created, can you see they've got like the corners cut off? So it works with the seam allowance. The quality of them is fantastic. Each one of them has that little rough bumpy side. So if you're thinking, I've got loads of fabric, like to put it together, I want to make a quilt, this is the answer. Now, normal price for this is $29.99, which is amazing when you think what you can do with it. And it's going down to $25.99. £4 saving. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely love that. And we all have stash, don't we? And the great thing about it is the sort of thing that you can keep building on. So you could make, maybe you've got a few 10-inch squares and you cut some and you make them, put them to one side, and you can just keep collecting and collecting them until you make them all. And then when you place them, you can turn them in whatever direction you want. Loads and loads of you gone. A quarter of the stock has gone into baskets already. We wanted to do something special because it's Cyber Monday. Cyber Monday, which was in the days of when Black Friday was only in retail on the high street. Cyber Monday was the website, but now we're all on the website, so, but it's still Cyber Monday. So once you've made them, you can just put them together in whatever order you want, because they're all 8-inch squares, and you can make, you could be a fantastic memory quilt, couldn't it? Maybe you've got lots of baby clothes, or you've got uniforms, or you've got clothes from a loved one. Can you imagine what this would look like if you made it from men's shirts? All those different stripes and checks and plains. It would look absolutely fantastic. And because you're either needing a piece this big, or as I said, if you use your 10-inch squares, then you can cut all the pieces in once. So it's very fabric efficient and very scrap friendly. What's not to love? And yours will obviously come with all the instructions. And what I do like is the fact that you get the QR code, which has the full video tutorial as well. There we go. Oh, is it? Oh, it's this one. Oh, well, it's the same thing. That's the actual one. Well, they do the same thing. They're slight, so the Scrap Crazy 8 and Crazier 8. So it's just, this is a kind of version 2. So this is the one that you will get, Crazier 8. But it does exactly the same thing. basically you cut all of this and make 8-inch blocks. Yeah, that is that one there. I've just for some reason got an extra one. Anyway, that's what you'll make. If you've made one of these, could you send me a picture? I'd love to see, because I'd love to see what you do with all of your scraps. That would be fab. Anyway, loads and loads of you checked that. Half of the stock has gone on that one already. Do send me your photos. But let's have a look at, oh no, we'll do how to get in touch. So if you want to send me a photo, please do. Or of a quilt you've made. You can message the studio, email studio@sewingstreet.com. Or you can get in touch via the Facebook page, either or. And the Facebook group is Sewing Street TV. You can message us that way, or you can email in. And then you can just send the photos, and then Hannah will show them on screen. I'd love to see it, because I think quite often it's when you guys make things and you share it with everybody else, that's what encourages us. When sometimes, you know, when you have that sort of kind of crafting thing, oh, I don't know what to make, oh, I've lost my mojo, but it's other people going, hey, look, I've done this. It's always inspiring, and we love to see what you've made as well. Right, shall we see what's coming up on today's show? So, 8 o'clock now. We've got a whole hour of all different sorts of sewing room tools. Oh, and some new Jason Yenter fabric. Lots of best press as well, which is fab because we've got lots of different flavours. 9 o'clock, Sandy will be with us with her brand new tech tote. This is gorgeous. Now, there's a pattern and there are bundles, and you can either make a large one or a small one. So Sandy has designed this specifically, so it's got all the pockets, all the padding, that you can either make a big tech tote to put your laptop in or a smaller one to put your iPad or your Kindle in. It is fab. Because you know what, we all travel around with laptops, iPads, Kindles, phones and everything. And you don't want them to get broken, but you want to travel in style with them. It's got inner pockets, it's got snaps, handles, and the bundles that we've got have all got some sort of waterproof, like PU fabric with them. And we've got, I think, 8 different fabric choices as well. Absolutely fab. Brand new design from Sandy. You're going to love it. And as always, her demonstrations are brilliant. So you're going to learn those too. Then at 10 o'clock, we've got Delphine in with a brand new Puffin. As we know, it's on pre-order. It is already flying. Puffin flying out. That's the hot pink colourway. So that's the one in the lead at the moment. We've also got the one in the cool blue-green colourway, again by Cave, and Delphine will be demonstrating with that one, so you can choose. So in the kit, you'll get the instructions and you'll get all the Cave fabric to make it. It is gorgeous. Well done for you who have already got yours. I mean, it is adorable. There is still time. You can make that. Who wouldn't want that as a Christmas present? It's just beautiful, isn't it? But it's a lovely thing to do at this time of year. It's very meditative, isn't it? You cut it out, you plique it. It's easy peasy. I mean, you might have done all your Christmas sewing, and I've seen a lot of you on Facebook said, right, I've put my sewing machine away now, done all my Christmas sewing. You might just want to do something lovely for you. And what I love about this is it really draws your eye. If you've got that on a sofa, on a cushion, you'd really draw your eye to it. But make a nice bag as well, though, wouldn't it? Or, do you know what? Wouldn't that could become a quilt block. Can you imagine a whole quilt full of puffins? Or you could do that and then do plain squares and alternate them. That would be gorgeous. Anyway, that's at 10 o'clock. Then at 11, Sandy will be back with us with a brand new quilt kit. Henry Glass Chintz quilt. Love this. Now, it's a really big double bed size quilt. It is gorgeous. We will be reducing the price. So if you've seen it on pre-order already, don't worry, we will be reducing the price. Isn't it beautiful? I love the way it's got all of these half square triangles. So Sandy says it's really simple to make, but the way it's designed is the print, the sort of the light prints and the darker prints all blend together. Absolutely gorgeous. Really looking forward to seeing that. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Monday. So we're going to do a bit of a few bargains and offers for you in the knitting and crochet department. We've got books, we've got yarn, but what we've also got are kits. And I'm thinking we've got things like scarf kits and shawl kits, smaller item kits, lovely Christmas gift for someone, you know, if you know people who knit or who crochet, it's lovely to give somebody a complete kit for Christmas, isn't it? It means that after Christmas they can sit there and they can do it, and it's all in there. You get the pattern, you get all of the yarn, a lot of them from West Yorkshire Spinners, so you know it's going to be beautiful quality. So if you haven't bought all your Christmas presents yet and you're thinking, or if you just want to knit yourself a scarf, 12 o'clock is the hour for you because we will be reducing all of the items in that hour. So there's some serious savings to be made. We've got yarn and books and kits, everything. Anyway, that's the day. That's the day. So exciting. Right, so if to shop with us, firstly, if you're a brand new viewer to Sewing Street, welcome, welcome. It's really lovely to have you. You are now part of a fantastic sewing, knitting and crochet community, and it's really nice to have you with us. Very friendly community. If you've got any questions, put them on the fans Facebook page. You'll have all the answers because they know more than any of us do between them. It's amazing what everybody knows. So welcome to us. If you've never shopped with us before, there are two ways to do it. You can either do it on the phone, and there's the number there, 0800 001 4433. It's a UK call centre just upstairs, and it's free. So it won't cost you any more to do it by phone. It's entirely up to you. Also, that number is really useful. If you're not sure, if you've missed a code, if you can't remember whether you've put it in your basket, if you want to take something out, they're a really great way of getting in touch to help you with your order. If you want to shop on the website, which is easier because you can see all the photos and you can click on everything, all you have to do is put in www.sewingstreet.com. When you do that, on the top page there's right on the top bar, there's a bit that says Watch Live. If you click on Watch Live, you can then watch us live and shop at the same time. So there you go. Watch. You can also message me there. And then it will become 2 columns. At the moment, we've only got, it's coming up on today's show. Those are all the items I haven't spoken about yet. We call that pre-order. So when we say, oh, it's on pre-order, that's the section it's in. And then if you scroll down from there, you can then see all the items. So Hannah has put everything on here that's coming up. So if you've seen, I'd like to make that Henry glass quilt, but I'm not going to be in at 11. Don't worry, you can get ahead with it here. If you want to get the Puffin cushion, you can see it there. Sandy's tech tote, all the bundles and the patterns, they're all on there. You just need to scroll down. Now, when you come to shop, you need to click on Add to Basket, but you need to check out. That's the really important thing, because obviously the way Shopping TV works is we aim to just sell out. Sell out means we can get lots of new things all the time. So if you can, if you make sure you check out, then it's yours. Now, it doesn't matter how many times you check out between now and midnight, you will only be charged 1p and p. So don't think, oh, I'll put it in my basket, and when I've got enough in there, I'll check out, because sometimes you lose it. Right, so just... this morning's early bird, if you haven't seen it yet, the Crazier 8 should be £29.99, but special offer price today, £25.99, £4 saving. It's fabulous. You can use all of your scraps. You can use 10-inch layer cakes. Oh, brilliant. So Pam sent in a picture of what she did. Thank you so much. Here's Pam's message. I love my Crazy Rates templates. I made my grandson a quilt using the templates, and Lewis and Irene glow-in-the-dark dinosaur fabrics. The templates are a dream to use, and the quilt was a big hit. I think that is fabulous. Love that. And I do like the cauliflower soft toy on the head. That's brilliant. I'd like one of those. Oh, Pam, that is a beautiful quilt. And thank you so much for sending it, because it's when you see pictures like that, you know, because obviously on the back of the instructions here, there's like a diagram. But isn't it lovely when you actually see a photo, it brings it to life. Pam, that is beautiful. I bet your grandson actually loved it. Absolutely loved it. Remember, this should be £29.99, £4 saving today. And we are now on single figures. Good morning, Rebecca, and all from Joy in Peterborough. Morning, Joy. How is Peterborough this morning? Morning, everyone. Good morning, Judith, and how are you this morning? How's Devon? Nice and sunny? Or is it just still dark out there? Probably still dark. Anyway, lovely. Do message me in. I love to see your messages. I haven't got my iPad, so I can't see your Facebook messages. I'll have a look at those in a moment. But thank you so much for your messages. Do message us in. Right, let me just put all my Crazier 8s. Do check out on those, because we are in single figures now. Right, now I've got this fabulous ruler. This is something that Jenny Jackson made us buy. Because made us buy. She's been going on about this for ages. She uses it all the time with her FPP. And she made me buy it. And every time we get it in, it sells out. And we never... And normally, we've got a few left since Jenny was in last week. We do have a few left, but I just want to show you. It's a really useful ruler. So it's Creative Grids, which makes it obviously fantastic quality. It's got all your raised bits around the edge, which makes it non-slip. It is brilliant for FPP because it's got the 1/4 inch mark and it's manageable. So when you're trimming, you don't want a great big ruler, you don't want a little square one, you need a long, narrow one. It's brilliant for that. It's also really useful for just drawing lines onto things. If you want to hem something, maybe you're like hemming a tablecloth or the hem of your trousers, you can easily mark and measure when you do it. So if you wanted to hem it by 1/4 inch, you mark the 1/2 inch on your fabric, turn it over, and then that's a 1/4 inch turned over. So it's really useful for smaller measurements when you don't want the little ruler, but perfect for FPP and for all sorts of, you know, whether you're just trimming squares, you just want that small. I mean, it might be that when you go to workshops or classes, you need a smaller ruler. But it is fabulous, isn't it? And she's been asking us to have it for ages. And then every time we get it, it sells out. But we have got a few left. $17.99. Now, it's 2.5 inches in width, 12.5 inches in length. So if you use Creative Grids, you'll know it's got all of the markings. They're all spaced 1/8 inch apart. The markings don't come off. And with some rulers, they do. After a few years, they disappear. These don't. It's got all of the angles on it as well. So it's a very manageable ruler for when you want to do small cutting as well as marking as well. And it's a really nice opportunity for us to be able to offer it in a tools hour, because normally we get it in on Jenny shows for 2 seconds, but last time she was in, we asked the buyers to get loads because we do keep selling out. It's also a good price, isn't it? $17.99. It's not going to break the bank, but it's a really useful ruler to have. And it isn't pattern specific. It will just go into your general ruler collection. So you may have a really long ruler for cutting fabric across the width. You might have square rulers, but this one is just really useful, particularly for FPP, only because it's about the right length for templates. And if you wanted a gift for a quilter, and they might have other ones, because this is a new one for us, it's a really nice addition to anybody's toolkit. I haven't got one of these. Might have to add one in. But it's a great ruler, and all the markings are all in whole inches, the white ones, and then the black ones are in 1/2 inches as well. Good morning. Oh, I love the puffin cushion. Delphine is so clever. I bought it in both colourways. Brilliant show this morning from Samantha in Suffolk. Oh, thank you, Samantha. Honestly, the other colourway is gorgeous. Well, this is coming up at 10 o'clock. I love it. Love it. Now they are flying out. I love the way the one puffin is almost scowling at the other one, isn't he? He's looking at him as if... I think he's saying, what did you say? I'm sorry. Do I know you? Good morning. Can you tell me how to pre-order the Puffin by Delphine from Jean? Well, Jean, what you need to do, go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then scroll down. You need to go, see on the right, it's on the left is Today's Show deals. Those are the things I've already talked about. On the right, it says coming up on Today's Show. You need to click on that. And you've got to scroll all the way down until you find it, and then you will find it in the 2 different colourways. So Hannah's just scrolling through to find it for you. But you have to go all the way down, and then you will find it. Here we go. There we go. You can buy instructions on their own, or you can buy the bundle. So there's the bluey green one, and then there's the red one. So with those 2 kits, you get the instructions and the fabric. If you want just the instructions, they're just above that. So what you do, Jean, is you then click on Add to Basket, and then once it's in your basket, check out. Don't leave it in your basket because someone else might take it. Loads of the puffins are flying out. So please do go, when you've got them in your basket, do check. You can also call the customer service team. So if you've got any issues with that or any problems or you really can't find it, there's the number and it will be on screen all day, 0800 001 4433. Because it is getting busy for the puffins already. Right, I've got another ruler. No, I haven't. So I'm just looking for another ruler, but... Okay. So here's another ruler, another one that Jenny made us buy. She was doing a cushion last week with me, and this is an 18.5-inch square. It's really, really useful, particularly if you make cushions, only because it's really good when you're doing blocks and cushions. They don't have to be 18.5 inches. They can be smaller than that, but they can't be bigger. And it's a great ruler because you can line up the right angles. You can then sort of line up the left and the bottom so it's exactly square. Trim it and then move it and trim the other side. If you're doing maybe quilt blocks and they've got to be perfectly 12.5-inch square cut, it's wonderful because they're heavy rulers, because they don't slip, because they will sit on top of the fabric. It's absolutely brilliant because it will stay exactly where it is, and it means that you can then trim, whereas when you're trying to use a narrower ruler, you're trying to get the right angles and make sure it's absolutely square. So she'd asked us again for a while if we could have it, and we haven't had it for a while. It was brand new. What day was I in last week? I can't remember now. Thursday was brand new on Thursday. So it's a brilliant ruler if you want to square things up. I mean, obviously you can use it for all other sorts of trimming and cutting, but it is quite a really, really useful ruler, particularly for if you're doing larger pieces. Because all these creative grids rulers, they're all useful for different things, depending on what you're doing, whether you want a narrow one, whether you want a big one or a long one or whatever. But you choose the one that works for you. But those are the two that we've had recently. Oh, yes, and going opposite end of the spectrum. How about this one? Look at this. 1.5 inches square. How cute is that? I'll take it out. That's the cutest ruler. Keep it in its bag. It's still creative grids, so it's still got it comes in its little bag. I think I might keep it in its little bag. So it's still, in fact, with this one, they've just got the texture surface all over it, not even just around the edges because it's little. So it's a 1.5-inch square. It's brilliant if you just want to draw out box corners because you've got that little square. Maybe you are doing miniature patchwork and you just want to cut small things. You just want to draw a small diagonal line against something. And when you're using a really bigger, it's too unwieldy. But if you're doing, depending on what you use it for, maybe you just want to be drawing small lines on things. But I know a lot of people use it for just, when you're doing those box corners and you want 1.5 inch, you just trim it along there. So it's a really cute little ruler, and I know there's loads of people that have these, but it's very specific, isn't it? It's for when you're doing small things. I know a lot of people use them for trimming small bits of FPP, or they use them with their EPP, but it's just the cutest little ruler, isn't it? Only 1.5 inches square, but you'll know if you need this, because you find the bigger rulers are just getting in the way, it's too much. I think that's the cutest. Only £8.99, but it's creative grids quality, so you can use it to draw along or to cut along with your rotary cutter, but it's got that lovely non-slip surface texture surface on the back. I think that's fab. And only £8.99. I'm going to keep mine in my bag because I can imagine it getting lost otherwise. I know a lot of people have them in little tins and they use them all the time doing things. No. What should we do next? Yes, we do have those. Needles. Now, I'm always keep going on about these needles. And every time we get them in, they go out of stock again. So we've got them back in again. So this was something that that I love because I specifically asked Barry the buyer to get them in for us because these are the Microtex needles. Now, if you're like me, you go through a lot of needles. I like to change my needle every 8 hours. 8 hours of sewing, you should change them. I'd probably leave it a bit longer. Or if they break. And you know what it's like? You break one needle, you break another needle. Don't know why. That must be just some needle law. And it's really annoying when you don't have enough needles. Now, the Microtex, in the box, there are 100. It looks really small, doesn't it? It has a little bit there plastic to hold it in. And in here, you've got 100 needles. Now, the price of this is £49.99, so obviously that works out at 50 pence a needle. If you buy needles in packs of 5, it's about 75 pence a needle. So you're saving 25p a needle, which is a bargain, isn't it? The Microtex needles I use over anything else, mainly. Obviously, I do other sorts of sewing, but these are the perfect needles for quilting weight cotton. A universal needle has a slightly rounded point, so you can use it for normal cotton fabric, and you can also use it for knitted fabrics. But because of the slightly rounded point, it's not as brilliant for cotton fabric as Microtex needles. They're also really good for quilting with, and they're also really good for working on very fine fabrics. They have a very, very sharp point. So if you're going through lots of layers, it will go through a lot better. There's nothing to say, I mean, most people use a universal all the time because it means you can use lots of different fabrics. But if you're specifically doing, I would say, patchwork and quilting, you can buy quilting needles, which are great for quilting, but I tend to use these Microtex. Now, and they are, and it's one of those things, I mean, they used to be called Sharps, to be honest. In fact, that is the other name. You might find them called Sharps, but Schmetz call them Microtex, but they are just very sharp needles. Now, the reason I asked them to buy the Schmetz needles is that, well, firstly, they're really good quality, and also there are a few sewing machine brands I know, like the Elna and the Juki, who recommend Schmetz needles. They have their own needles, but they also recommend Schmetz. And I also discovered recently that with some sewing machine manufacturers, if you don't use a decent needle, it affects your guarantee as well. So it's really important to use a decent needle, because some of the lower quality needles, they will break, they're not as strong, and they're not as good for the machines. Whereas I think needles are fairly inexpensive. It's worth spending the money on decent brands. There are other things in your sewing room that it doesn't really matter too much. But I would say with needles, it's worth spending the money. Anyway, if you buy 100 of them, I still haven't got through mine. I think I'll be really sad when I do. I mean, it seems like $49.99 for needles is a big outlay, but mine have been still going, and also it's just a little box, so it will fit in that little tool section on your sewing machine. But it will make a difference. Honestly, I was doing some quilting the other day, and I had a different needle. I think I had a jeans needle in, and I thought, oh, why is it not working? Then I remembered I needed to change to a Microtex. Morning, Rebecca. I switched these Schmetz needles for my brother machine, and I found that they are less prone to breaking. From Carol. Thank you very much, Carol. It's your feedback that really makes a difference. FIFO review, these Microtex sewing needles are some of the best I've ever used. They do. So I would say Microtex, because they are also called Sharps, they are used for cotton fabric. So quilting weight cotton, they're brilliant for. They're fantastic for fine fabric. So if you're using cotton lawn, they're brilliant. But I also find when I'm quilting, if I haven't got a quilting needle, because obviously there are very specialist needles like quilting needles, I tend to use my Microtex because it's so sharp, it will go through those layers. And honestly, they don't break as often as the other needles. They just don't. Just because they've got very strong shafts, which is the shaft is the long bit, and then they've got these really sharp points. And you'll feel the difference if you try it against a universal needle. But it is worth it. And I know it's a big outlay, but that's it. You know, that's going to last you a very long time. Very, very pleased with mine. I keep them in my little box. I'll let you know about stock, because it takes us ages to get back in, because it's quite a specialist product. But when we managed to start buying Schmetz needles, they gave me the catalogue to choose from, and I went, oh, I didn't know that you could get a box of 100. How brilliant is that? I love the fact it's just such a little box, but it'll keep you going for ages and ages and ages. And all the best things come in small packages after all, don't they? I hope everyone, all the short people in the world are now nodding at me. Right, Stripology Extra Large. This one. Look at that. Now, I know this isn't a lot of your wish list, so we thought we'd bring it up now. Now, the Stripology is a fantastic... Again, it's Creative Grid, so it's got all the non-slip bits all over it and every marking you can imagine. Now, if you've never used a Stripology, the point of a Stripology is that it has got grooves cut in it at half-inch increments. So instead of moving your ruler to cut and only cutting along the edge, there's a little teardrop shape here. You put your rotary cutter in and you cut along. So say you had a big a piece of fabric and you wanted to cut it into 2-inch strips, you fold it in half so it will fit underneath here. And then you don't have to keep moving the ruler, so you can cut in one and then you can measure, say it was 2 inches, you can then count the 2 inches and cut in the next one and the next one. So it means it's more accurate because the fabric's not moving. When I'm not using a stripology, I find I'll cut, say, 3 strips of fabric, then I have to straighten it up because things do shift a bit. So this gives you increased accuracy as well. And it's got so many different markings on. It's got whole inch markings, it's got half-inch markings, it's got the stars tell you where the half inches are, and then you've got the so the stars will give you like 1.5-inch cuts. The squares will give you 2.5-inch cuts. I mean, it's got everything that you're going to need on it. If you turn it round, it also gives you measurements for trimming blocks as well. You've got all the different lines on it, and it is brilliant. If you've seen them, but you think, oh, I don't know how to use them, they all come with the instruction booklet inside, and also there is a QR code which you can scan with your phone, and you can it takes you straight to the website, so you can watch a video, or you can just go to the website. But it is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I know $69.99, but I know loads and loads of our guest designers use it because it gives accurate cutting. And accurate cutting ultimately means that your finished result will be better. And also, you waste less fabric. So it's one of those things. And this is our extra large one. So, I mean, it depends. We have different stripologies for different things. And you'll know which one you want. But if this is on one of your wish lists, we have got it back in stock, because the stock has only just come back in of it. And it is great. And it is one of those. It's an investment. Once you've got it, you've got it. And you will get increased accuracy with it. But it is a great thing, isn't it? Love it. Love the stripology. Oh, just to let you know, the Microtex, we have fewer than 20 boxes left, just to keep you updated with it. Nice little present. Now, these are 70. Because I chose them. Yes, but I chose 70 because it's kind of like the Goldilocks size. So 70 to 80 is perfect for quilting weight cotton. I went 70 because it's just a little bit finer than your normal 80. I didn't want it too fine at 60, but 70 is just kind of the middle of the road number that you will use. And I think because obviously a lot of our viewers here were using quilting weight cotton, so this is ideal for us. These are not for sewing on jersey. They're not for sewing on super thick canvas and denim, although they probably would work on that. They're definitely not for knit fabrics, though you'll get ladders. These are for people who sew quilting weight cotton and quilting as well. I mean, they're great for all the panels that we do. I mean, and I do quilt with mine. I go through all the layers with it. Sometimes if I'm doing some very specific, if I want some very perfect quilting, or if I'm doing some darker thread quilting, I will switch to a quilting needle. But these are kind of, for us, you know, if I was talking to a group of dressmakers who all like making T-shirts, I wouldn't promote these. But for most of us who use quilting weight cotton, these are brilliant. So I think they do, I don't know whether the boxes of 100s come in other sizes, I don't know. I just chose these specifically because these are ideal. Now, we do have some smaller Microtex packs on the website, packs of 5 or 10, I think. But you won't, they're not as, there's not as good value, obviously, because the saving is in the quantity. So I think possibly, I mean, maybe I need to go and have another look at the catalogue, see which other ones we can get in hundreds. But this number 70, and I use that all the time unless I'm working on a stretch fabric, and they're brilliant. The only time they break is when I'm going too fast or I hit something, like something. We're down to 12 packs of these now. They're just lovely because it's so nice. Before I had them, I'd be like scrabbling around trying to find old needles, or have I got another one? And you know, you buy a pack that's 60 to 100, and you end up having to use the 100 one, and you don't want that when you wanted the 70. So absolutely ideal. Treat yourself. Just treat yourself. We're on single figures of those, but do treat yourself. There are some things that it's a bit like brands, aren't there? There are some things that you buy brands of and you quality of, and some things you don't, like baked beans, that kind of thing. But some things like needles, I'd go for Schmetz. Right, let's do fabric. Love fabric. Now, this is a brand new collection that we had last week. It's Jason Yenter's brand new designs. Oh, look at the fish. Now, this is for a whole bundle. We haven't got loads. I've just got to show you the fish on this one. Look at, can you see them? Oriental Garden. Well, they're carp, aren't they, then? Beautiful. So we've got this whole bundle, £169.80. It's all in purples, greens and blues, and you're getting half a metre for free. So look, you've got blues and greens of the carp. It is very Oriental style, isn't it? Love the flowers. Absolutely gorgeous. Look how beautiful it is. So you've got blues, you've got greens, you've got purples, you've got like the cherry blossom. Look at the cherry blossom on that one. I think that's stunning. Look at this one's got bamboo. So if you are thinking, well, if you want to use all of them together, obviously it's always really nice if you're making a quilt to use a whole fabric collection together, because you know that the tonal range, the colours and the prints will go. I mean, this is absolutely stunning. If you love these shades of blues and greens. Now, you've got 10 metres, so you've got 20 half metres of fabric. I mean, it is a beautiful collection. If you've ever used Jason Yenter before, you will know the quality. It is beautiful quality fabric. It's very smooth. It's quilting weight cotton, your normal 44-inch width, but it's very smooth and beautiful to press and sew with. But look at these shades of blues and greens, and they move into the purples. I mean, I think there's so many patterns that would work really well in this. Maybe you're thinking about making a patchwork jacket, or you want to make some bags, or you just love these colours and you want to have them in your stash. It would work beautifully to use the whole range together. So they feature Japanese designs of, well, Oriental designs of koi carp. You've got the florals, you've got the cherry blossoms. I mean, absolutely stunning collection. Love that. £161.31, but you are getting a half a metre for free of that. Gorgeous. It was brand new in last week. So we've got just a few left. So we thought we'd show it to you. I think it's beautiful. I'm trying to see which is, I love these. I like the fish. I think they're gorgeous. Look at this one. Isn't that lovely? I love the way that they're all, the Jason Yenter designs his fabric so that it's all multi-layered. Absolutely glorious. It is visually absolutely stunning. Fabulous, fabulous. Right, let me just move that collection. Right, let's do something completely different. We've done fabric. Oh, I'm stuck under a Creative Grids ruler. Yeah, I had a little Creative Grids pile there. I'm trying to get. They're so heavy, those rulers, that you can't get anything underneath them. Right. So now this notebook design, it's by Janie Crow. So it's Janie Crow. Now she is, if you've not heard of her, a fantastic crochet designer. I don't want that label on the front. Oh no. Dull, that's not good, is it? I'm going to have to try and get that bit off now. You know when you do that with labels? There we go, that's better. Right, so Jane Crowfoot is a fantastic crochet designer, and she has brought out a range of products featuring her crochet design. So obviously they're photos of the crochet, but they're beautiful in themselves because they're beautiful crochet. They're a lovely gift for somebody who loves crochet, but they're just a nice thing. So this one is just a little notebook. I love the fact they've got the end papers in the crochet as well. It's a line notebook. It has a little, I must have it upside down. It has a ribbon. Oh no, I haven't. It was tucked in. Has a ribbon page marker, and it has the end papers as well. £7.99. I think that's lovely. Keep yourself organised, and I think if you want to keep yourself organised, or maybe you want to write lists of your projects that you've done, or projects that you need to do, or lists of the fabric you've got, or things that you want to buy. It's always nice to have it. It's a hardback notebook, but it's lovely to have a beautiful notebook, isn't it? And this is Jane Crowfoot's Persian Tiles design. £7.99. Now, in the same design, we also have one of these Post-it note blocks. I think these are really cool because they're sloped. So can you see there? So you've got the crochet design that sort of fades away at the top, and then it gets darker, but it's sloped here so that you can see the notes underneath. And you can see like the design comes on all of them, but then they get bigger and bigger. And you can't even see, even though these are all individual pages, it's amazing how they've managed to print across all of them. $4.99, that would just look nice. You know when you've got that on your hall table, so you can just write yourself little notes for your little shopping lists. And it's a nice, it's a nice gift, isn't it? It's something that you're not going to get everywhere. It's something that people who are crafters will appreciate, and they'll think, wow, is that crochet? It's lovely, isn't it? And it's a little nod to your craft in another room in your house as well, isn't it? $4.99, and I like the fact that it's got the slant on it, because it just makes it pretty. What a lovely thing. Another item in that same range is this one, which is the magnetic notepad. And you can put that on your fridge. Oh, I can't take that one. $3.99, so it's got the magnet on the back. It's lined, you can just peel off the labels, stick it on your fridge, stick it on your radiator, and keep all your notes to save. It's $3.99. Remember, it's only one postage you're packing per day, so if you've already bought something or you're thinking about buying something else, quite a nice little item to just pop in your basket as an extra. Lovely gift. Again, you've got the Persian tiles crochet design faded away there so you can actually write on it, and then you've got the designs around the edge. Just a nice way of keeping yourself organised. And if you're going to have something stuck to your fridge, it may as well be pretty. I think that's lovely. $3.99. Right, multi-mats. These are always really, really popular. They're all exactly the same price point, just different colourways, that's all. Let's start with this lovely stripy one. I'm going to take this one out so you can see. Now, a lot of people have these for when they go to workshops because they are very good for travelling with. Or maybe you're going in the caravan and you want to take it with you. Or if you're short on space, maybe your working area, your sewing area is small, or it needs to be packed away at the end of the day. This is ideal. So it's nicely padded on the outside. When you open it up, you've got a cutting mat here. And then if you peel away, there's this like suede-ette cover. There's like rough, like almost like sandpaper here. And this is where you can keep your blocks or your pieces of fabric safe because they won't move while they're in there. So maybe you're going to a workshop and you're cutting up small pieces. You then can put that on. Then, when you turn it over, it becomes an ironing board. So if you are short of space, or maybe you're doing like an EPP or an FPP, and you want to be able to do all your cutting and pressing right next to your sewing machine, so you don't have to keep getting up, this is absolutely ideal. And then it all folds up just like that. So if maybe your workspace is somewhere where you need to pack away at the end of the day, or you do it on the end of the kitchen table, this is ideal. Maybe you're thinking about starting workshops in the new year. You're going to be going to some. You've got to queue for the ironing board. There aren't enough cutting mats. I mean, you know, obviously it's a small area. You're not going to be cutting massive pieces of fabric. But it's perfect for the job. And I like the fact that it has this piece here so that when you cut, because otherwise you put your bits of fabric in there and you shut it and they'll fall out. But this keeps everything nice and safe. $19.99. It's a lovely addition to your workshop. Now, it comes in 3 different colourways. So this is the stripy version. They all do the same thing. They all have the cutting mat, the ironing board, and the sandpaper bit. This one is the charcoal grey and white spot. Newest colourway. I like that one. That's what I can't see on the back. There we go. And there's also the pale blue spotty one. It's brilliant, isn't it? Right. I know loads of you have been asking about the puffins. It's a lot of people who've just joined us and are saying, what's that lovely cushion you've got next to you? It's Delphine's brand new, being launched on Sewing Street today. Never has been seen before. It's Puffins in Cave. Obviously. So it's available in 2 colourways. There's either this sort of hot pinks and reds colourways, and there's also the teals, the blues and greens cave one. called Cool Blue. Now, Delphine will be demonstrating the other colourway during the show, so you'll be able to see it. All these prairie points down the side, they are, there's enough fabric to put all of those on her. Now, we've got plenty of stock, but they are flying out on pre-order. So I just wanted to warn you that if you want to make the cushion, don't want you to miss out. If you can't find it, it's on sewingstreet.com, watch live. If you can't find it or there's any issues at all, just phone the call centre, 0800 001 4433. They will be able to help you. It's just that they are flying out, and I don't want us to get to 10 o'clock and you've missed out. And I know you want to watch the demo and concentrate, but you don't want to miss out. So it is worth getting ahead now. I think this is going to be one of those icons, like the cow, isn't it? I think it's good. Well, everyone loves puffins. They're the cutest things, aren't they? I was amazed. Actually, they were smaller than I thought. I don't know. I think I thought they'd look like penguins. I don't know why. But when I actually saw one, they were smaller than I thought. But they've just got such vivid coloured beaks, haven't they? But beautiful. Now, you can see that Delphine has quilted this one. It's very simple to make as well. If you've made any of Delphine's designs, it's just bondeweb, applique, and then you can really make it amazing by how much quilting you put on it. But the joy of it is, because I've made a few of her designs, is that it looks so clever because of the way that Delphine's designed it. And you can copy that and do it, and you look really clever as well. I've done a few of the cows, and they look amazing, and I haven't even drawn them. Anyway, do get checked out. Loads of you have messaged in about it, saying, how do I get it, how do I get it? It's available on pre-order, which is on sewingstreet.com on Watch Live. It's on coming up on today's show. Both of the kits there, and we've also got patterns on their own as well, if you want to use your own fabric. And we've got PDF download patterns, so you can go on there, order it straight away, and you can have it. In fact, you can have it by the time you're watching our show. Amazing. Or you can have the kit and you can make it from this cave. Glorious, isn't it? Right, Microtex needles are on single figures now. So if you want the box of 100 Microtex needles, we are on single figures now. There we go. Confuse me. So these are the Microtex needles. You'll get 100 in the pack. They are perfect for sewing with your quilting weight cotton, fine fabrics. You know, maybe you do sewing with lawns or voiles or even poplins or any of the fine organzas. They're absolutely perfect for that. We've only actually got 2 of these packs remaining. Honestly, they never buy enough. But but remember, even if it's in your basket, because I can see that there's a lot of you who've got it in your basket, it's not yours till you check out. And when everyone's checked out, we've only got 2 left. I do keep telling them to buy more, but maybe they only buy as many as they can. I don't know. I think, yeah, maybe they buy them in groups of 30. I'm not sure. There we go. Right. Oh, yes, I've seen that under the pile of fabric. There it is. What is this stick? There we go, I've got a stick. I've got a stick. This is an 8 by ½ inch imperial ruler. So this is really ideal for when you want to, for drawing lines or when you're marking, say, 1/4 inch seam allowances. You can use it to cut with your rotary cutter as well. But if you just want a little ruler, maybe you're just drawing lines across your squares because you're doing half square triangles and you don't want a great big ruler, you just want a little ruler that will just do it. It's 8 inches long and just half an inch wide. And you know, when you're doing when I do my half square triangles, I put all my squares out like 8 in a square on my cutting mat, and then I draw all the lines on because I find it easier than drawing and pinning. And just having a small ruler makes it a little bit more manageable. This is by So Easy, this one. £5.49. Clear markings. It's marked at 1/8 of inch increments. So it's 8 inch by ½ inch. Just one of those little rulers that's just a nice thing to have in your stash. Quite nice for just drawing little straight lines as well. And if you've already paid your P&P, it's quite nice to have these extra little bits, isn't it? Or maybe you're making like a stocking for somebody, a sewing stocking. That would be a very useful item to have in it. That and a notepad. Maybe if you bought the 50 needles, that would be a good one to put in, wouldn't it? Perfect. Like that one. Right. Best press. I've got loads of best press. Shall I bring it all in? I've got loads of it. Now, best press, if you've never used it, is a silicon starch. So, silicon sounds bad, but what it means, it's not starch. Remember in the old days, you used to use starch on collars and it went a bit white and flaky. This has been developed for sewers, patchwork quilters. Now, the joy of it is that when you've got your fabric, before you cut it, if you spray it with the best press, it gives it a little bit more stiffness and body. So if you are then going to be cutting, particularly on the bias, it stops it stretching out of shape. It also removes creases. So when I'm doing any patchwork and quilting, I spray all my fabric first, give it a quick spray, then you iron it, then you cut it. It won't gum up your needle at all, and it washes out afterwards. But it just means that your fabric is more stable. I mean, it is brilliant if you're using really fine fabrics. So if I'm doing anything, maybe I'm using like a lawn for dressmaking, it's fantastic for that. But mainly used for patchwork and quilting. Now, I always used to buy this, because I think it's brilliant, in this size bottle, and it comes with just a pump. Then I discovered, well, on Sewing Quarter, that we did the lavender one. I loved that. But we only used to ever do the smaller ones. And if you use a lot of it. So I asked Barry whether or not we could get it in the big versions, just so that it doesn't, it's more cost effective to do that. And then you have it for longer. When he discovered that you could get it in these larger ones, he said to me, oh, we've got all these different flavours as well. So I went, can we just need to have all of them? So this is the collection of them. Now, when you buy the smaller ones, they come with the pump spray. The bigger ones are refills. You don't have to pour them into the smaller ones. The pump spray will fit into the bigger ones, but the bigger ones don't come with the pump sprays, just so you know. Yeah, the pump spray doesn't fit right to the bottom, but so sometimes I refill them. I work till I get about halfway, then I refill. But you do need, they will fit on there, but it's only the small ones that actually come with it. It's not aerosol, it's just a pump spray. So let's start off with the lavender, because this is gorgeous. Now, the other thing is they smell. They don't need to smell, obviously. That doesn't make any difference to how they work. But it's just really nice, because when you spray it and you iron it, the smell is gorgeous. It stays on the fabric. I use it when I'm ironing shirts, because it doesn't give it that starchy stiffness. It just gives it a little bit of extra stiffness. And you know when you've got like a fat quarter that's all been folded up, spraying with best press gets rid of the folds. So $11.99, and this is the smaller version, 16.9 ounces, which is very specific, isn't it? It's about half a litre, 499 mils. So this is the lavender. It's beautiful. Now, if you're a regular viewer, you've seen loads of our guest designers using best press and wondered what it is. Buy yourself one of these bottles. Firstly, you will love the smell. You will love the scent of it, and see what you think. But spraying with best press, give it a press, and then do your cutting. You will get more accurate results. So if you love this and you want the larger one, which is a litre, the refill, this is the larger one. So if you buy lots of this already and you want the larger refill, $21.99. So I only ever buy this one now because I haven't found it in any bigger quantities yet. I get through so much of it. Now we've also got Linen Fresh. So we've got it in the smaller spray bottle, and that is beautiful. It really does smell like freshly washed linen, because I have smelled all of them. It doesn't have that sort of artificial smell to it. It is beautiful. And then your whole sewing room smells of it when you've been using it. So that's the smaller one, the half litre. And then this is the refill. So it depends which one you like, really. And obviously, once you've got the spray, you can try all of them. Right, if you just want unscented, we only have the refill of this one, the litre, but this is unscented. So if you don't want any smell at all, this is the one that you need. Right, we've got two other smells, which are only in the half litre. We haven't got the refill. Cherry Blossom. maybe you should match your best press with the fabric you're cutting. So if you've just bought that Jason Yenter Oriental fabric, this cherry blossom would be ideal. It is brilliant, and it doesn't leave any residue. It doesn't make your fabric shiny or anything, and it does wash away, and it won't gum up your needle. So you just spritz your fabric on your ironing board, leave it for like 10 seconds or 20 seconds, so it soaks in a little bit, and then press it. It's brilliant. So that's the cherry blossom one. And then the final one is called Citrus Grove, which is a really lovely smell of sort of fresh lemons and oranges. That is beautiful. So if you use Bose Press, have a go at one of these other ones. Right, there we go. Right, we're going to go for a quick break, but don't forget, Delphine will be on with these beautiful puffins at 10 o'clock. If you want to get ahead, they have been flying out, obviously. Then do get ahead with those in the break. Now, coming up in the next hour, we've got Sandy with a brand new design, the Tech Tote. I mean, how many times do we walk around with our laptops or iPad, or you're going on holiday, you've got your Kindle with you? The pattern and the kit for this will make either the small bag or the large bag. So you can make one for your laptop, you can make it for your Kindle. We've got lots of different kits which have this lovely PU fabric to keep it waterproof, and then a cotton fabric inside, and we've got the pattern on their own as well. Anyway, don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here with Sandy in just a few minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So, how about this tech tote? Look at this. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Now, in the pattern, you get both sizes. I'm going to show you the other ones in a moment. Let me just show you the inside. Look, it's got all of these pockets. So you've got pockets there. You've got a pocket with a popper there, so that you can actually put your well, whether your Kindle, your laptop, your iPad, all sorts of things in there, and it holds it really nicely. And then you can also make the larger version. So there's the pattern on screen. Now the pattern is $10.99. Now, we haven't put it in any of the bundles, so if you want the pattern on its own, $10.99. If you want the bundles that we've selected with the right fabrics in, you can buy those separately. So this is the larger version, and both versions are in the pattern. So, Sandy, why did you... Firstly, morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi,
Why did you decide to design a tech tote?
Right, it was my daughter.
Right.
And she carries all her stuff around with her. She uses a Kindle and a laptop and an iPad. And she said, Mum, I've been looking around and I can't find anything that's padded enough to keep it all together. You can sew... You can
Make me one.
Make me one. So I said, let's see what we can do. So she sort of gave me some sort of ideas of sort of pictures to show. I want it a bit like that, but I don't. I want it a bit like this, but I don't. And if you could put something like this in with it.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So we sort of had a look at lots of ones that were around, and there's nothing quite like she wanted.
Well,
So
you can get rucksacks, can't you?
Yes.
That's really about it.
It is, or like a big heavy sort of carry case.
Yes, which just have like the little handles. And
Whereas with that, you could put everything in it. You can also put your purse in there. You can put.
Well, I
your
like the
keys in
fact
there
you've
as
got
well.
the little tab.
Yes.
Because I don't know whether you can see that. Because then that means it holds it in.
Yes.
So it doesn't.
So it keeps it firmer. So it's not going to sort of fly out anywhere or anything. And you've got little darts on those pockets to make it a bit wider as well.
Oh, okay.
And then on the other side, the pockets, you can make them as wide or as small as you
Yeah,
want.
so this one
depending
you
on
haven't divided it,
That's right,
whereas
so-
with this one, you've divided the
This
pockets.
is, yes. So you can either divide them, not divide them. Very
I mean, it's
custom.
lovely. It's just a quilted bag, to be honest.
Yeah. And it's really padded, so it will sort of keep them all safe.
Yeah, no, I think that's really important, isn't
I mean, you
it?
can keep all your stuff in it and keep it down by the side of your bed. You know, if you take everything upstairs with you at night or something, you've got it there, and then it's all ready for taking out with you in the morning.
Yeah,
going
so
on
whether you're
holiday.
going to the office, whether
Yes.
you're going to school, or you know, or whether when you're going on holiday, because I know I quite often take my laptop on holiday with me because it's just really useful, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Looking
yeah.
at the weather and things.
This is it.
You know, you're not really sure what to put it in. I tend to put mine in a sort of a fabric case, and then I put it in my rucksack because it's padded.
But if you're going to the airport or something,
Yeah,
you can
that's
carry that, and then you can
perfect, isn't
take
it?
your laptop out easily because you know you've got to put
Well,
them
and
through
loads
and
of us
everything.
travel with iPads and Kindles
This is
now
it,
as
yes,
well,
yeah.
don't they?
And I'm sure lots of people are buying them for Christmas presents for people as well.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's great.
I mean, how
to make
nice as
yourself a
well.
bag.
Like, particularly like this, the smaller one, because the pattern has both sizes.
It does have both full-size patterns for both
Right.
sizes, yes.
So with this one, the smaller one, maybe you've got a Kindle or you're buying someone a Kindle, make that. There's also pockets to keep all the cables in, because you need that for all the charging, don't you?
That's right. And then you can put your mouse or your, all your other leads in the bigger one as well if you want, but you can keep the
Oh, well, I
leads and
think
everything
that's so
involved,
cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So cute. It's like, it doesn't look like a tech bag.
It doesn't.
And I think that's the thing, isn't it?
And padded bags are very on trend.
Oh, very, yes.
Well,
and I like the fact you've kept the quilt in just big squares.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
probably on
again,
trend.
it's quite,
Look,
and you can put it over your shoulder as well. Yes, that suits
gorgeous.
you with that bag.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
It'd be lovely. Maybe I need to rethink my lad. Because when I made a laptop case for myself, it's not pad, it's just a fabric one, but I made it bigger because quite often you buy them and they're like so small you can barely get your laptop in, and you try getting them out again.
I know, it's hard, isn't it? Yeah.
But you've made this so it's nice and roomy.
Yes, yeah. Should fit in absolutely fine. And if it's measure your laptop against it, you can always add a little bit onto the side of it, so there's enough material in there.
No, it's a really good size. I think I'd fit mine in there.
Yeah, I've tried it with all our laptops, and they all fitted in it. I was going, right, give me your laptop.
I mean, obviously you'll get some that are much bigger.
This is it. You get some of the older ones are really big.
And it's like iPads, well, the tablets, most in the same size, I think, except for one,
which is really. So you'd maybe make the bigger one for that.
One.
Yes.
But it is right. A third of the stock of the patterns has already gone. Shall we have a look at the pattern so we can see? It's not a little pattern.
It's not, no. I never do little patterns.
Now, if you've bought any of Sandy's designs before, you will know how amazing the instructions are. They're so comprehensive. I love that one.
It's nice, isn't
it? I do love that one. It looks like one of those padded coats.
Yes, yeah. And they're sort of so fashionable, so you can make it to go with your padded coat, can't you? Yeah.
Well, no, I think if you've got a black padded coat, you need the mustard one. I'm thinking I like that one.
Oh, that goes with
and I guess
dress.
You see,
lovely.
Lovely.
Yes.
You can make the handles whatever length you want.
Yeah. I've sort of given an estimate or a guesstimate, I suppose, of what size handles, but all of them are slightly different.
So you might have them really long. You might want to be carrying it like that.
Yeah, so you can make it smaller if you just want to hold it as like a handbag.
Fab.
You can make it a lot longer to make it so
I mean, this is a brilliant pattern to have in your stash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because even if you think you're not now, but it's so lovely to have, because there's always a time where you think,
yeah, I wish I had that, yes.
Now, you've put a PU on the outside.
Yes, yeah.
Just to keep it a bit waterproof.
Just to keep it waterproof, really.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like a double protection for your textile, really.
But you could make it from whatever you want.
Absolutely, yes.
Denim.
All my patterns, I always say I love people to customise them. I like to give people a pattern that gives them an idea. So they can just follow that pattern and they'll end up with the tote bag.
Yes, and on here you've got all of the labels. I mean, they've got the cutting out chart. I'll take the patterns out for a minute. All the instructions are really, really clear. Loads and loads of photos of all the stages. And you've got the full-size pattern sheets as well. Look at all of this. Right, half of the stock of this pattern's gone. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Look at these. Nice thick paper as well.
Yeah, so you can use them quite a few times. Because
so you could cut them out or you could trace them. Depends how you're feeling.
Yes, yeah.
But I guess you could cut them out because it's not like dress patterns.
No, it's not the really fine
And they're not multi-size, you know.
No, this is it. No, so once you cut it out, because you've got a large
And
one
actually,
and a
to
small
be
one.
honest, I would say cut them out, because if you're going to trace them, because you've got so many markings on here, you'd have to put them all out. There's the magnetic snap, there's the fold line. You would have to.
You've got the quilting lines on there. You've got everything that you need on it, really. So.
But you could, if you could cut them out and put them in a folder. Although, I mean, they all will come in.
They come in the poly bags, so
they come in a poly bag anyway.
I always keep mine in, so I sort of cut. So I've cut mine out and I use mine. So I've cut it out. Then they slot back inside again. I pop it back in the bag along with the little labels. I tend to photocopy those because they can get lost. So I sort of always photocopy.
Right. Okay. So.
Because
the labels are for you to pin to your fabric. Because you know what it's like. I mean, whenever I cut fabric, I was just like write them on a Post-it note or something, and then I just come back and go,
what was that? That's right.
So you can cut all of these out, and then you can pin them, and because, like we all do, we get really excited and we cut it all out. And then something happens, and 6 months later...
You think, what's this piece?
What was that? So you've got all of these, and you've got them for both sizes. So if you're thinking about getting a new Kindle, you might have already got a laptop, or you maybe later on, or you think, oh, well, I can't make it just yet. I need to know the size of it. But I mean, you could just have it as a bag. You don't even need to put that in.
And you
It's a
don't need
lovely
to
bag.
pad it as much as you do. You could just put interfacing inside it.
But
I've
you
done
could
it to
do,
make it that lovely soft
you could do
padding for
patchwork
it.
on the front,
You could do
couldn't you?
patchwork on the front. You could
But-
quilt it more if you wanted to. So I've just done it so it's big squares.
But that's why I think this is a brilliant pattern to have in your stash.
And
because
it's quite an easy pattern to do as well. You'll see you can make it up very quickly. It's not a hard pattern to do.
Right, well, I'm going to go through all of our many bundles.
Yes.
And then we'll get on with some sewing.
Okay.
So we'll start with, because I love this one. Look at this. It's like a green metallic PU. So in all of the bundles, you will get, is it half?
It's half metre.
Half a metre of the PU.
And that will make either the big or the small.
Right, so not both, but either the big or the small, but it will make the big. So you've got this lovely green metallic. You've then got a metre of the jade for the lining, and then you've put half a metre in of white for every kit.
Yes, and that's because we make like a quilt sandwich. So when we're doing, so to hold the padding into the bag, so you can see here we've got lots of layers of the wadding and the padding.
The wadding is
and then,
separate, and I'll do that in
And
a
then
moment.
we put the white cotton just on the back. So
Right.
when we're quilting it, it will hold it all together. So you've not got it loose in your bag. It's all sort of held together.
Okay, so you've got that, so you haven't got to find that from
No.
your stash. We've put that. We haven't put the instructions in any of these, but this is all the fabric you'll need. You'll need half a metre of wadding, and I've got that, and I'll show you that in a moment. But that is this bag, so it's the
That'll make the bag, yes.
gold metallic, green metallic with the jade lining. And there's enough fabric to make small or large. And there's enough fabric in the bundle for you to make the handles from that, or you could use webbing for your own stash. So it's entirely up to you. But so you could make the handles out of a webbing, or this would make lovely handles. wouldn't
Yes,
it?
yeah. If you did the big one, I'm not sure if you'd have enough material left to make the handles
Right,
out of the
okay.
PU, but you would with the small one.
Right,
So,
okay.
yeah. And I've actually, in the one that I've used the material ones, I've actually put webbing inside it.
Oh, to
and
make
a
it a
bit
bit
of padding
stronger.
as well, so you
Yeah,
can make
that's
it
true.
stronger. Because you're carrying sort of like a laptop or something, it could be heavier, so you want something that's quite sturdy.
Yes, that's
So you do want to
true.
put something in it.
Okay.
So
I mean, that's easy enough, isn't
Yeah,
it? Just to put
absolutely.
the webbing
I'll show you
inside.
later, yes, yeah.
Right, now for the pink one, which is this glorious. I was watching last night Inside M&S, and colour wash is the thing, and neons. So
Yes,
what you have to do this season, you have to have like bright pink, blouse, coat, trousers, the whole
The whole lot, that's right.
Most people they ask questions of when
much.
I like the blouse.
I think it's nice to maybe, if you're in all black, and then have
Yes,
a pop of, so you
but
wear
this
the
is very
pink with
in.
it,
I've just
yes.
got to sort out the code for that one,
Yes.
so I'll just do the yellow one for a moment.
It's at the top.
There we go. But it's all in neons.
They are, and neon green is for
Yes.
2025.
Well,
is
they
going to
had
be a
beautiful, like neon,
fabulous
yellowy
colour.
green cashmere
That's-
jumpers.
oh,
I'm talking about
yes.
M&S. But if you watched it last night, you know what I mean. It was brilliant.
It gives you some great ideas for what colours are coming around.
Well,
as
it
well,
does
doesn't
actually. I like watching
Yeah.
things because what's coming up in places like that is what the home ideas, and it
That's
shows you. If you're going to make yourself a bag, you need to know what's in, don't you?
This is it.
So
And
look at
padded
this.
is very in, sort of like the chunky quilt.
Oh,
is
I
very
know.
in.
The chunky quilting is really
It's very in at the moment, yeah.
And this colour
Yes.
as well. So you've used a different colour on
Yes.
your straps. With this one, you've got this. It's
called
it's a
Riviera.
water repellent.
It is.
fabric.
It's a lovely fabric. It's called
Really nice.
Riviera.
I think these bundles are a great price, $14.99.
They're great.
Because you're getting a half a metre of this water repellent mustard.
Which is a good wide length.
And it is really wide. Then you've got this olive. Now, that looks lovely as a lining, doesn't it? And obviously, they all got half a metre of the white, which you won't see. It's just for inside. So if you've got something else, some of the inferior quality fabric.
If you've got an old sheet or
Yeah,
anything like that,
keep
because you
that.
don't see it, so it's all inside
Keep
your
that.
bag. So it's
But that
we
is
left it
lovely.
there so that you can.
And actually, that would look lovely as the
Oh, with the handles on it as well, it would.
Love that one. So that's your ochre and moss.
I didn't not use the green. Because I said, I want to use some more of the Riviera, because I like that Riviera fabric. So they sent me some to try it to see if the bag would work.
Oh, I see.
But we didn't have the lining, so I had some of that lovely sort of faux tiger linings, which is a Sewing Street one from a
Well, I
while
know
ago.
you can use
so
whatever you like. I mean, I'm
got
sure
that.
a lot of you get your kits home and then go, ooh,
I know, I like that. I'll straight
like that.
I'll
I'll
leave
keep
that
that
for
one.
something else, yeah.
this one. Right, so now this one is like a plain chocolate brown.
Chocolate brown's very in this year.
It is, isn't it? Very in.
Very autumnal colour.
Yeah, it is. And I like this one. I would say this was more plain chocolate than milk chocolate.
It is, yes. Maybe about a 75%.
Yeah, maybe. What's that? There is one that's called dark milk.
That's right.
Dark
yes,
milk.
Dark milk.
I like that one.
I like any chocolate.
Yeah, so do I. Prefer milk, though. Oh, I don't know, I'm white.
Oh, I don't like one.
Oh, I love white. I'd put dark as my least favourite,
Really?
right at the bottom.
I'd put dark milk, then dark, then white.
Oh, sorry, Hannah.
Sorry,
That's
Hannah.
like, anyway. Oh, sorry. Just chatting chocolate. Right, you
not
also
seeing each
obviously
other
get
for
the
a while.
white. And then the lining fabric is like a peachy colour. I like that. That's
nice,
very
isn't
nice,
it?
doesn't
Yes.
it? It's like a chocolate orange.
That reminds me of my school uniform.
Oh, God. Yes, it looks lovely as a bag.
Yes, that's a school uniform.
Right, that's that one. How about pink? Very pretty. Love that one. This is a beautiful PU. It's really butter soft as well. And then you get with this one the light blue. That's so pretty. Obviously, you all get this white one. Love those two together.
Lovely, isn't it? Yes. And nice with like a winter white coat or something like that.
Oh,
You
it's
could use it in-
lovely. I think
yes,
that's
yeah.
lovely. Who's not going to want one of those? No. I want one now.
And if you've got a young child, a Kindle or something for Christmas to make
Yes.
something like that in it, it'd be lovely. And you could applique the front first, you know, sort of put something on the front.
Well,
of
and
it.
do you know what? Even, I mean, with this, well, I've got this bundle now. Even with this one, even if you haven't got a Kindle, because it's so padded, you get your mobile phone in there nice and safe. Your car keys without them scratching.
You could use it just as a handbag.
Your glasses.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I just think that's gorgeous.
Put a book in it.
Now, we've got this one. So we found it now. So you've got this lovely, it's a really, really smooth, bright pink with the mauve lavender lining and obviously the white. It's a water repellent fabric. It's very nice to sew with.
Yes.
It's nice to sew with.
Lovely to sew with, yes.
You don't need anything special.
No.
We'll be talking about this in a moment when we've got through all the bundles. Like 1, 2, 3. How about this one? Oh, that's
I love
nice.
that one, yes.
So this is like a metallic burgundy wine.
Yes.
Merlot.
Mulberry. Yeah, Merlot.
Something like that.
Definitely Merlot.
Mulberry, maybe.
Yes.
And with this one, obviously, you get the white. But that's the lining, so that's very coordinating, isn't it? What is it called? Oh, berry and rose. Yeah, it is like berries, isn't it? I was thinking wine.
I love the metallicness of those ones. as
Yes,
well.
can
They're
you see
lovely,
when I
aren't
sort of
they?
do that, you can see that it's got that metallic glint to it. That's beautiful. Very difficult to decide, really, isn't it? Right. Oh, nice blue. So this is this water-resistant fabric in a navy. It's very, very, very soft, this. Beautiful to sew with. And then for the lining, it's gorgeous turquoise. Look at that. That's a nice mixture. And then obviously you get the white as well. $14.99. These are a great price. Remember, none of the bundles included instructions. You buy those separate. So the good thing is, if you want to make more than one of these, you get one set of instructions. Then you can buy as many bundles as you like. There's still time to get these made. Who wouldn't want one of these?
Oh, you could get it made for Christmas in no time
Exactly.
at all. Yes, yeah.
Yet, have I done? No, I haven't done olive. This is this water-resistant fabric again in this gorgeous, very on-trend olive.
That's nice, isn't it?
That is nice. I like that colour. And then you've got like a biscuit for the lining, and obviously you get the white fabric.
And these days you can buy some lovely webbings as well. You could get a nice webbing to go with.
Oh yes, you could. Yes, actually really nice. And even those like brown faux leather ones would be nice.
Yeah, would be lovely with it. So the handles you can do exactly as you want to do.
Yes, yeah, and you might have bits in your stash, or you want to do it in a different way. This is the final one. So this is a royal blue. Royal blue, and then the lining for this is a rose. Well, coral, actually. So there you go, that's what it will look like. And then obviously you get the white fabric. Loads of you coming for that. What's the most popular, Hannah? Well, this is the most popular so far.
Yes,
Yeah.
gosh. It's a lovely blue,
Closely
isn't it?
followed by the mustard one,
Oh,
the ochre
yes,
one.
yes.
That is a lovely colour. Well, M&S last night, the colour drench was in this colour.
Was in the blue.
Yeah, it's very on trend, that blue. I'm not sure I want to do the whole outfit.
Would you, I know, I think it might be a bit much, but it is. A lot of people do their decors in it as well, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
When we go to France, there's a lady there and she's got a beautiful house they're renovating. And she
And it's
said,
all of
I've colour washed the hallway and it's all in like a deep green, a really deep.
Wow.
So everything is this deep green. So the radiators, the ceiling,
Amazing.
the walls. She's got the
beautiful,
sofas
isn't
in
it?
similar colours, and it looks, because it's a massive room, it looks
It's all the same,
absolutely
gorgeous.
stunning. Yes.
I love that colourway. It's beautiful. Now, so you used a polyester wadding for this?
Yes, I did.
Because of the loft?
Yes, yeah. We tried to get one that was as
Puffy.
padded and puffy as we could, so we tried a few, and this one was one of the poofiest.
Yes. Now, you only need 1/2 metre.
Yes, 1/2 metre would do either bag.
And the good thing about the polyester wadding was obviously it's got a nice, because loft is a term, if we're confusing you, that's to describe the thickness of a wadding.
Yes.
The sort of, when we say the puffiness, so the thickness, how squishy it is. This is a reasonably high, I mean, you can get higher lofts than this, but this is quite a high loft. It's a higher loft than your cotton waddings. You will only need 1/2 metre, and the great thing is the polyester wadding is really inexpensive.
It is.
£4.99, that's all you'll need. And look, it's really wide.
Yes.
Look, so you can put like 2 layers in.
I put 3 layers.
And also, it's so simple, as in the brand, so simple. So it's a really good quality wadding, because there are polyester waddings and there are polyester waddings. And I know some people are a bit sniffy about polyester wadding, want cotton, but for this,
it's ideal.
It's ideal. You can use cotton if you want, but you're going to have to use more layers, because you need that.
You need that paddedness.
Padding.
Yes, yeah.
And it's a beautiful quality polyester. So there we go. That's everything.
And you don't need to wash the bags, because you can wipe them down, because
that's true.
they're sort of waterproof. You could just wipe, I tend to, because you've got all that padding in it, I would tend to just sort of spot wipe them if you get a mark on them.
Right, okay. So these are the bags. That's what the big one will look like. This is one of the small ones. Obviously, there's loads of pockets inside. The pattern has the full 5 pattern pieces for both sizes. And this is the pattern. And you will need 1/2 metre of the wadding for one bag. If you make it 2, you'll need 1 metre. But you could just order that. Now, the instructions are not in any of the fabric bundles, because we knew that there would be a lot of you who would like to make more than one. So by doing it this way, it means that you can buy 1 set of instructions and as many bundles as you like. £10.99 for that. And then obviously you can choose your own handles, however you do it.
Yeah.
Right, we've done it all. Only took half an hour.
Go for a coffee, yeah.
So how do we make the bag?
Right, okay. So once we've cut out our templates, we need to layer them all together. So I'll put that down. So we're just going to layer it together like you would a quilt. So I've cut out a piece of the cotton fabric. So you only need 2 small pieces of that, and you've got 1/2 metre, so you do have some left over. And as Beck said, if you've got a cheaper fabric that you want to just use up, it doesn't have to be white, because you won't see it unless you've got a really pale lining. You won't sort of see it. So if you,
because I guess sometimes, like with H640, you don't need that, but with this,
I don't tend to use it with H640, but because you've got these 3 layers, it can catch sometimes on your foot as you're going along with it. So, and then I've cut out 3 layers of wadding and put it on.
But it's nice that you've included that.
Yes.
It'd be really annoying if you didn't have it and then you couldn't.
Because some people, I can't imagine people that sew don't have the odd bit of material around, but
Well,
you never know.
not.
You might have sort of
No,
had it
but it's
tidied
nice
out,
that it's
so
in there, I
that's
think.
right. So I'm going to, can I spray in here? Can I do a quick?
Oh, yeah, I did yesterday.
Did you?
And I did promise John that I would clean the desk, but actually,
You don't need to.
it didn't really go on the
No, it
desk.
doesn't.
Don't know why. It's
So
fine.
505, which I think you had, did you have in the earlier show, or we've got somewhere, I think? So it's all
We'll have a look. Yes, we do have it somewhere.
So I don't think I've even stuck that one down. So I start off with the back. So you put your 3 layers of wadding together, and then always spray onto the wadding. So spray a bit on the wadding and then fold it back. So exactly like a quilt. So then fold the other half back and just spray a bit on it. You don't need to spray the 3 layers together.
So 505, if people have never seen it, what
Right,
is it?
it's a temporary adhesive spray. So a lot of people use it with quilting. So when you're making your quilt sandwich, when you've done your quilt,
Yes.
you would put your batting in the middle, or your wadding in the middle, so you'd put your backing on it and then your flimsy top on it. So I normally use this to just sort of hold it together. You can pin them, but it just sort of holds it. It will wash out, and it doesn't sort
And
of...
it's fine under the machine.
And it's, yes, it
Right.
doesn't glue
So
up
it's
your
just
needles at all.
Just a glue.
But a really nice glue. Spray glue, but it's only temporary, so it will, sort of, if you do wash, it will wash out.
And
so
it's
especially
made
on quilts,
specifically
for
this
fabric.
job.
So don't sort of go to your local DIY store and think, oh, I'll get a glue and spray it on.
Now, the
it'll
one
ruin
that's
your machine.
on the screen, £13.99, that's the bigger one. That's 500
Yes,
mils.
this
We've
is a
sold out
small.
of the 250. But to be honest, if you're going to get it, I'd get the 500 because you will get through quite a lot because it
yes.
washes out and it won't affect your machine. It's brilliant.
It's fantastic. I've normally got the bigger one, but when I went to get the bigger one last time, they didn't have any of the big ones. So, so I had to get a tiny one, which is nearly gone already. So, so yeah, just fold it back. Don't be tempted to spray it onto your material. Spray it onto the wadding.
So can they, if they haven't got this, can you pin?
You can't pin because it's PU.
Layers. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
So
if
you
you
just
pin
have to-
through the so what you do, if you don't have a spray, you could use, if you've got quilting tape, you could sort of put a bit of
that's
quilting
true,
tape on
yes.
to go on it. And because you've only cut out the top layer, see, it does come through a bit, you can see it, but it'll just dry, so don't worry about that. Because that's a bigger layer, it doesn't matter. So if you sort of gluing this on, you don't have to think, ooh, where's the bit underneath?
You've done
You know
it
what I
so
mean?
that there's
You've
a
done it
nice
so that
bit of
you've got-
room.
So those
Okay.
are just cut in squares, and this one's the one that's cut out. So, and if you've got the long clips, you could do that a little bit higher up or cut a bit off, and you could always just put the big clips on it if you wanted to just hold it as well. But don't put a pin in PU, because even though it's quite a thin PU, which is lovely to sort of sew through, it will sort of mark.
Yeah, okay.
When you put
No pinning.
No pinning, so don't do any pinning. So now we're going to put the quilting marks on here. So on our template, you've got the quilting marks for the ones that I've done. If you wanted to do something different on it, you can. Now again, you don't iron on PU either, but as you can see, I'm going to put a heat erasable pen on it. So you can either use a hairdryer to get rid of that in the end, or you can just, if you've got steam in your ironing, in your iron, you can just steam it afterwards. So hold your iron above it and just press a bit of steam on it and it'll go. So just check it. So whatever pen you've got, just check it first. So I put a little mark at the top and bottom, and I'm just going to go across here. Then I've got my mark that goes across. So I'm going to just put a little mark on one side and then a little mark on the other side, and then do the line across.
Oh, so this is where you can choose the quilting.
So yes, so I've done it in this sort of square style, which I think is quite on trend at the moment.
It is very on trend.
But if you prefer doing sort of like a crosshatch or...
Yeah, it's very padded jacket, isn't it?
It is. You could really do whatever you want on it. So this is what I've done. So I'm going to use, let's see what, all right, I'm going to put this up a little bit. So I'm going to put this to about a 4 stitch.
Oh, okay.
So quite wide, or
So, because these
3.5,
bundles
4.
have all got different sorts of PU.
Yes. So treat them all the same.
All the same, doesn't
Just
matter,
treat them all the
okay.
same, yeah. The only one that's slightly, you would definitely need a walking foot is the metallic-y ones.
Right.
So on that one, you'll find that if you've just got an ordinary walking foot, it will sort of stick a bit. So there's a few things you can do. You can either use a walking foot, because there's so much padding on it, and you've got the PU, normally you could just use an ordinary foot on that one, but because you've got all the padding with it as well, I would definitely use a walking foot. If you don't have a walking foot on your machine, you could use a Teflon foot.
Okay.
If you don't have a Teflon foot, you can put some sort of sticky tape over the back of your foot, which will help it sort of slide a little bit more as well. Or, failing all that, just put some tissue paper over it. When I did the top stitching all the way around the top of it.
This is the example of the PU, the shinier one that Sandy's talking
So when
about.
I did the top stitching all the way around the top, because you've got quite a lot of padding in there as well, I do it quite a bit lower down. So I did it about ½ an inch down rather than a quarter inch down. I used a larger stitch length, so I think I used about a 4, and I put tissue paper over it, and then just sewed it along. And then your tissue paper, it's a bit like FPP, it'll just rip off afterwards. And if there's any there, just use a damp cloth on it, because it's waterproof anyway, just to get the little bits off between the
And then that really stops the
and that
sticking.
stops anything. So there's a few different ways you can
Oh, that's
do
a really good tip,
to
because
stop that.
different machines are different ways. I mean, I used to find with one of my machines that a roller foot worked better than Teflon foot.
Yes.
But then with some, it just depends on your machine, doesn't
Right,
it?
yes. Now then, let's have a look. Whoops, down. And just don't go too fast with it. This one's going to get
The
stuck
instructions are very low in stock now, and we can't get any more today. So if you want the instructions for this, you need to be quick. It's brilliant. Absolutely love it. It's so cool.
Just wait a minute. That's just caught on there.
You could even, like, if you're making it as a gift, you could embroider their name or initials,
You
like on
could,
the outside
yes,
or the
yeah.
inside, just on the pocket, couldn't you?
You could do all sorts. You could even put a pocket on the front if you wanted to. Now, it's just because this one's a bit lower. Mine is, oops. Now, we had trouble. Poor Delphine was helping with this foot beforehand.
Oh, with the walking
Yeah,
foot?
with the walking foot. It doesn't seem to be walking.
It's not happy?
It's not happy, no. Let me just try again.
And
Right,
she
I'll
uses
try-
that all the time.
I know,
So.
yes, yeah. No, it's not happy on there. I'll try that in. I'll just go onto the pockets first, and then
Do
we'll
that,
come
go
back.
onto the pocket.
So I'll show you what we've done anyway, and it does, honestly, it does work quite easily. So I've done the line down and across, and then I've just done a very scant stitch along the top, down the side. Do it across the bottom here and along the bottom. Now, the reason I've sewn down the side, when you're sewing it together, because I've made loads of samples, so to sort of try different things. So when you're sewing it together, so like this, it's still quite padded, so you need to put it together and use the walking foot again. But if you haven't sewn those together, sometimes that PU will just slide back.
Right.
So you sew your side seam up, turn it back, and it's come away. Whereas if you've got it attached to it,
Yeah, no, that makes
you know
sense.
it's going to stay
Yeah,
into the
yeah.
side seam with it. So you want to do both of them like that. Okay, and then with the handles, I've just made a handle like this for this one. But if you have, I would get some webbing and unfold it and put your webbing just inside it. Don't go right to the ends because you don't want to go over that with your sewing machine. So just put it in. You could put some temporary glue on it if you wanted to just stick it on. You could use some wadding as well in there. So for the one, it's quite a thick padded one, so I've put some wadding around it as well. And you can make them as wide as you want them. So I've got different widths on all the bags. So the one bag's quite a wide one. But what you want to do is whatever width handle you want, make sure your material is 4 times that width. So
Okay.
that when you fold it, so you sort of fold it in half, fold these 2 in, fold it back, and then just sew all the way around. So let me see if it'll sew on here. It's now my needle's gone as well. Yeah, we didn't have the right foot on the other one, and poor Delphine had to help me do this one.
Okay.
So it's not one that I would normally use.
Right, let me just recap the ochre bundle. This one is really popular. Is this one winning? The ochre is winning.
It's lovely. I like that
So
colour.
you get you've got the waterproof. Let me show you the sample. That's what it looks like. Obviously you'll have an olive for the lining, but that's what it looks like. So you've got the waterproof fabric in this gorgeous mustardy ochre colour, 1/2 metre. You get you get a metre of the olive that's used for all the lining, and then you get 1/2 metre of white, which is basically just used for the quilt sandwich. $14.99. I mean, that's a really... I know that must be 1/2 metre. Yes, sorry, it's the cotton. I was reading that, and I thought it was like 1.5 meters in total. So that's all of the fabric for that one. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's only $14.99. Which is a great price, isn't it? Particularly because you're getting very specific fabric and you're getting 2 meters in total. But because you're getting the waterproof and you're getting the cotton and you're getting the white as well, you know, these are the sort of fabrics that aren't always easy to find. And you obviously don't have to use the waterproof if you've just bought the instructions, but it is nice, gives it that extra level of protection.
You're doing a Secret Santa and you know that somebody's got a laptop or a
Yeah.
Kindle. It'd be lovely to make one for a Secret
Oh,
Santa because $14.99, you normally spend about 20 on.
I know,
Secret
and
Santa,
see the
and then
pattern you
it's
see, you're
made
going to
up
use
as
that
well.
over and
That's
over
right,
and over
yes.
again.
Which would be lovely, wouldn't it?
What's the next popular? The pink and blue. Yeah?
Yes, that's lovely, isn't it?
It is nice. I love that one. I mean, it's such a really gorgeous royal blue. And then it's coral, this one. It's like a pinky coral, to be honest. But that's beautiful, isn't it? And you see, what you want for these is you want these kind of water-resistant fabrics, but not really heavyweight ones. It's important to get them that are not too heavyweight because you're going to be doing all that quilting. Yeah. So you don't want the really thick ones. That's why this is ideal. And obviously you get the white fabric. So you're getting 2 meters of fabric £14.99 in total. Right. How's your handles going?
The handles are fine. So we've done the handles. So as I say, I would probably put a webbing inside that or some batting inside that as well and make it as thick or as long as you want. So those handles really are very customisable to, if it was for a young child, you could do it just a small handle so they could
And I guess you could just look at a bag you've already got or drape a tape measure.
I always measure it. So I'd get a tape measure, which I've got here, and then just get somebody to help you. And so you just literally put it over you. And you think, right, where do I want my bag to come? So do I want it to about here? So then you'd measure your tape there. So that's about 37 inches. And then I'd add about an inch on either side, just so you can sort of
And I guess if you wanted it to go cross-body.
you could even measure a cross body as well. So you could put it across and have it hanging down, which would be really nice as well.
It depends on how you're travelling with it.
This is it, yeah. If you're going on maybe holiday and on a flight or something, it's easier over there than carrying something sometimes, isn't it? So you could do that as well.
All customisable.
All
customisable.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Right, so then we would sew along here just to sew the handles on.
Okay.
And I'm going to go on to the pockets. So with the pockets, when you cut the lining out, just fold your template over where it says fold here for lining.
Oh, yes, because the pockets are made in the outer fabric, aren't they?
Yes, the lining.
Yes.
And then you've got the facing in the outer
So
fabric.
if you look at the pockets on the inside, can we show this a minute? Bruce, can we just show this? That's all right. So the inside on the pocket, sort of the outside of the pocket, is in the same fabric as
I've
the
used the outside,
which is quite nice, really,
Yes,
isn't it?
So then you can again just wipe it over if you want to.
Perfect.
And you've also got facings which I've used from the outer material as well. But to make the actual lining, just fold your template over, and then you've then got your lining piece, because it needs to be smaller than the actual template because we're putting the facing on it.
Yes, okay.
Yep. So you've just folded it over, and that would be the size of your lining. Then you need to cut out 2 strips for your facing. So you're going to just sew that on. So I've sewn it on, and then I've top stitched along it. Then for the pocket here, I've done the pocket, the length of the bag. You've got all the measurements in here as well. So it's the length of the bag. And then literally I put the 2 face to face, sewn just top and bottom, because you want to try and have as less bulk as you can. So if you'd sewn the seams up as well, you've got that extra seam there. So I leave those open, turn the tube the right side out, and then I would top stitch along the top, and then I've stitched the bag bottom onto here. And again, it tells you where to put your pocket placement along there as well.
Brilliant. And then this is where you decide
And then this is exactly where you decide. So you think, right, my phone, pop your phone in there, maybe put a couple of pens in there, maybe I want a lead or some earbuds to go in that side. And you can then make that, I've not got anything on here for what width you should do it. You can do it exactly as you want to do.
And this is where you can customise it. So if you wanted to put a zip in it,
Yes.
or you wanted to make, just a bigger pocket or another pocket on top. And that's the lovely thing about your own bag, is that you can really customise
So you could, with this one, you could sew it on and you could put a zip in here if you wanted to.
But
so you could put like an envelope zip on there, because you've got measurements and stuff, and if that's what you do. So I've always, when I put, they like you to put like a level on a pattern, so I always try and put a beginner on, because I don't like anybody to think that they're excluded from sewing.
I know, and what does it mean? Some people say like confident beginner.
This is it. And I normally say confident beginner or capable beginner. If you can use a sewing machine, you can
kind of needs to be a bit standard, that one though, doesn't it? If you can use a sewing machine.
If you can sew a straight line.
But people can, and I know that everyone does.
If you've got like an advanced, somebody would look at it and I'm not going to touch that one. And I always think sewing's for joy, isn't it?
It
and I
is,
think
absolutely.
If you can try it, and you learn the more you sew,
well, and also
the more
you just
learn
do one
as well.
step at a time.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
start with one bit, cut out the fabric.
This is it. And so with the pattern that I do for you, you can literally just follow either the words, you can follow the pictures, because I've got people that write to me and say, I can't follow patterns very well, but because your pictures are every step is in a picture as well, they said I can follow what you're doing, so it's easier to do like that as well. And people do find it hard sometimes to follow pictures, sometimes to follow words, so I try and do them both for them. And then if you are a very confident sewer, then there's lots that you can customise with it.
Well, yeah, and it is about customising it, isn't it? And thinking, oh, well, actually, I want to put that on.
This is it. And like I said, on the big pocket with the flap on it, which is I'm going to do in a minute, you could put that on both sides.
That's true.
So you don't have to, or if you didn't want that one, you could put this one on both sides. Because with this one, you could probably find you could fit an iPad in there anyway. And so you could just put the popper on this side and just do 2 pockets like that without doing the other pockets. So again, very...
So much choice.
I'm just going to see if this will work on here. Pray for me.
I know, I've started now putting little toggle clasps in my bags that I make on the inside because I'm sick of losing my keys.
Oh, I always put a key fob in.
Yeah.
So you could do it with this.
I know, but I've never normally done that, but I made one to take on holiday with me. I thought, it's going to have one, because I am fed up with losing them.
Well,
I don't lose them, but they're right at the bottom.
I was going to say, I love big bags, and where your car keys are always at the bottom, aren't they?
And then, or you put them in the pocket with your phone. You think, well, now my phone's getting scratched by my car keys.
Yeah.
So, that's my new favourite thing. But I bought a pack of about 50 of these clasps, lost them.
Oh, no.
They're there, they're in there somewhere, but, you know,
yeah.
I can't even remember what the packaging was like that came in. And they were all in different colours as well. They were really nice.
Oh.
They'll turn up one day. I found my glasses under the bed the other day. Lost them for over a week, for over a month, I mean. The joy of finding my glasses under the bed.
That's my Andrew. He loses his glasses every day, and he'll go, do you know what? I said, you've not lost your glasses. I put them in a little box for him, and then you see he comes in, takes them off, puts them
Oh, well, I
down
have 3
somewhere.
pairs. So, and I lost one of them.
I said, the time we spend
Oh, I know, it's mad.
looking for glasses.
Right, while you're sewing that,
Yep.
we've got a few bundles for your cuddle quilt here,
Oh, yes.
which is glorious, especially this time of year, because this one is in brushed cotton.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Which is so lovely to sew.
It's so lovely. So this isn't something Sandy's going to be demonstrated for, but we just thought we'd bring it back today because it's winter.
Yes.
Nearly, not quite. Another 3 weeks. But it's beautiful brushed cotton, this one. I love it. So look at this. This is what the quilt looks like. It's gorgeous. The cuddle quilt. So it's a 48 by 48 inch quilt. So it's ideal for a baby, toddler. 6th of November was when Sandy demoed it. I love these brush cottons.
Aren't they gorgeous? They're so lovely.
Beautiful.
Aren't they lovely?
I mean, look at this one. It's got planets on it. So you've got a pale blue, an ivory, gorgeous, like teal,
yes.
coral. I love this
the
one.
moons.
Is it like the moon?
Little moons.
Moons
yes,
with faces, and then the spaceman. So if you missed that show, we just thought we'd bring that back because we do have a few, not many, but a few, and you get the instructions as well. 48 by 48 inches. It's beautiful. I love these fabrics. 6th of November was Sandy's demo if you want to watch it back, but we just have got a few left of that. I made a brushed cotton quilt once. Oh, it was gorgeous.
It's beautiful,
and I
isn't it?
loved doing it as well.
We had a brushed backing as well to go with it.
Oh,
and then
did
I
you?
did it. Yes. I don't know if you find it on...
Oh, wow.
But that was lovely. So the whole thing was real. I mean, we did it sort of like on Kerry's baby shower. So
Oh, I
use it as a baby
see.
quilt, but I take it home and I snuggle up to it half the time anyway. I just love it.
Oh, gorgeous. Sorry, I just dropped everything.
You're right.
Right, next one. This one's got polar bears. I love this one. So and we had it in another version. This is the quilt. It comes with instructions. And then, look, it's got polar bears. Little faces. This is brushed. And then it's got big whole polar bears in brush. And then the rest of the fabrics are plain. Because although it's brushed cotton, it's quilting weight brushed cotton. So they're the same weight fabric. So you can mix them together. You've got a lovely navy, green, teal, and like a duck egg, and it comes with full instructions as well.
How soft are those plain cottons?
They are beautiful, aren't they?
No. When I got them sent to me, because I thought,
What
they'll
made
just
for
be the...
these? Oh, they're art gallery.
Yeah.
Do you know, I knew, even
Yes,
from that
just- yes.
selvage,
Yes.
these are art gallery. Oh, wow.
They're all art gallery ones. They're beautiful, aren't they?
We
And when I
haven't,
got
do you know
them,
what? We haven't done art gallery before.
I asked for them. I found them and said, please can we
Oh,
put these
I
fabrics in?
absolutely love
and
art
when
gallery
I got
fabrics.
sent the plains, I thought, oh, they'll just be cottons, like an ordinary cotton. And I got it out, I thought, they've sent me the wrong material.
No, they're
here.
silky soft.
And then you feel it, and it's so different, isn't it?
Oh, I love...
Absolutely gorgeous.
I
The
love art
gallery
gallery fabric. Gosh, this is new. We haven't done it before.
No, they're all brand new ones or they were on.
Wow.
Brand new ones.
So this one, you've got this gorgeous floral, and that's brushed. The rest of them are plain, but they are, honestly, I used to use them on when I was on Simply Sewing magazine. We featured them a lot in our projects, so I used them loads there.
I'd never used them before. I'd seen them, and I like the designs of them.
They loved them on the magazine, so quite a lot when I design projects for them, I use these. So you've got them. It's quilted weight cotton, but it's so smooth.
Yes.
And oh, look at that one. Oh, this takes me back.
I just wish we had like feely telly because people just think, oh, it's a cotton, and it's not
is
just
beautiful.
A cotton,
and I'm making a quilt using all these planes at the moment, and I've kept all of the selvages.
Yes, I do
because
as well.
Selvages are beautiful.
They're gorgeous.
And it's so. And when I get each colour out, because I've got about 10 different colours, I cut the selvage off.
Do you add a little bit of the material with it as well?
Yes. And then I'm going to do something, but yes, it is a quilt that's taken me years. Anyway, that's kind of your pinky versions. That is a beautiful pattern, $82.99. Have we got the instructions on their own? Right. Okay, so those are the kits, absolutely beautiful. So if you want to make a real proper heirloom baby kit, this is it.
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah.
If you want the instructions on their own, we have got those. Now, the printed version is $9.99. So that's the code for the printed version. And it's loads. It's got templates, everything.
Yes, templates, colouring sheets.
Colouring sheets, templates, everything. So you can work out what fabric you're going to put where. So it's a really big set of instructions. We do also have a PDF version. Now, I've just found out this morning, because we've not changed it. So there's a different slightly way of doing this, because we've only recently done our digital downloads. So now when you get your digital download, you pay for it straight away, because obviously there's no P&P, and you want to, so instead of add to basket, it will say purchase, because there's no P&P. And you want to get it straight away, you want to have it sent through you. So when you come to buy the PDF download, it will say purchase, and that means you buy it, and then it will be sent to you straight away. Right. Back to the bag.
Right.
Sandy.
Just put
So what are you sewing on now?
I'm sewing the facing onto the lining. So I've made the little tab, which is just sort of like for the popper to keep your bag in. And I've made the facings slightly longer.
So what sort of poppers did you use?
Now, I used the green machine, because I've got a green machine, so I love my green machine. So I used green machine poppers, but you could use a button, you could use a press stud, you could use
magnetic
snap, bit of Velcro.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Anything. So as
just
long
something
as
to keep that little
just
tab
something.
over.
I've sort of put in the pattern because I use green machines. That's what I've used on it. So literally, you just make a little tab in the same way that you make your bags, bag handles. But I've just neatened off that end, but not the other end. And then I've sewn on the facing. Now I always make them just slightly wider, so that when you sew it on with PU, sometimes I always find those sort of fabrics can slide a bit. So if you've got it a bit longer, you know that you've got enough there. So once you've done it, I'm just going to trim that off. Oops. Either side. And then you can't iron it, so you could use a little ruler, a little roller, to just sort of keep that up. If you did go on the back, you can sort of press it down, but because it's sort of it's bonded on the back of it, but I would still put an ironing cloth over that and then iron it if I were you. Then turn it round, and you want to put a top stitch along there just to hold this down. So you want to hold it down there, so you could put a little pin. I've got a pin in here just to hold this down, and then you want to put a top stitch along like I've done on this one here. We put the top stitch on it. So that's the one with the pockets. And now for the pocket, again, you've got full-size template for your pocket. You've got two little darts in it, so you just join them together and sew them.
See, I couldn't see on the inside that little bit.
Yes,
that's really...
So you've just got a little dart here.
Oh, that's nice.
So it's only a tiny one, but it does just give it that little bit extra. Oh, right, OK.
Just to let you know, the instructions, more if you've got in baskets than we've got left. If you want them, you need to be quick. We can't get any more today.
So literally, we just need to sew along there. Okay.
So that just gives it that little depth.
Just gives it that little
I
bit
like
here.
that. And again, this is a great learning pattern because you can use this technique then in other
For other patterns. And you, as I say, you could put this pocket on both sides if you liked it.
Yes,
Or you
that's
could
true.
put, if you thought, don't want to do that with darts and stuff, I'll just use this pocket. You can
Yeah.
use that pocket.
Perfect.
So what you do is you'd sew the darts. I won't sew it now because I've only got 2 minutes left. But we'd put these right sides together and put your darts over it. You want to sew all the way around it, apart from a little gap here. And it says it all on the template for you. So you want to leave your gap, go all the way around, make sure you do a reverse stitch either side of your opening gap. Turn it the right way out. So if we pretended that's lined now, so you've got your lined pocket already, then you would just sew up the gap here. And then because it takes it in a bit, just pin it down the side. That will go up. Pin this one along the bottom. Again, you've got all where the pocket should be, pin it down here and pin it up the side, and that just gives you a little bit of gap to get your...
Well, also, like you said, you know, you can have straight pockets, you can have those gusseted pockets, you know, you can put a zip, you do what you... It's your bag.
And then with mine, with this one, if I've done the popper here, I would just bend it over, put a mark on where I'd put the one side, and then put the popper on the other side onto your pocket. And then again, once you've finished, you would just sew those together. You've got boxed corners, so sew them both down the side, sew along the bottom, leave an opening gap in the lining, do your boxed corners, sew together here. Do exactly the same with your front. Put the
And
two
also what I
together.
like, particularly if you're a beginner, because you're kind of working on the pockets and the linings separately.
Yes.
You can then spend time. You're not trying to fiddle about with it inside the bag. You can really think about it, can't you?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And do it just as you want, you know, if you think...
Because I sometimes do, I haven't got enough time, actually.
That's right.
I can't have another zip pocket.
Well, I do sometimes. I think, do I want another zip pocket in there? No, just put a little patch pocket on it.
Well, that's brilliant.
fine.
Thank you so much, Sandy. That's been
wait.
fab. I mean, obviously, you can't go through the whole thing,
No,
but
but-
it's all in the instructions. Now, instructions. Very, very low. In fact, we've got 11 left. 11 left. And there's more of you who've got that in baskets. The instructions are not in the bundles because we know that you're going to want to make more than one of these and you'd end up with lots of instructions. So there are 11 left and we know, 10 now, more are in baskets. So be quick. Now, I'm just going to go through, we had lots of bundles. I'm going to go through the most popular ones. So the beautiful ochre single figures on this one, that makes this one. You get 2 metres of fabric in total. You won't get leopard print, you'll get the olive, but you'll get 2 metres of fabric in total. And remember, this is your water-resistant fabric. Single figures on this one. It's only $14.99, and you know that you've got the right fabric, which is brilliant. You'll need 1/2 metre of wadding as well, which we have. If you want to make the glorious green one, again, single figures on this one. How lovely is that? That's really posh, isn't it? That's like designer handbag.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
In fact, if you've got a designer handbag, just cut the label off.
That's right, and sew it
on the
inside.
outside. I do things like that.
do you? Yeah.
Or what I've done with a friend once is I traced a logo
Oh, and then just...
and embroidered it on.
You could put it in the side.
Probably not
seam as well,
supposed to
couldn't you?
do that.
Are you not?
But
No.
only for your own personal use, though. But you could cut it off, couldn't you?
You could, yeah.
Apparently can't do that either. Sorry, don't
Yeah.
don't
Don't
do
do that.
that.
Don't.
Do that.
As if we would.
I wouldn't. Don't do that. It's really bad. Right. So that's the lovely gold green metallic and the turquoise, and then we have the berry.
I like that. I love that
Super
one.
popular. This one. Look at that lovely berry metallic.
I'd like to make a skirt out of that.
Yes, I would. Yes. A pinafore.
Oh, yes.
Wonder how stiff it would be.
It's quite soft. I think you could
Is
do
it?
it. Yeah.
It'd be all right, though.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's got the berry, the lighter berry. So that's berry and berry.
Berry and berry. Very
Gorgeous, that one. Down to single figures on that one as well. And then the last one that I'm going to recap is the pink one. Couldn't remember which one I'd done. So you know the little one? Look. But you can make a big one as well, but that's just what that's what it looks like. And you've got that gorgeous, and when you get it home, you're going to love this. It is so soft. It's like that, what is it? Is it like, it's not a suede, isn't it?
No,
Micro something.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's very strokeable
Yeah,
material.
it's very
isn't it?
strokeable.
Yes,
There's a name for it, but it's just very soft.
Yes.
And then you have, and it comes with the lavender lining and the white as well. That's $14.99. Now, you will also need 1/2 metre of wadding, which we luckily have. And Sandy has chosen exactly the right wadding for you. Polyester wadding, you need to have quite a decent loft on it. And you only need 1/2 metre, so just put 1 unit. And the great thing about polyester wadding is only $4.99 for 1/2 metre. So do get that. Now, obviously, you might have bought more bundles. This is enough for 1 bag. So if you're going to make more than 1, if you've bought more bundles, then do buy more, because this is enough for 1, because Sandy's put more than 1 layer in.
That's enough for 3 layers.
Right, and that's enough for 3 layers, which you might need.
Yes.
Phew. Right, so we're going to see you back in an hour.
Well, yes, I'm going to go and have a
That
coffee now.
amazing
Which
quilt.
is beautiful, isn't it? It's
I love
absolutely
that.
Stunning.
I love the dark triangles with the light print triangles.
Yeah.
It works really well.
And
doesn't it?
this is such a beginner-friendly quilt.
Oh,
but
is
could
it?
you imagine telling somebody this is the first quilt I'm
Oh, I know, right. So
Can't
if
believe
this
you.
is your first quilt, if your New Year's resolution
is to quilt, start with
this is the one to do.
It's a stunning quilt to do.
It is beautiful. It's already available and selling on pre-order. You just need to go on to Watch Live, and you need to go on to Coming Up on Today's Show, so you can get ahead and buy the kit. Right, talking about getting... So we'll see you back here in an hour. Go and have a cup of coffee.
Go and have a coffee, thank you.
I'm going to have a 3-minute break, and Delphine will be back with us in 3 minutes. Look at this, it's the Puffin. So many of these have been flying out on pre-order. Get yours in the break. You can buy the instructions on their own. You can buy the full kit, which this colourway, which is the Cave the Warms. But there's also a full kit using the Cave Cools, like the blues and the greens. And that's the colour, if you can't decide, but Delphine will be demonstrating in the cooler colour. However, I just want to warn you, are very low on stock for all, because weirdly, the instructions on both kits are selling out equally popular. I know, all equal, but and the instructions on their own as well. I don't want you to miss out, so please be very quick. And I will see you back here in 3 minutes' time, where Delphine is going to show us her puffins.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So it's finally here. It's Puffin Hour. Puffin Hour.
Puffin.
Sounds like something on Radio 4, doesn't it? Puffin Hour. This is fabulous. So, Delphine, before we go into the bundles, why did you do puffins?
I don't know. I just thought I haven't done them yet.
I know. And why haven't you done them yet? They're so lovely.
I don't know. And then and also the cave fabric. You know, it
does
itself to everything like that. So.
What I want to know is, what is that puffin saying to that puffin?
How are you doing?
I think he's like disdainfully looking at him. Like, sorry, did you say something? Or what are you doing?
Yeah, or like looking, getting into mischief. Maybe.
He's got that look of like...
Yeah. Looking down on him.
Yes, I just wonder when you designed them, because it must have been quite, you know, when you've got to decide how you're going to do them and how they sort of sit next to each other.
Yeah, and also you said earlier on about if you wanted to make it into a quilt block as well, you could just repeat them, but just have them facing the other way.
Oh, yeah, you could, couldn't you? So all these, it would look amazing. Now, these have been so popular, I'm not surprised. Got loads, we have got lots of stock, because we knew they're going to be popular. So we'll go through all the kits, and then we can get on to the demo. Now, this is the colourway that I'm holding here. Let me show you what you get. You get full instructions. Puffins, Clowns of the Sea. Let me just put my cushion up. Right, there we go. Right, so you get the full instructions in your kit, which, as always with Delphine's, really easy to understand. Oh, let me just move my cushion out of the way. Oh, right, so full instructions, you've got all of the step-by-steps, exactly how to make it, how to do it, and then you've got the picture at the end, always good to have a picture. And then there's the drawing, so you know the placement, and then you've got full-size templates. So if you do your cushion, that's great, because all of that comes in your kit. But if you wanted to do a whole quilt, you've got your puffins, you can flip them, you can have them go in different ways. It's fab, isn't it? Delphine's going to be showing us in a moment. If you've done Delphine's designs before, you will understand how it works with all the different colours and the overlap bit. But if you haven't, she's going to explain it. So Norma says, I think he's saying, oh, do keep up. I know, he's definitely saying something quite critical, isn't he? Oh, do keep up. Yes, I like that one. Yes, or did you say something? Well, I think you'll find this is my rock.
Yes.
Right, half of the stock has gone of this kit. So you get the full instructions with all the templates. Do keep these because they're the sort of thing that when you've made one, you'll want to make another one. Now, you get a 1/2 metre of, I think that's vanilla. But that's for the background fabric, and it's enough for the front and the back of the cushion. Then, oh, it's cream. God, I'm rubbish at codes. I thought it was vanilla. Then you get this Cave charm pack. Now, you get 40 charm squares. Will you have leftovers?
Loads, yeah.
Wow.
Loads.
So you've got all of these charm squares. Now, with yours, you've put these flappy things around the edge.
Yeah, my prairie points.
Prairie points. I love them. But you could put them all the way around if you wanted. There's enough fabric. Because they're lovely. I think they're nicer than a pom-pom.
And even, you know, not just for the prairie points, but you could even have enough left over to do a pieced backing if you wanted to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, it goes a long way, that charm pack, a long way.
So you could, use that for the back. You've got enough fabric for the back. You could put prairie points all around the way outside. Or you could just use your own plain fabric to make another one. Mm-hmm. And this fabric is gorgeous. It's all Cave. It's all these hot colours. Look. If only puffins were this colour in real life.
I know. Well, they are very colourful, aren't they?
Well, yeah, their beaks are amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? So you've got all of these colours, and you can then obviously go through and pick which ones you're going to use where. We'll be talking in a minute with Delphine about how she chooses which goes where. So, from the designer herself. 42 pieces. Now, this is the colourway, obviously, that the sample is made up in. If you want this colourway, you need to be quick about it. Loads and loads of you've got it in your basket. Probably waiting to see the other colourway as well. So be quick about it. But that is the, what do we call it, hot pink. Right. There's also another colourway. Now, obviously, you get full instructions in this. You get the templates. Super, super popular. This is the one that Delphine will be demonstrating with, so you'll be able to see what it looks like. So you get the cream, this one's ivory background fabric, and then this is the charm pack. And remember, you get 42 pieces in here. So these are the colours. We're talking blues and greens, cool colourways. You will have more than enough, so you can piece together. If you sew them together, you can make the whole back in this, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Aren't they gorgeous? So it's all these sort of cool blues and greens. So it depends whether you want blue and green puffins or red and orange puffins. But you will have more than enough here. And Delphine will be demoing this, so you'll see what it looks like when it's all in action. That's lovely, isn't it? Quite nice to go through them and choose, go, oh, that would be nice for a beak or something. So that's all of those colourways. So do check out on these. Really, really don't want you to miss out. Now, more and more of these. This one, we've got more stock of this one at the moment, but that's because you've only seen this one. When you see this one demo, I think they'll be neck and neck. Right. I need to just recap this one because you guys are checking out very, very fast on this one, and I don't want you to miss out. And it's a great way to get yourself the whole charm pack, and it just works beautifully because for this sort of design, you need these little pieces. You don't want the big pieces, and having the choice of colours and prints is so lovely because that's how Delphine's designs work so well, because it's all these prints and colours and all overlapped onto each other. That's the colourway that's in the cushion that's made up. Please do check out on that one if you want it. Remember, there's enough fabric for you to put the backing in the Cave, or you can have the backing in the cream. Right. Now, if you want the instructions on their own because you want to use your own fabric, because you might do, you might want a different sort of puffin. You might want to just do a completely realistic puffin, or a spotty puffin, or a liberty puffin, or a denim puffin. It could be anything, couldn't it? Anyway, if you want the instructions on their own, the physical instructions, now everything that you need is in here. You've got all of the template pieces that you will need. Once you see Delphine demonstrating, it will make perfect sense exactly how to do it. But everything is in here. It tells you how to do it. It even tells you how to do the prairie points as well. Tracy says, hi all, puffin, bags, mats, curtains, covers and cushions for my newly tidied craft room will look fab. They will. And you can use these to do everything. You can puffin everything. You can puffin it all up. You know, because if you didn't want to make a cushion, you could make this into a bag instead to make a great tote bag, wouldn't it? Be fabulous. Now, so that's the printed version, obviously. Now, if you want to going straight away and you want the download, the PDF, obviously you will need to print that at home. Some people prefer to print at home. Other people want to have it sent to them. So, when you click on it on the website, with the PDF download, the button looks slightly different. You see there, it's in pink. It says purchase. And the reason for that is because obviously we don't charge you P&P. And you want to have it straight away. You don't want to wait till midnight. So we've changed it now. It says purchase. So when you go to the PDF download, you click on that and you get charged straight away. And then it will be sent straight to your inbox. And then you can start making it tonight. I mean, it won't be like, wait a few minutes, obviously. But that means you can get started straight away and you can print it all off at home. The only thing you can't do, you can't purchase the digital downloads on the app. And you can't return digital downloads. Not sure how you would anyway. Because it's going to be quite hard to send it back again. You wouldn't be able to do that. So that's how it works. Anyway, so those are your options. You've either got the hot pink version, the blues and the greens, the instructions on their own, or the PDF. Right, Delphine.
Hello.
Where do we start?
Well, a bit of Bondweb.
Bit of Bondweb. So we need Bondweb.
So can I borrow one of the instructions?
You can. How much Bondweb do you need?
Not an awful lot. Really.
Not loads?
No, not really. But then for my last one is on Thursday. You will need Bondweb for then as well. So
okay.
Anyway.
Right.
So with the instructions, so whenever I make something, you probably do the same actually. So this is actually the prototype. It's the first one I made.
Okay.
So sometimes I do adapt the pattern ever so slightly.
Yes.
Because obviously I think, something doesn't work. So what we've done is we've done full-size templates. So we've given you the layout guide here, and then we've given you full-size templates. So when you come, because obviously the bigger puffin doesn't quite sit on an A4 piece of paper, so that's why we've even put the attachment there. That's why we've added them here as well. So we've given you absolutely everything. So rather than if you're fairly new to doing applique and you're not sure about all the different colours, we've even separated them all down here.
Nice.
We've done everything.
Okay, so to make it a lot easier.
To make it look a lot easier. And obviously you can see on his face, the face part isn't actually applique, that's actually the background fabric coming through.
Oh, wow.
So you haven't got to cut out that piece, if that makes sense, because it's cream.
Yes, I can see what you mean. Yeah. So his face is there.
So if you were to, say, for example, trace directly from the full-size template.
So to start with, we've got to trace all of these pieces.
Yeah. So
around the different coloured lines.
And anything that's got like the little dash marks.
Yeah.
That indicates that sits underneath another piece.
Right.
So for example, if I'm going to trace, so again, always tracing on the glue side of the Bondweb, otherwise it will be reversed.
So if you do want to reverse them,
you just trace it on the other side.
And just do it on the other side. Okay.
So just show you how to. So again, because that had dash marks there, I still want to trace that bit because that will sit underneath another bit. So again, I'm not being too careful.
So you just trace every single piece?
Trace every single piece, So for example, you just, as you can see, you don't need that much Bondweb. So you just trace every single piece, including the dash marks. So once you've done that, you're going to cut out your fabric, you cut out the Bondweb. So a lot of people, when I teach workshops, etc., people will be spending ages cutting round every single tiny little bit to make that perfect. They'll be going round, but there's no point doing that at this stage because you'll be doing it twice.
Okay, so just cut roughly.
So just roughly cut it out like that, and then stick it onto your chosen fabrics, and then take your time to cut them out nice and tidily. I know it's something I go over each time, but it's amazing.
No. Well, we have new people all the time.
Exactly.
So do you have to label them so you remember what's what, or do you just...
I don't, but you can do. You're fairly new.
So you could label these on the pattern if you weren't sure.
And then once you've done that, you just choose your fabrics. And
right, so that's what I want to... How do you choose? Because, you've got to think of, like, my mindset, where I'm not very good at... fabrics and
So
colours, whereas you'd know instinctively.
Yeah, so these, so for example, if we just have a look at a pile of, so for example, some of the oranges, I'm thinking I've used those for, say, the feet.
Oh, okay.
You know, and they're quite brightly coloured beaks, so making sure you use a different colour and a different texture, a different pattern.
Okay.
And so, and also you can fussy cut a lot for the eyes, for example. This is in both. This is the colourway I'm going to demo. You know, so for the eyes, you've got all these patterns.
So don't just do it. Think about.
Yeah,
what you're
think
gonna
about
put
all the
there.
different placements, and you know they've got that bright blue bit on the beak there. So you know I'm looking at the different pattern, looking at the different textures. So I'm not just sticking it on any old fabric.
Think about it.
And in both colourways, you do have a black fabric, which I've used for the wings, or you could even use a bit of this. You see how all these different patterns. So for example, for the top of the head. You know, I'll do a tiny pattern piece using that curve.
Okay, no, that
so
makes
it's
sense.
so it's really, really good fun project to do. Especially these charm packs are absolutely perfect for these type of projects because it gives you so many different options. I mean, look at how much fabric I've got left, and I've already cut it out.
Oh, okay.
I've got
So
loads.
the cool blue that Delphine's holding now, that's the one that's on the screen
And I've got
on the
loads of it.
graphics at the moment.
So, and I've already cut my puffin out ready. So
Right, so that's all what you're getting left.
Yeah.
So have a think then about what bit's going to go where.
Yeah.
Before you do it. Okay.
And then, so what we'll do then, can I grab the millwood mat? Is that over there? So I'm going to build it all up on the mat. So what we can do is that we'll build...
Do you want that on the ironing board?
Yes, please. Have we got one? Unlike me, where I usually just do it directly onto the...
There you go.
I'll use this one because you'll be able to see it better than mine. Mine's just a photocopy, whereas this is proper. So what we're going to do, you can do this directly onto your fabric using the placement guide because you've got loads of placement guides in there, so you literally cannot go wrong. Or
Okay, so what you can do is just get your piece of cotton fabric.
Yeah.
Because you get enough in the kit to do that.
yeah,
If you've got, so this applique mat, that means that you can stick it all together in advance.
yeah. So I've got them in this little thing.
And if you haven't got one of these, then you've got to stick them directly onto the fabric.
Yeah.
Right.
But you can do either. So what we're going to do is just slowly build it up. So it's quite. You'll see as well that it comes together really quickly. It's a nice, easy project to do. It's it's quite fun to do.
How do you know what order to do it in?
Because you'll see the dash marks. They're the ones that that's underneath.
Right. Okay. So other than that, you can put it on in any order.
Put it on in any way you like. Yeah. So I'm just going to slowly build it up and, having fun with all these lovely bright coloured prints. And
do check out if you've got any of the bundles in your basket because it's very busy. The sample is made from the hot pinks. So do check out on that one. The one that Delphine's using at the moment is the one that's in the blues and greens. Okay. Oh, so I mean, like that, you've really thought about where that's going to go and how that works with the big flower.
Yeah, it's just a matter of having fun with it,
Well, I guess also you've got quite a lot. So if you did one and when you put it all together, you went, oh, it doesn't work.
Yeah, you just cut out another piece. Yeah, so that piece is where that dash mark is. So that's where I'm going to.
Okay. So if you're using your fabric, then you just place them onto the fabric and stick it into place.
I mean, you could. This pattern will show through the fabric anyway.
Yeah. When I did your cow, I traced that pattern onto my fabric with a friction pen, and I placed it exactly where you told me to, and then I just ironed it on. I didn't do any of this guesswork.
No, you just follow it,
Exactly.
That's
so
a
I
good
traced,
idea.
because if you put the cotton fabric on this pattern with a friction pen, you can just trace over it. Then you can put these pieces exactly on top.
Where they should be, yeah.
Because I didn't want it to be different. I wanted it to be exactly the same.
Yeah, you did it in denim, didn't you?
I did. I did one in Cape and one in denim. Looked amazing.
Oh, wow.
Look, so orange feet, that's a really good. And I like this. This actually looks feathery as well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's just having. So even though this is the blue colourway, the dark, it's still got loads of these hot, rich colours.
I know. Cave can't even when he tries to go blue. He can't.
He can't. No.
But this is quite nice. The bit of choosing what's going to go where.
Yeah, and that's what makes. Even though everyone, if you're buying the kit, everyone's is going to look a bit different, so no one's is going to look the same. So I'm just...
So the point of using the mat is just so that you stick them all together in one place?
Yeah.
And because you can see through?
I won't stick the eyes on now because that won't stick to anything because that's a separate piece. So I'll do that after I've lifted it off.
Oh, so this is where you've chosen like a blacker one for the wing?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, is that going to come off? I want to need your pressing skills. Stick that down for me, my lovely. So where's my beak? That's the other beak. Don't need that one yet. That's the other feet. So then there's these. This is what I was saying earlier about these little blue bits. They really owe themselves to, you can add all these extra little features on. It's all sticking to my hands. So that bit will go there. I have another little orangey bit somewhere. Thank you, my lovely. And that, I really like that, the feathers on that bit. I know.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, that looks really nice. And I guess you see, because your bond web is see-through, you can then put it onto the fabric and see where it's actually going.
Yeah. And then I'm going to stick that bit on there. And then to finish, I'm going to add this little, and then I'll add the eyes on afterwards.
What about that bit?
That's just the way it's shifted a bit.
Oh, okay. I thought you had two.
So it's just moved. It's moved, you see.
I don't get what you mean. But then it doesn't matter, does it? Because although unless it's me, and it's got to be exactly the same, it can be slightly different.
Yes, but that will. Let me just. And there we go. So there's your first one. So we'll iron that one on now. And mustn't lose any of those pieces. And then what we'll do, we'll press that.
Okay.
Nice and hot. You want to make sure, whenever you do this type of plique work, you want to make sure that you're using a really, really hot iron. Make sure all those pieces stick together.
This is the Tulip Pink mini iron, $89.99. It's only been in for a while. Well, we had it in and then it sold out. We had to wait to get it back in again. It's fab because it's got an LED light on it so you can see where you're going.
Yeah.
You can iron in the dark.
Yeah.
Should that be something you want to do?
It's a very nice colour, very trendy iron, isn't it?
I do like the light on it.
There we are. Oh, I love these applique mats because they get so hot.
Yeah, they do. Message, morning girls, I think the forward-facing Puffin is saying, what do you mean I've put a bit of weight on? Rude. Beautiful colours used, Elfie, from Yvonne in Bedfordshire. Oh, I love that. Because he definitely is saying something. Yeah, what do you mean I've put some weight on? Karen says it's John and Stuart comparing shirts.
That's good.
Yeah,
I like that.
I like my shirt more than yours. Or maybe it's just going, That's brilliant.
So now I'll finish building up.
So that's Puffin number one. So if you're using an applique mat, when you've done this, it all sticks together, but it's still sticky. It's the weirdest thing. Don't know how that works.
And I didn't quite stick.
Then you can put it on your fabric, or you can just trace the design onto your fabric and then stick it all on.
Yeah. So that's that bit that I pulled off. There we go. And now I've got to give it an eye.
Right. I'll press this back on for you.
Thank you, my lovely.
This is the best bit. I love this bit where you put it all on.
I'll give it an eye. Let me just find its eye now. I've got a little circle.
Oh, I saw that.
I've got little bits here and there. This is what happens when you TV sewing.
There we go.
Yeah, choose one. Doesn't matter
Let's
which
have
one.
that one, have that one. Oh, I quite like this. Like you say, if you look at the prints while you're doing them, you can choose something that's like a little circle.
That's what's so great about using charm packs, because there's so many different patterns.
Does that overlap that slightly?
Yeah, that'll do. On the corner. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, perfect.
Is that
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
See, you're not as fussy because you were an artist. I'm a bit fussier. I want mine to be perfect and the same as yours. But you just go, oh, no, that's fine.
I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
But I'd go, oh, no, is that exactly, or does it need to be 2 millimetres to the left?
Yeah, I probably could have moved that over a little bit, but
It's stuck now.
stuck now, isn't it?
And it's great because you've got all of this choice. And that's what you need. You need all these fabrics, don't you?
But what I could do, if you're
Oh, so if you get a bit that's not filled in, you can just create another bit. Yeah, see, I wouldn't have thought that. I'd have gone, oh, that's moved. I'm
Yeah, so we
annoyed
can-
about that.
So what we'll do is cut that little bit off.
Oh, okay. And then press that onto another.
Yeah, and then find the fabric. Press it onto there.
Okay.
There we are.
And then cut it out.
And then cut it out, and then you stick it on.
I'm now at a Delphine workshop. It's brilliant. For free.
Showing you all my little tricks.
Yeah, this is my free workshop. The Millwood cutting mats, fuser mat is currently out of stock that Delphine's using. But we will be getting more back in. Right, there we go. I'll scrape
Peel the
it
back off.
and then you can put it on. So is this what they do in your workshops then?
What if something goes wrong? Or not wrong, but yeah.
Yeah. But they just get to sit and do this.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to come. When's the next one?
Oh, it won't be to the new year now.
Right, where did that go then?
So, yeah, it's like curve it. Yeah,
Like that?
yeah.
That's magic. So if something moves, you can just fill it in.
Yeah,
Look at that. Genius.
genius. There you go.
Right, so just recap the bundles. So the red, but the hot pink bundle, which is this one, it's the most popular at the moment, but that's probably because we've got the sample made out of it, and you always need to see, don't you? Your full instructions, we've got all the templates and everything. You get 1/2 metre of cream, which is used for the front and the back of the cushion, and then you get 42 K-facet charm squares, which is enough for both puffins. You can put prairie points all the way around, and if you want, you can also piece them together and use those for the cushion back, actually. There's so much fabric. I mean, you could actually make 2 cushions. You might have to use your own fabric for the back, but you could make 2 cushions because you could use this 1/2 metre for the front of the 2 cushions, use your own fabric for the back, and then look, there's enough of the cave to do 4 puffins. So you can make 2 cushions.
So easily, yeah.
Even better. £29.97. That's a bit of a bargain, isn't it? You're getting all of the cave fabric, you're getting 1/2 metre of cream, and you're getting the full instructions. Fabulous. Do check out. There are loads of you with that in baskets. You need to get that puffin in your life. Because when the cave has gone, it's gone. We did get a lot of stocking because we knew it was going to be popular, but I don't want you to miss out. Now, if you want cooler puffins, which is the one that Delphine's working on, obviously you get the full instructions. You get a 1/2 metre of ivory, and then you get the 42 squares. Remember, you've got enough to make 2 cushions here if you use your own fabric for the back. Why not? I'd make 2. Full instructions, even instructions of how to do the prairie points, and there's enough fabric to put them all the way around the edge. Or not at all. It's up to you. But so those are the instructions. Now, if you want just the instructions on their own, physical copy like this printed for you, which has got all the walkthrough photos, explains exactly how to do it. Always nice to have a good picture at the end so that you can place yours perfectly. Then there's the layout photo. There's the diagrams that you use to trace, and then you can also use that to trace onto your fabric if you want to get it perfectly placed, and then all the other templates needed for the head and the feet as well. £9.99. Now we also do a PDF version which you can download and print at home and have within a matter of minutes. The difference with this is obviously you don't add it to your basket because you want it straight away and you don't want to pay P&P. So we do it when you go onto the website to do it, it will just say purchase. When you phone up on the phone line, obviously you'll need to use that code or tell them that you want the PDF, and they'll need to know your email address to do that. Only click it once. Be careful. If you keep clicking it, you'll have loads of them. So just click it once. Just click it once. Right. Okay, Delphine, what are you doing now then?
So I'm just going to show you about building up my next puffin.
Okay.
So I'll just show you right from the beginning. So I've just been peeling all the bits and pieces off. So what we're going to do, so that's his head. So I have to move this over slightly so you can see. So that's his little head piece. And then again, I really like the flowers, so I've had a bit of a play with the flowers on this one. There we go. Get that stuck on there. So again, I've been using the bit of the black for the wings. Using those big flower patterns. And then this is a feather. Now, one thing that you'll notice on the pictures in comparison to this is that I took out one of the feathers from this side because I just didn't think it owed. I think I was making you do too many pieces. So I simplified it ever so slightly.
Oh, okay.
So go with the pattern. There we go. Because I didn't want you to have to fiddle around with lots of different pieces. So that's that one.
Oh, and you've used the same fabric for its legs as the other one.
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, so I did.
I was going to say, and now that's obviously intentional, but it wasn't.
No. I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, what you have to think, Delphine, is look, not everyone is instinctively just go, oh, that's right. We have to think about, really know what to use.
Yeah.
So you just instinctively go, oh, yeah, that'll work, that'll work, that'll work. But I'd have to know what would work.
I make it up half the time.
I know, but that's because you've got that. That's because you've drawn it and you've got all that colour. But if I do it, I'd be going, now what colour did she use exactly for that?
So
But you did use orange feet.
I did use orange feet, yeah. And obviously, if you want the pattern bit for that one, it's on the next page.
Yes.
Which is why you think, oh, she's only given me half a pattern. They're not, it's on the next page. So, and I've used these bright red bits to go underneath the feet as well.
I like his pink feet.
They're cute, aren't they?
They're really cute. Oh, because the other Puffin's just got side feet,
Yeah.
whereas this one's got full feet.
You've got full feet.
Full feet.
There we are.
So did you choose pink specifically for that?
I just thought I was just going through the fabrics and I just like that flower.
Okay. But as in you've chosen something that sort of blends with
it, yeah.
rather than like really stands out.
Yeah.
And I guess the thing is, by using one charm pack, you know the colours go together anyway.
You sound
So
like
you
a really
haven't got-
posh accent then. Charm park.
Charm pack. Charm pack. Charm pack. You know those colours are going to go together anyway.
Yeah.
So you haven't got to think too much about them. That they won't. That's why I like, when I make a quilt or something, I like using fabrics from the same range because you know someone else has done the work for you.
Yeah, that's it. It's
But when you're trying to choose them yourself, it's a bit like knitting a jumper and then choosing a new colourway and you think, oh, no idea. Because you don't want to commit to knitting it if it doesn't work. But if someone else has chosen the colours for you, you know it's going to work.
it makes it easier, yeah.
Right, that is the eye for later.
That's the eye for
I'll
later.
keep those.
You keep an eye on the eyes.
I'm going to keep an eye on the eyes because they'll float off.
I reckon that bit might.
It's the sort of thing you'd lose this on the carpet, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Months later, you'd find that eye.
That's when it's when I teach workshops and say, for example, I'm doing, you know, say for a Highland Cow one or something like that. You know, it's funny, you'll have a group full of, you know, people there, and you always hear someone say, oh, I've lost my nostrils, oh, I've lost my horn, lost my ears. And then you'll find it stick to it, and they're clearing up, and they'll be like, that's where
And it's really annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
It happens to me all the time. You should keep them all in a little plastic box somewhere else that doesn't, with the lid on.
Yeah, they'll still go missing though. It's usually here. I'm amazed that I've got even all my pieces.
You have as well.
Yeah, it's not usually like me,
Even
is
the
it?
eyes. Well, I'm surprised you have because there's some of these. Well, the eyes are little.
Tiny little pieces. Yeah, there we are. Put that there. Well, the head bit might fall off because I don't think that sticks to anything else. But we shall see.
So, do you do it this method, stick it onto there just so you can see the lines underneath?
Yeah, yeah. That's that bit. It just gives you an idea of how everything goes together. But like I said, you can just put it underneath your fabric if you want.
Yeah, no, I did. I just traced it. In fact, I did it once with a light box and just ran the iron really quickly over it and hoped it didn't burn my light box.
You ironed your light box?
Just really quickly.
I iron my cutting mat all the time, but yeah, not my light box.
Well, I had the design on a light box. You know,
Oh, I see,
And I
yeah.
put them all on. Just really quickly.
You are funny.
I know, but I was thinking, I've laid it all on here now, and so I need the falling puffin.
There we go.
Oh, right.
Ready for the eyes?
Yep. Sorry, the puffin cushion. There we go.
See, really colourful, this colourway as well, isn't it?
It's lovely, actually. Although it's like blues and greens, it's really colourful.
There we are.
Gorgeous. I like this one. He looks like he's got a little cap on.
Doesn't he? There must be an aircraft really, really low over the building.
Really?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear something. I've got things in my ears, though.
Yeah.
I can just constantly hear buzzing, you see. That's just Hannah.
And there we are. There's our puffins.
There they are. Fabulous.
So blue puffins and pink puffins.
They are gorgeous.
So I hope that's given you an idea of like how
Yes.
to play around with different.
Yes.
So, and then to sew it down, my go-to every time is always my number 43 on the blanket stitch. What's your? Because you must know this machine. Like
Yeah,
me,
I think it is. Or 44. There's two, aren't there?
Yeah. 43.
43, I think.
So if you have the 720 Pro
Yeah.
at home, mode 2.
I think, yeah,
number
because I
43.
think there's 3 blanket stitches, aren't there?
There's quite a few.
Yeah, I think 40. And then what I should do is write down, there's like a specific number that I like as well. You know, the width and the length.
Yes.
Never
yeah.
remember what that is. So you do it with the wadding now?
Yeah.
Right.
I'll do it with the wadding now.
So we're quilting and sewing at the same time?
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Saves time.
So so what sort of wadding would you use?
I'm an 80-20 person.
Right.
Yeah, but you can use H640.
Okay.
If you were going to do a lot of the quilting that I've done on that one, I definitely recommend you use like an 80-20 or a bamboo blend, not necessarily the H640. So if you were just going to do the applique itself and then that's it, then that's absolutely fine.
But half a metre will be absolutely fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I see what you mean, that if you're going to do lots of free motion quilting, then don't use the H640.
No.
Now, luckily, Delphine has written a free motion quilting masterclass, which is very useful of you.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So, if you don't know how to do free motion quilting, she explains exactly how to do it. I mean, you don't have to. In fact, you don't have to do any quilting. You can just sew these puffins on.
So sew them on and then that's it.
But if you look at, let me show you really closely, look, you see, on this puffin cushion, Delphine's done beautiful free motion through the centre of the puffin. You've done like pebbles on the bottom.
Yeah.
you've got like bigger pebbles on the bottom. And it's really created that look. And then can you see this side where you've got almost like branches or waves? But that's entirely up to you, how much
Completely
quilting
up to
you do.
And if you want to do any of those techniques, all of those techniques are in those instructions.
Right, okay. So if you want to have a go, and the good thing is about this, it's a cushion. You know, it's not a whole quilt. This is a really good space for you to have a go.
Yeah.
Rather than doing like this, a whole quilt, and committing to that. It's a good space. So these instructions, which are available as printed, or obviously PDF, but there's a lot of information here. Not only that, you've also put patterns inside. So like the pattern, there's the pattern for the rocks on the bottom. And that's the pattern for the background.
Yep.
So it's got lots of free motion quilting patterns. So if you've always wanted to have a go at free motion quilting, everything you need to know is in Delphine's instructions. It's also available as a PDF download. So if you want to get started straight away, you can download the PDF for the Puffin and the free motion, and you can start now, as long as you've got a bit of Bondo web and a bit of fabric. Right, show me how to do it then.
What, the quilting?
So do you do the applique first?
I'll do the applique
Right,
first.
okay.
If I just do one bit, so just to show as I go round. So ideally with a matching thread, or you can use a variegated thread. So what you're going to do is just go around the raw edge of each piece.
So I guess you could use a zigzag or a buttonhole or a space stitch.
Yep.
And I guess the great thing, because you've pressed it all into place, the design work's done now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a matter of finishing now, how you finish it. So whenever you do applique, if you can, if your machine allows you to, always try and keep the needle in the down position for when you turn your fabric.
Okay, and do you go round like one whole piece at a time?
Yeah, all the raw edges. I mean, even though I've used a white thread, it's not really standing out, which is quite good, because I have shortened the stitch as well. So I try and go as small as I dare, really, when it comes to doing the applique work.
Okay.
So I don't really want my stitches to be seen. But that's just, that can be a preference, you know, everyone's different.
Yeah, I suppose is it because you want the fabric to stand out more.
So that's an example of as you go round or your applique.
Yeah. Can we have a look at that? Okay. So you just go round, and it's nice because it's like quilt as you go, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all happening at the same time.
So obviously it's not TV sewing's never as tidy. Sorry, my love. But it's yeah. So you just go around all your raw edges.
Right. Okay.
And then you can start having fun with quilting it then.
Go on, show us then.
Right. Let me quickly change my foot. So you do need a free motion foot. Make sure it's suitable to your machine.
So your manual will tell you this, because I know when you first start this, you're like, I've no idea. I had to go on a whole 3-day course to learn this, because I just wasn't brave enough.
What, free motion?
Yes. 3 days I did.
Did you?
But, yeah, I didn't. Well, you hadn't written the masterclass when I went on that course, you see. I met you. I had a lovely weekend, though. The machine that Delphine's using is our lovely 720 Pro. So you need to use a free motion foot, and you need to lower the feed dogs. Or if you do the course that I did with Poppy Treff Rice, she just takes the feet off completely. Nothing.
Yeah, a lot of people do, yeah.
But depends on your machine, let's be honest. And I've tried all different sorts. If your machine's got free motion feet, it's a lot better. And lower the feed dogs, which your manual will tell you how to do.
So I've dropped the feed dogs. I've gone back to just a normal straight stitch. This machine knows it's in free motion mode now.
Right.
But I always start off with some stitches off the fabric first, and then just give that a check. Just make sure it's not got any eyelashes or anything like that are bunching up, and I'm quite happy with that.
Okay.
So I'll do
this is a scary bit now.
So I'll do the feathers first. So it's going forward and back.
So I guess you've got to think about vaguely what design. So for this one,
Yeah.
you just do like straight lines.
Yeah, just straight lines, like, so almost like echo quilting.
I mean, you don't have to do this. You could just leave it. You could just applique them on and not do the quilting.
Yeah.
It's probably worth having a little go because it is great.
Yeah, so it's given it like that feather effect on its tummy.
Yeah.
So I'll do this one's tummy as well. Fabric's coming undone because I haven't sewn it.
You will have appliqued all of yours on by now.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. So because when I did my workshop, you were supposed to do like this, I actually drew my lines on.
You can draw your lines up. Yeah.
I think to start with, if you've never done this before, if you draw them on with a friction pen, you can iron them off. It just gives you some...
Gives you a bit of guidance.
But you're really good at this, so you know what you're doing.
But you can just, like you say, you know, sometimes I'll do it just to get the idea of the scale.
Well, I guess you could,
Stitches,
because with yours, you've got the lines sort of radiating out from the centre. You could draw the sort of the vague direction.
And like I said, this would be a lot tidier if I'd already done all the sewing.
Yes,
it's only because I'm just doing it a quick demo.
But if you are new to free motion quilting, I would really recommend you buy the masterclass instructions. It's cheaper than the 3-day course that I've done.
Yeah.
Have a lovely time there. Yeah, in fact, if you could do a 3-day course in a barn in Devon, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
I had a lovely time, so you could do that. I'll come.
I do free motion courses, but mine are only a day.
No, I want 3 days in a farmhouse in Devon.
I'm just happy with the farmhouse in Devon. So let's give that a press. Because obviously at home I would have sewn all that down, which is why it's looking like that. But as you can see...
See, that's fab. Let me show you, now you're right close up. I'll put that cushion in there. See, look, once you've actually sewn it all down before. See, look at the difference. So what you could do, this is me, I would draw the line, some of the lines, just to help me.
Yeah.
So you, because you're an artist,
just sort
you
of
can
go
do
with
that.
it.
You're like painting with your sewing machine.
Yeah,
I'd need a bit of help with that.
And the same with the circles. I just use this very light variegated thread to do the stones.
Oh, okay. This is the hot puffin. Hot puffin.
Hot puffin.
Yeah, that's cool puffin.
Cool puffin and hot puffin.
Hot
I like
puffin.
it.
So how do you do these then?
I'll show you.
Brilliant. But you don't have to free motion. This is like taking it up. This is decoration. You could just leave it as it is. When I did my cows, I didn't free motion because I thought, oh, yeah, you want to ruin it.
So you do one circle and then one to the next. The thing about doing free motion, especially this pattern, is that you need to, it's like driving a car, you need to look where you're going, not where you've been.
Okay.
So you're always thinking one step ahead. And if you're not sure, what you don't want to do is keep stopping. If you keep stopping, sometimes your stitches can jump. But if you just take your time, and even if you're not sure about where to go, there's nothing wrong with just staying in one spot.
Oh, okay, so just think about the next circle.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
Oh, that's fab.
It's just really, really, really simple, really effective. You're just drawing circles, but then, you know, you do one, stop, then do the next, and then stop.
Oh, okay.
So
just stop with the needle down and think.
Yeah.
But don't cut it or anything.
No, yeah, don't cut it. So that's how we do those. And then the other bit's just like going wiggly around.
But you know what? Even if you didn't do the free motion, if you just applique these on, it'd be absolutely fine.
It would be beautiful, yeah. And then obviously the prairie points. I can show you how to
Oh,
do
yes,
those.
do that. And if, you know, or get another piece of fabric and wadding and have a little practice before you commit.
Yeah.
If you've not done it before. Do you want this back?
Not moment,
Right.
no. So if I move that out.
Oh, let me just show it one more time. So you can, because now you can actually see what the colourway looks like. Obviously, it hasn't had all the quilting and everything, but that's what it will look like in the cools. So it's just a bit more bluey purpley.
Like you say, hot puffin, cool puffin.
Yeah. you want to be the cool puffin or the hot puffin?
I'll be the hot puffin.
I quite like being the cool puffin.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah, we could be friends.
Hot puffin and cool puffin.
He's probably saying that to them. So you think you're a hot puffin?
Yeah. So with these...
Right, prairie points. So this is the decoration, because at the moment, everywhere you see it, all these cushions have got pom-poms and tassels and stuff.
Yeah.
This is your pom-pom tassel.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. So in the instructions, I did do them small. I did do them at 2.5 inch square.
So cut your charms in half.
Yeah.
I think it looks really nice, and the fact that you've used the same fabric really ties it together.
And all you're going to do, if I might need your ironing assistance.
Yeah, I can do that. I can
is
do
that you
ironing.
fold it in half once.
Yeah.
And then fold it in half again and give it a really, really good press.
Okay. This is where your best press comes in handy.
Definitely, definitely, definitely. Because they will help them hold their shape. Have we got any clips?
And it works better than spraying with water. Don't ask me why, it just does. Right, okay, so now I've folded it in half and half again.
Okay.
Ooh.
Can you do the other one for me, please?
Just blow that one a bit, it's a bit hot now.
Okay.
So you get 4 out of a charm square.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You could go all the way round and you could do a piece back in. It just owes itself to so much.
I would. This is such a nice project, isn't it? This is your Twixmas project. In that bit between Christmas and New Year.
Yeah.
You know, where the only time in the whole year where you don't know what the day is, but you know what the date is.
Yes.
So you go, it's the 29th. Is it Tuesday?
Yeah.
But the rest of the time you go in, it's Tuesday. Is it the 29th?
Yeah.
But it's the only time. And I always have something nice to do like that. Once all the rallies have left.
We always go away.
Do you? What, in the 2 between?
Between Christmas and New Year, yeah. I just like to get away in the middle of nowhere and...
That sounds really nice. I normally go away for New Year and do that. But I'm not this year. But normally we go away but like the day before New Year.
Yeah.
It's really nice, isn't it? But as I'm not doing that this year, I might get myself a little Twixmas project.
There you go.
Not do any work.
Make your cool puffin.
I can make a cool puffin.
I'm just looking for clips. Don't know where the clips are.
Oh.
Have you got any clips? Or pins?
I'll have a look. It might be behind the quilt. There you go. There's that one.
Behind the curtain.
I'll have a look behind the curtain. No. Who knows?
Who knows? Well, okay. Well,
we used to have clips, didn't we?
Well, what you'll do...
Fabric clips.
Well, what you'll do, though, just
right.
So you have that little fold.
Yeah.
And what you want to do is that you put that next one in.
Okay.
And then what you'll do is that you'll clip it.
Does it matter how much you overlap?
You want to overlap by about at least a quarter of an inch, if not half an inch. And then another one.
Yeah.
And what you'll do is that I used 9, but you can use as many as you like. But when you sew it to the...
so would you, if we had this bit of fabric, so if we had it here, would you pin it on, do you sew them together and then put it on here?
So I'll sew them first.
Right.
So what I'll do a base like so. I'll sew that together with 1/8 of an inch seam because that way when you sew it on, those stitches will be hidden anyway.
Yes.
So imagine this is sewn together. When you put it onto your project, make sure your points are facing inwards. So then when you flip it out, that's when they'll
So you could like make this as like a trim. You could have loads of it.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, that's the equivalent of only 1 charm square there.
Brilliant.
So you can see how far the fabric goes.
Yeah, so let me show you close-up prairie points. I think they're brilliant. I would definitely, because I'm not very good at less is more, I would definitely have them all the way around.
Yeah. But yeah,
just because that would look really cool with pom-poms.
With pom-poms
in the corners.
Points.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Delphine.
No
I'm gonna go and sell them again. Talk them through them.
Sell my puffins.
Right, let's start with the hot pink. Hot pink. This is if you want a hot puffin. Well done for all of you already checked out. Now, we did have a lot of stock of this because we knew they were going to be popular. This is like Delphine back to, it's like, you know, when I think about your cows, your iconic designs, this is iconic Delphine in a puffin.
Yeah.
She's got another great design soon as well.
Oh, yeah,
Saying.
looking forward to
So if you've done Daisy Cow or you've done the Highland Cow and you love them, this is iconic Delphine design and it's brand new today. So if you want the kit for the hot puffin, in the kit you will get full instructions. You get 1/2 metre of cream fabric and you get 42 charm squares. Now, if you, and it's all K fabric, if you use your own fabric for the backing of your cushion, which could be anything, you've got enough to make 2 cushions because you can make 2 cushion fronts from here. There is loads of fabric to use for the puffins and the prairie points. But what you need for these designs, this is really important, is that you've got this mixture of colours and prints, darks and lights and prints so that you can put them into place because, you know, by having like the bit of green for his legs and the orange and then the different colours for the beaks, that's what makes them look so designer. Can you imagine if you bought this in one of these designer shops? It cost an absolute fortune, way more than $29.97. So you could make 2 cushions, or if you wanted to go all out, you could have prairie points all the way around the edge. You could use them left over, piece it together in just the charm squares. You could use that for the cushion back for a beautiful full-on puffin cushion. Depends how you want to do it. So that's hot puffin. If you would rather do cool puffin, now obviously it's not all quilted and finished and made into cushion, but this gives you an idea of what cool puffin will look like. Again, this time you get the ivory fabric for the background, but you get all of these charm squares, 42 of them. Again, you can make 1 super duper cushion or 2 if you use some of your own background fabric. And remember, you get full instructions as well. So that's cool puffin. Let me take away because it's hiding up. Now, if you want to use your own fabrics and buy the instructions on their own, do make sure that you've got a variety of different prints, though. You can't just use just one colour because it won't work. It needs those prints. But you could do it. You could do it realistically. You could use orange for the beaks and the legs. You could use, like, different shades of monochrome, like charcoal and dots and squares and everything.
I like the idea of the denims as well, using different coloured denims.
What was that?
I don't know.
Was that a plane landing? It was just a really strange noise. Denim, well, I'm always in for denim. And the great thing about making it in denim is that denim has 2 colours because the front and the back is always very different. So you get 2 for the price of 1.
Yep.
That would look fab. One day I'll do a denim puffin and show you. See what it looks like. There we go. Loads and loads of you getting the instructions. Remember, the instructions have got full-size templates. I'm thinking if you do it, you could do it as quilt blocks. So you could cut, say, 12.5-inch fabric squares, put 1 puffin in the centre of each square, flip them round so they're all facing different directions. Yeah. You could put them in different positions on the squares so that they're not all straight lines. Oh, it'd be amazing. And if you do it, could you send me and Delphine a picture because we'd like to see it? I'd like to say Delphine will do that, but I know she won't.
I ain't got time.
She hasn't got time, very sadly. But if she did, you've got to do it for her. If you want the downloadable PDF where it comes straight to your basket, it will have purchase. You purchase it now, give it a few minutes, and it will be straight in your inbox. You could be making this afternoon. If you make it this afternoon by tea time, can you send us a picture? Because we'll be well impressed. Right, now, you will need some Bonder web for this. You won't need absolutely loads, but if you're like me, I always buy it in these big rolls. 5-metre roll of Bonder web. You will have absolutely loads, because you probably only need about that, don't you?
Yeah, not a lot.
About that. But you need, I've always got a roll of it. It's $23.99. It's basically double-sided sticky tape for fabric. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Double-sided sticky tape will not work. You need to buy Bonder web. Bonder web. I absolutely love this. Yours will come like that. Look much nicer. Free motion masterclass. So if you've never tried it, do you know what? This is a great opportunity. Follow the masterclass in these instructions. Have a go on some spare fabric. Then have a go on your cushion. Then you'll be sorted. You can do all your quilts from then on. Delphine also demonstrated this on the 13th of June this year. And the 26th of June as well.
Oh, there you go.
Which she remembers. 13th and the 26th, so you can watch it as well. This is available as a printed set of instructions. You don't have to do free motion, but you know what? I always think when you're doing a small design like a cushion rather than a big quilt, it's a really good opportunity to give it a go. And don't be held back and think, oh, I can't do that. Honestly, if I can do it, you definitely can do it, because I'm not very arty like that. But if I can, you can. It is also available as a download as well. One more time, just to recap the hot pink one, which obviously makes this one, the heart puffins. Over 40 of you've got this in baskets. We will sell out if you all check out, so you need to be quick. So in the hot puffin, you will get the instructions, you'll get half a metre of cream fabric, and then you will get 42 cave charm squares. I bet he'd love to see this cushion. Should send him a picture.
Could do, couldn't I?
He'd like to see that. It will become an icon. It will. This is one of Delphine's iconic designs. You need to be owning it first. And when you've made your quilt, please send us a photo. Right, over 60 of you have got it in baskets. Just please check out, and then you've got it. It's done. It'll be sent to you. This could, well, you could get it done by Christmas if you want to make it for someone, or this is a lovely project for a rainy, cold day when you can brighten up your life with puffins. Right, Delphine, thank you so much.
Thank you, my lovely.
Are you back in on Thursday?
Yeah, I was supposed to be, today was supposed to be my last day for a while.
Right.
But yeah, I'm back in Thursday, and then, yeah.
With a brand new design.
With a brand new, and it is so cute.
A secret, I'm not telling you what it is, but I've seen it. It's amazing. So you do not miss that. What time are you in on Thursday?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Yeah. Do not miss that. And it is amazing, honestly, because I've seen it on Delphine's phone. I will be back with you in just a few minutes' time with Sandy, who is going to be demonstrating the beautiful Henry Class quilt. It's the one that's been hanging up behind Sandy and Delphine all morning. Absolutely gorgeous. If you've always wanted to make a quilt, this is beginner friendly. It's easy peasy, but boy, does it look impressive. It's also big enough to fit a double bed. Really nice size. Have a look on what's coming up in today's show on the coming up on the website. Then you can check out and watch Sandy's demo, and I'll see you back in just a few minutes.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is all about making a beautiful quilt. Sandy's demonstrating it for us and says it's easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Absolutely. And it doesn't look it, does it?
No, it looks quite impressive.
It does.
I think it's colour placement, isn't it?
Yes. And it's all just half square triangles and squares.
It's really clever, isn't it?
Really clever.
Don't know how they've done that.
And what a good size it is as well.
Well, it is. It's 176 by 207. Now, I did translate that last night. I think it's something like 62 by 82. So it's a good...
It's a
double,
really good...
It's
yes.
approximately that.
Do you want me to measure it?
So it's a really good double bed size. Now, it's all using Henry Glass fabrics, which are designed by Michelle Yeoh, and they're beautiful. So in the box, it comes in a nice box, should you want to gift it.
It's about 70 across. 70 inches across.
70. Oh, 70.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I did it on my calculator last night. I can't remember. So it's 70 inches.
So it's about
What's
70 inches.
207? Right.
It's big.
Right, so 70 by 82 is what it is. So it is really good double bed size. So then we open it up. The fabrics are beautiful. It's called chintz. So it's got that really lovely, well, I guess the print fabrics are chintzy, but it's that. Oh, I always think problem with chintz, it sounds a bit old-fashioned.
It does,
doesn't it?
but yeah.
And I don't think it is.
But it almost gives you that feel of like a heritage quilt, though,
Yeah,
as well, doesn't
I
it?
think so. It's those colours.
Yes.
So your kit will all come wrapped up in tissue paper like this, and then wrapped in ribbon. But it has got that real heritage look to it. I love the this kind of citrine green. Right, so you've got, I'll start with the little bits, because obviously you've got different quantities depending on what bit you're doing. So you've got that beautiful citrine colour. I love this
That's
blue.
gorgeous, isn't it? That's, I think, up
Yes,
here,
it's just only for a few triangles, but that is a real vintage blue. Love the red. And this is all from the same fabric collection as well.
Yes, it is.
So you know it's going to hang together. And also, the pieces that you're given are just the right size. So you're not having to have extra fabric or buy half meters, everything. It's all here. But look at these colours. I mean, what's nice is the ones that I'm picking out here, these are the sort of the dominant triangles. And then you have the less dominant, which sit in the background. So there's more of this pink. Is it in the binding? I don't know. Or maybe there's just more pink triangles.
There's more, I think there's more pink triangles.
So those are your dominant triangles. So those are the ones that when you look at the quilt to start with really stand up. Now what makes this really work is having the less dominant, so the lighter print, in amongst it, which gives it that kind of heritage, vintage, chintzy sort of feel, which are these fabrics. And I think they're gorgeous. So this pink one is used for some of the triangles, but it's also used for the inner border as well.
And the binding.
And the binding. So you get all of that. And it's really nice to have a binding that matches up. Although what I do sometimes is I actually use what I've got left and see if I can do a scrappy binding and then keep that.
Yes, I do as
Because
well.
then it does match up.
Yeah.
This section is used for the majority of those lighter. So they sit in the background because you've got all of this fabric that's used for the background. So you can see it blends really well with this one, but it's just enough so that they stand out. But I think it's always nice, let me show you, to have, there's loads of this as well, to have a lovely background fabric. I think it's really nice.
And it's not just a plain, is it?
No, I think
it's got
lovely.
that muted colour to it, which is
Well,
lovely.
it gives that quilt quite a lot of texture and movement.
It does, really does. So even if you didn't want to quilt a lot on it, that gives it the movement there already.
And I know a lot of
doesn't it?
quilts do have plain backgrounds, which is fine, but this gives it so much texture, doesn't it? I love that. And obviously you get full instructions. Now this is an easy beginner quilt, because what they've done as well, this really does help when you're cutting out, because always start by cutting it all out. But label them. I mean, I would get a piece of paper and label A, B, C before you start anything. Have you done that? That's funny.
I've got all the labels here, yes.
Well, it's obvious with some of them.
Yes.
But with the lighter print ones, when they're all together, that you can label
This is it,
them.
yes, yeah.
And then all full instructions with diagrams of exactly how to make the quilt. Gorgeous. Now, let's talk about price. So this is a double bed size quilt. It's designer fabrics, Henry Glass fabric, so it's beautiful quality. And it really is lovely, isn't it? You've got all the fabric for the front and the binding. So I would expect this quilt to sit at the price point £149.99. Because it's all designer fabric, there isn't any plain fabric, and you've got the binding, and it's all there. That's the price point I would expect it to sit at. But it is Cyber Monday, so we are going to do...
Is it Cyber Monday today?
It is Cyber
Is
Monday.
it really?
Different like Black Friday.
That's right, yes.
So we are doing a special offer on it today, £25 discount, £124.99.
That's a snip.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
That is really good.
Really
now,
good.
that is also on three-way split pay. So if you would prefer to spread the cost, we don't charge you an administration fee for that, and we don't charge you any interest, which some places do, just saying. £41.66, 3 equal payments. So if you pay £41.66 now, first quilt that you're going to make, you wanted to make one for a while, or it's just a quilt you love, you want to put one on your bed, pay that now. We will send the kit straight to you. Everything you need is in here. You can get going, and then you can pay the other 2 instalments at monthly intervals. It's entirely optional. When you pay, whether that's on the phone or on the website, you can choose at that point. But it's just if you would prefer to spread the cost, we can do it on 3 equal payments. So don't worry if there are several of you who have bought this kit before we actually crash the price. Our policy at Sewing Street is we always charge you the lowest price up until midnight, because obviously I can't say in 2 weeks' time what the price will be, but between when we sell it and midnight, if we reduce the price, we will always charge you the lowest price. So if you've already checked out and you've just saved yourself £25, which is amazing, isn't it? Loads and loads of you coming in for this. I'm not surprised. Quarter of the stock has gone already, so you do need to be quick. It is so lovely. I just think designer fabric, double bed size quilt, £124.99. That's a great price, because I would expect it to sit at the £149.99 mark, to be honest. And this is a kind of a timeless quilt. It's not old-fashioned. It's got that modern vibe.
It's one that you can pass down. I think it's not that modern that it will go out of fashion. But it's not that old-fashioned that you think, oh, that's an old-fashioned quilt.
Yeah, I did think. I think maybe because of the geometry.
Yeah.
Do you think because it's
just
got the
a classic?
triangle?
I think it's just a classic quilt. I fell in love with it when I saw it. I mean, I was surprised at £149 actually.
Really?
Because of the quality and the amount of fabric you get. I thought that is a cracking price for that.
You're going to have to finish it off.
I am. Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, I will. Yeah.
Now you've started it.
There's not many I do, but this is one of them that I definitely want to finish off, because it's one that my daughter would like, you know, children, grandchildren would like, and it's just lovely. You could put that on a sofa and snuggle up with that. You could put it on your bed.
Yeah, I mean, it's even like, you know, you could take it on a picnic, couldn't you? I know when you first made it, you're thinking, I'm never touching it.
No, that's right, yes.
Once you've had it for a year, it's like having new wellies, isn't it? It becomes part of your life. It's in the back of the car, you use it for picnics.
Those colours as well would go in most people's rooms.
Yeah, I think it is. Like, it's not old-fashioned. It's not modern.
You know, if you had a modern lounge or bedroom, it would go in with it.
I think if it's geometric, floral, the two together.
It's just lovely. It really is lovely.
And also, I quite like the fact they've got that inner border, then the outer border, and then the binding is the same as the inner, because it sort of frames it a bit, doesn't it?
It really is. It's a beautiful, beautiful quilt. And as I say, if it's New Year, you want to start a quilt, this is the one to do. You know, if you've never made a quilt before, start with this one. You know.
Well, it's one block at a time, isn't it?
Yeah, I made that and made it up so quickly. And that was just the one little block, and it just makes up. And then you can make one, do one in an afternoon. You know, cut it all out first. Spend, you know, if it is your first quilt, I'd spend sometimes a day or two just cutting it all out, label it all. I mean, I've done quilts for a long time, but I still label everything because
because you also never know. You might plan that you're going to start and finish,
but you don't.
But life gets in the way sometimes.
And with a quilt as well, you can't do a quilt in a day. I mean, there's some that they say you can, but you can't really. And they do, even if you're at it, you can take 2 or 3 days, maybe a week or so, if you're really sort of doing it all the time. But you tend to do it maybe at the weekends, put it away, bring it out for another time. And so if everything's labelled, you don't have to keep going back going, what was this? Where was I up to?
Oh, well, Michelle says, I bought this beauty this morning. Thanks for an even better price. Absolutely adore Henry Glass Fabrics. Merry Christmas to you all. Michelle.
Merry Christmas, Michelle. Oh, and enjoy it as well.
Just saved yourself £25. There is a small queue on the phone lines. Don't worry, they do know. So if you just hold on, you can watch us while you're holding. You know, and they go, sorry, were you talking to me? I do that all the time.
Yes.
The free phone is free. The line is free, so don't worry. The free phone line is free, funnily enough. So it doesn't matter if you won't be charged for waiting. Half of the stock is gone now. I think it's beautiful. It really is lovely. So talking about, labelling it, because I've got a quilt that I keep dipping in and out of, and I've actually, right on my instructions now, I've got to here. Because if you come back a few months later, where did I get to?
With this, it's not too bad, because all the smaller pieces, you know, you can have a look on it, so you think, right, I've got to make, say, three of these, I think. There's 1, 2, 3.
So do you
could
cut
do that
out, and
so
does
I
it tell you that, cutting out at the beginning? Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
so it's quite easy. So it tells you how to cut out the 1, which is, I've done A, which is the green one where we've started here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I think we
Fabric
need
A.
3.
Oh, yeah, and it says cut from each, and it tells you
That's
how
right,
many
yes.
squares. Right.
So I'd started cutting 1. I'm in the middle of doing another one, and I've got the ones left for the 3rd one. So I would just make up those. So do those, and then you can put them away, and then you can start on your next lot. And
So
because
cut
you've
it all
done
out first.
Yes, I would. Or even just, I would cut the H and the D, which is the bigger material.
So the background fabric.
But don't, you can cut your border with it as well, but cut for the squares. So you do width of fabric and you're cutting strips. So there's only 2 sizes that you do.
Right,
So it's quite simple. Then you'd cut those strips into the squares. And then I sort of labelled the squares, the 2 sizes that you've got. So I did that with the H and the Ds. I didn't use all of it because I was just doing a sample, so I was just sort of getting these done. Then I cut up all the A and I cut up all the F because I quite liked the F, so I thought that looked quite nice to show.
And then just put it all into a plastic.
put
I
it
put
all
mine
into-
in like a plastic box. I love a plastic box.
So do I, yes.
With a
And put them-
lid.
Do you put them in plastic bags as well? I put mine in plastic bags.
No, I clip them together with pieces of paper.
Yes. Like
And then
this.
they all sit in a plastic box because once it's got a lid, they can't move, fray, or jump because they
And
do.
lose.
Or
Yes.
lose.
This is it.
And I have various of these plastic boxes.
I think quilting is about being organised.
It is. And actually, I don't mind cutting out if that's what I'm going to do today.
Yes. I tend to say, right, one day I'm going to cut out, and I don't even think that I'm going to sew anything that day at all. It'll just be cut out, label, put in your box. And then the next day I'll come out and go, right, what's my first block to do? And do it from that. So all your blocks are the same. It's just using different material with these 2.
Right.
So these ones are the same. So if you look in each block, you've got the same sort of background bit and the brighter bit, and then it's just these ones that change.
Okay. So cut it all out.
Cut it all out first.
Best press.
Best press it first. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about best press at 8 o'clock.
Love a best press.
Because we've got all the flavours. What's your favourite?
I like the lavender.
Yeah, but have you smelt some of the others?
I've had...
The linen is very nice.
I've got linen at the moment, which is...
Very nice.
You might be able to smell it on here. I've got linen, yes.
So, I was explaining about this at the moment, and I know because we all go best press. So, why do you use best press?
I find it easier to sort of get out any crinkles in your fabric. So sometimes when it's been folded, you can get quite a crease.
Oh,
in
yeah.
it.
So your kit will come like this. So if I show you like a smaller piece, when you get yours, it will.
It'll have quite a crease in it.
It will. You know, it's not been pressed.
No.
It's been folded, so it will have those.
And so if you
marks in.
spray some on it, you'll get all those creases out without any problem at all. And I find it just gives any material that little bit of body so that when you're cutting it out and sewing it, it just makes it easier.
Okay.
And
so,
it smells nice as well.
we have it here, $11.99. Now, this comes with the spray, the pump in it. If you buy the refills, it doesn't, but this will be enough. If you've never used it, start off with a little bottle like this, see what you think.
And then you'll be buying the
You'll be
big bottles.
converting, then
You
you'll
will,
be buying it. Wish you could buy it by the gallon.
Yes.
Be nice. That's what I need is a big gallon of it.
You need one of those petrol pumps, don't you? And all
Yeah.
take your whole line
And
up with
actually,
you.
I think particularly if you're spending the money on a quilt like this, you want to do it. And also, if you are working on it in bit by bit, it keeps it all nice
It
as
does,
well.
yes, yeah.
And your sewing room will smell amazing.
And sometimes when I've made the actual block, I will then spray it a bit sometimes, and then, like if you're going to use a clapper, sometimes you can spray it.
Because then you can keep all your blocks in
Yes.
the plastic box.
Yes.
And but this is
And they
really
all
good.
smell lovely as well.
Oh, it does smell lovely. It is worth getting. I mean, it is one of those things that, you know, people talk. I used to think best press was like an adjective.
Did you? Yes. Yes.
Till I
Best press
discovered
it. Yes, that's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
I thought, why? Is that like a different sort
right.
of pressing? I didn't realise it was a product.
Yes.
But give it a go. See what you think. $11.99. If you've already got this in your basket, you've covered your postage anyway, but it is nice. It smells divine as well.
And it does, you don't think it does, but it does make a difference when you put it onto your fabric.
Oh, no, absolutely,
Yeah.
definitely.
It's all these little things that when you're sewing, sometimes you think, oh, I don't need that. And then sometimes if you try it, you think, actually, why didn't I
it's
do
just
that before?
a little bit crisper.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
And also, I find it gets the creases out better.
Yes, it does. So I was saying, like, when you've got the... I mean, they're not hard, the creases, when
No,
it
but
comes.
you know when you
But you've
sometimes
just
buy
got
fat quarters that almost you feel like they've been pressed in?
in.
And you think I can't even get them out with water?
No,
It
spray
comes
of
out
that
with
and it'll come out. No problem at all. It's lovely.
There we are. Right, okay,
Right.
so we've best pressed our fabric and we've
I
cut it
didn't
out.
wash the material because I always like to wash it afterwards. Some people like to wash it before, don't they? But I
Yeah, but if you do
Bit
that, you
controversial.
can't then do the washing, quilting, shrinking thing.
no, which is
Doesn't
I
work.
Like, no,
That's the whole point, isn't
you
it?
want this to be sort of a bit shrunky, don't
So
you?
if you pre-wash your fabrics, well, always pre-wash if you're dressmaking, because
Yes.
otherwise you make a dress and end up a size smaller, possibly. But with quilting, you can if you want. But if you're going to use like a cotton or 80-20 wadding, when you wash it, when the whole thing is done and quilted, the fabric will shrink a little bit and you'll get that lovely puckered antique look. If you pre-wash your fabrics, that won't happen.
Yeah.
So that's your choice.
So this is it. So best press it.
So unless you're using, sometimes if you're using a really dark fabric with light ones, I would pre-wash that because sometimes they do bleed and that's quite annoying.
The only thing I checked with when I did the cuddle quilts that was on this morning, I checked the fleece because fleece can really shrink quite a
really?
lot. And it said, oh, if you're doing with fleece, you know, you're best to wash it first.
Yeah.
So I did a test square. So I cut out a square
Cute.
of 2 fleeces and I washed one and left the other one. And literally it shrank by centimetres.
Oh, really?
So I thought, no, I would rather wash it when it's quilted than actually wash it beforehand. Maybe it's because it's such a good fleece.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually,
don't
isn't
know.
it?
I've
I'm
got-
very impressed you did a test.
Yes, I thought I've got to do a test because I thought there's no point me saying to people
No,
you've got
that's
to,
true.
you know, wash your fabric first if you don't need to, because it's a faff, isn't it, washing it first, really?
I hate doing it. I
I
hate
do as
washing
well.
fabric. Right, and just to let you know, there's only 3 left when everyone's checked out of this quilt kit. I hate pre-washing because the fabric all goes a bit frayed, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it takes ages to press it back again.
Yeah. And distorts slightly as well, doesn't it?
It does.
I think? Yeah.
So I hate doing it, but
Yeah.
now remember, this quilt should be £149.99. You are saving.
There's somebody around there.
Michael, look, it is my box fell off. Don't worry, it's me. You are saving £25, and if I was better at maths, I'd tell you what percent that is. But you are saving £25 off the full price of £149.99. It's available on 3-way split pay, so if you're thinking, oh, I don't want to make that outlay just yet, don't worry, you can do it in 3 equal instalments of £41.66. Anyway, right, we keep digressing, don't we?
But it's all...
But it's all related.
It is
It's all
all
related.
related.
So,
Right, so
we've cut the fabric
So we've
out and
cut the
labelled
fabric.
it.
So we've best pressed it.
Yes.
We've cut it out. We've labelled it all. So then we're going to do, as I said, they're all squares and half square triangles. So your larger ones, the half square triangles that you make, and then the smaller ones are just the plain squares.
Right.
Okay. So you take...
Ah, you see, because it looks like those are big triangles.
Yes.
But they're
it does,
not.
But they're not.
They're big
tiny,
triangles
yeah,
made from small
yeah.
triangles.
So they're all the same size. So you've got lots and lots of tiny little squares. Some of them are half square triangles, some of them are just squares.
Yes, got
So
it.
they make the half square triangles slightly bigger, so you can make the half square
Yeah,
triangles
yeah.
and then
yes.
trim them
and
down.
then they become big
and then
triangles.
they'll become, right.
Oh, easy.
Easy peasy.
Easy.
Right. So you take 2 of your fabrics that it tells you in your pattern. It's really good in the pattern. It tells you everything you need to know for the first fabric, and then you just slot in your other fabric. So it doesn't sort of go use A, use B, use C. It just gives you the one and then tells you to slot the rest in. So we're going to put the 2 larger squares over each other. And then I've got these creative grids.
Oh, I love those.
So I think we've got them. Have we got them on the show? Have we got them on the show? We've got them on
Yeah,
the show.
yeah, no,
Oh,
we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we have. So you don't have to use these.
You don't, but this just
They
makes
are
it-
so useful.
Yeah.
If you ever needed a gadget. Now, this is the 9-inch one. Are you using
I'm
the
using
9-inch?
I've got 2
Yeah. There's a 9 and a
big one.
15. So the 9-inch one's...
It's ideal for this.
Oh, is this the pack with both? Oh, okay. So that's the 9-inch. Can you just pick up the 15? And then that's the 15. So the 9-inch one is the smaller one, and that's used... I think that will do a 6-inch half-square triangle, I think. And then the 15 will do a 12-inch
Something like that.
something like that.
Yeah.
So what's great about these is if you want to mark the centre and the outside, you can.
You can do. And it's got sort of like a rough surface on one side of it, and it's a smooth on the other side, so it will grip to your material as well.
Right.
So you need to put it down, and it's also got a pointy end. Don't know if you can see. Can you see that? It's got a little pointy end on it as well.
Yeah.
So you want to put that pointy end onto the corner of your triangle, like this. And then bring it across so it comes across, and then you can see, so like the line where it comes, you want that centre line to come to the other point on the other side. Then taking a heat erasable pen, you want to draw a line on one side, hold it, and then draw a line on the other side.
So it means that you've got sewing lines.
You've got your sewing lines. You can, now the lines in the middle are sort of just dashes really, so you can put that down just to sort of let you know. I don't know if my pen's not going to go through there, but it doesn't matter because you can always draw that in. There you go, it's drawn it a little bit. So then I would then put a clip, so I tend to just pop a little clip either side just to hold that fabric together, away from those sewing lines.
Because quite often people would draw just a diagonal line and you say sew 1/4 inch either side of it, but that's not always easy to tell. And with a 1/4 inch foot, that doesn't work either. You haven't got any guide to follow.
No. Whereas here, literally, we're just going to sew down either side of here now.
So because of the measurement of the hypotenuse, which is what that is, I think the 9-inch will do up to a 6-inch square, and the 15 will do a 12. For this one, you'll only need the 9-inch.
Just a small 9-inch.
But obviously the 15-inch will fit anything.
So that's a 12-inch square. So it would just about, it's a 12.5-inch, I think.
Right.
So it just nearly for 12.5-inch.
But they are really useful. I'll tell you what else they're really good for, I discovered, is, you know, when you're doing a pocket zip, a postbox zip, and then you do your centre line and 1/4 inch on above and below.
Yes. I do.
They are
often
brilliant for
I've
that.
drawn the line and then you're trying to get a ruler with
so
a
you have
1/4
to draw
inch on it and trying to do it.
that
aren't you?
for a postbox zip, because they are always 1/4 inch apart.
That's right, yes.
Genius. They are.
And for this as well, it's fabulous. So going to take it to the sewing
So get
machine now.
yourself if you've got the kit, get a little gadget.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Love a gadget.
I love a gadget. It's nearly Christmas and it's
You'll use
cyber.
and if you do half square triangles, I do use mine quite a lot.
And this whole quilt is half square triangles.
Yes, exactly.
So you're going to use it.
And I'm not
lots
very
in
good
here.
at judging the 1/4 inch seam allowance, to be honest, because there's nothing on there's nothing to show you, is there? You've those lines.
And if you do it on your machine, I mean, your machine like this one, it's got a 1/4 inch foot on it, and it's got a 1/4 inch sort of. I'm just trying to get that out. It's got everything on it, but every machine's different.
Yes.
So you could so I do it at home, and then I'll come here and do it on a different machine, and that 1/4 inch
That's true,
is different.
actually.
Whereas if you do it all with this, so if you've drawn them all on it, I know that whether I do them at home or I do them here, that 1/4 inch
This
is
is
going
always
to be
going to be
exactly
the
the
same.
same.
That's true.
So if you're going to a class or something, so you might be going to a quilting class and you think, I'll do a few of them here. You maybe borrow a machine when you go to a class and you think, why does it not quite match? Because everybody's machine is slightly different, isn't it? That 1/4 inch is, everybody has a different idea of a 1/4 inch, don't they? So we're literally just going to go along. Now, when you're doing it, you want to make your stitch length a bit less. So on these machines, they tend to go down to about a 1.8 or go to a 2 is fine for it. So I'd definitely do, because you don't really want to keep going, you don't want to like a reverse stitch on it, because at the ends, they will just sort of, they'll chew up at the ends if you keep doing reverse stitches on it. So you want to do a fairly small stitch so that you know it's not going to start unravelling. Then you want to take just a small, I suppose you can use this one, here we go. And then you want to just go down the mark, or you can still go corner to corner, and we're going to cut that. Oops.
You see, now that's where the Jenny Jackson ruler comes in very handy.
Yes, I saw that this morning, because I thought that's a bit too big, really.
Yeah, 2.5 by 12.5.
That looked fabulous, yes.
That's the one.
I think I could get one of those in my basket, yeah.
Long, but it's narrow.
Do you know, I was watching you whilst I was titivating my hair up in the green room this morning. And I had you on at the side. I thought, do you know, that ruler would be great for what I'm doing today.
Yes, it would. And that's
fabulous,
the thing, isn't it? That we don't all need every ruler.
No.
But that is very useful, isn't it?
It really is. I
Just
like
because
little rulers.
it's way longer than these squares, which you want, but not massively longer.
And when you're only doing a small square and you've got like, and that's not a particular
No,
ruler, but it's still chunky. You still can't,
And
it's
if you're
in the
doing a
way
lot
too
of them
much.
and you want to really whiz through them.
Yeah, just a small, because I thought that one I don't want to use because it's, I cut myself the other day
Yeah.
with rotary cutters, so I won't do that.
I mean, you can rotary cut with them, but
You
that's
probably
not
can,
really
but they're
what
not.
they're
You'd need to
designed
really
for.
be careful with them. I wouldn't if I were you.
No.
And then I thought, I'll get that one. I thought, I'll use this, and I thought that one wasn't quite long
Yeah,
enough,
no,
so I
what
thought
you
use that.
need-
So
I haven't
yes,
got
so I
it here.
need.
You need the 2.5 by 12 and a
That's
half.
right. Yes, I'll have to get one of those in my basket. And I just love this little iron because
It's so cute, isn't it?
my sewing room at night is very dark. I end up, especially with these nights, it's so
Yeah.
gloomy, isn't it?
Well, like 3 o'clock onwards,
Yes. Yeah.
isn't it?
Absolutely, it's ridiculous. Sometimes you're thinking, oh, I better pack up for that. What time is it? 3:30. That's
I know.
stupid time, isn't it? Yeah. So this has got a little light on it, so I could work
know,
for longer.
genius,
Look at that.
genius.
Who would have thought of putting one on?
Well, it's because it's made for sewers, isn't it? No one else needs it.
We've got a new vacuum cleaner and it's got a light on the
Has
front.
it?
Game changer.
Really?
So I vacuum in the dark now because you can see so.
Because you can see where you're going.
And you
Genius.
see all the cat dust around. And you're like, the cat's been shedding too much because you don't see it during the day.
No.
And you think, oh, my floor looks fine. And then in the morning, first thing when it's dark, I get the Hoover out and the big light on the front. I'm thinking, this looks awful. So yeah, sorry, just a by and by.
Brilliant. Love it. We have lots of little asides.
Oh,
So
dear.
we've made half
So
square
made our half square
triangles.
triangle. Now they are too big, so you need to cut them down. a
Right.
bit. So I'm sorry for everybody with us waffling on about it.
No, well, hopefully everyone else has got a Hoover with the light on.
That's,
And
they're fabulous, aren't they, honestly? I want a Hoover. I've got a Hoover with a light. Right, so I'm going to try and find the line in the middle, and then I'm going to try and...
so it says in the instructions what you need to trim them to.
Yes, so I'm going to there we go. I'm just going to trim this one. So you can make sure that you've got the line there and line it all up. So it's not too much out of the way, so I'm just going to trim a little bit off to make it. So if you've got, oops, there we go, and it just gets your little bunny ears off as well. If you've got a small square ruler that's got sort of like the line across the centre, try and line that up to your line on here. And then I'm just going to trim these, my little bunny ears off with here, with some scissors. There we go.
Right, we've got more people. We've got this kit now in their baskets than we've actually got available. Remember, you are saving £25, which is quite a lot.
Well, I said I'd have bought it at the price it was. 'Cause I thought it was a fabulous. I thought, God, that's
Which
a
is
really good price.
almost
Yes.
20%.
Yeah. Right. So once you've done that, you make all the triangles that you need to make. I'll just be neat. So poor Michael doesn't have to go around picking up bits off the floor that I've put in. Right. So then you put them in strips. So you lay them out. And I go from the pattern. There we go.
Okay.
So you want to lay it all out, and it's 4 rows of
So
4.
you make all the half square triangles.
So you made all the half
and then
square
you join
triangles.
them all together in rows and then make the blocks.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's quite good.
So yeah, and there's not even too much matching as such either. So really, you want to just match your blocks up with each other.
Yes.
And do that. So on the top, I pin them together. So I'll just sew these. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you make sure you've got everything for one block
Yeah.
and then assemble
And
the
then
block.
I would sew
Okay.
it together. Yep. Do you want me to sew this one together? And then just sort of check. And sometimes because it's a patterned material, I don't know if it's because I'm slightly dyslexic, but I find when you're laying out a block sometimes you don't quite see if it's right. And sometimes I look at it and I'll have to ask Andrew, I go, is that right? But if you take a photograph of it...
Yeah, that's true.
You can see it and you instantly see if you've got it
Sometimes
wrong
I go,
somewhere.
like if I'm doing a pinwheel, I'll go top, left, bottom, right,
That's
top,
right.
left, bottom, right. You have to actually say
You
it
have
out
to- yeah,
loud
yeah.
to make sure it's... Because it's really annoying undoing
And
it.
once you've made one block, you can then...
Yeah, but a
follow
photo,
it.
like you say, you see
But
it.
taking a photo is great of it, really. Because I was just thinking, yes, I'm sure that's right, yeah. But yeah, I do that with a lot of my quilts. Sometimes I'll lay them all out and then take a photo of them from above and then look at it and you can see
And
if
you
you've
can
laid
see
it
when
out
it's
wrong.
wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
because you can
true.
see on the telly more as well, so it's almost like taking a photo, isn't it?
Right, we've only got 10 of these kits left and more of you have got it in baskets. £124.99, you're saving £25, which is almost 20%.
It's amazing.
Maybe 15, probably 18. That's my rough maths. Yeah, I like a percentage. It's kind of roughly that, about 20%. which is a lot, isn't it?
It is.
It's worth it for this
really
quilt.
is,
I think it's
yeah.
amazing.
Right, I'm just going to iron these. Now, when we iron them, make sure you set them first. So by setting them, you just sort of press on the seam, and it just sort of embeds the stitching a bit.
Okay.
And it just makes it come out better. So just set them, and it does make a difference. Again, I did a little test.
Did you?
At one time, I did, yes. And I sort of tried ironing all the seams out that hadn't been set. And then I'm very sad, aren't I?
No, I think I do it occasionally, but I have to want to really know.
Yeah, because I think sometimes if you're telling somebody to do something, you're
Yeah,
thinking,
no, that's right.
Well,
I do.
why?
It does make a difference. I always set them, which
Yeah.
I didn't used to do, but
Well, I didn't either. I thought setting seams.
it really does, though.
And so I wanted to know if it did work. So I did a little row. This was ages ago, and I'd got a quilt, sort of, and sewn it all up. I did one where I set all the seams on one row and one where I didn't. I just opened it up. And the difference in the flatness of it
And
really
also,
is
once
huge.
you do it over and over, you almost can't not do
You
it then.
can't,
So I
no,
always
no.
set my seams
There you
because
go.
the fabric does pucker.
Yes.
Because
yeah.
it doesn't like really being sewn. It's not made for that.
And I'm doing it open. And literally, you're pressing it, you're not ironing it. Don't rub it backwards and forwards because it will distort it all. So I think that's right there. So then we're going to sew it together. Then I won't sew it all together because I've got one here already.
Okay.
Then, should we do the clapper?
Let's do the clapper.
Let's do the clapper.
I love a clapper.
I love the clapper.
What I love about this is the fact that it's a really, really, so we have them here. It's a really, really old tool.
Yes.
That were used by tailors many, many, many years ago.
My granddad was a tailor.
My grandma was as well.
Really?
Yes. But I'm sure she had one.
Yes.
And they're made from the traditional beech wood, and the reason for that is beech wood is very absorbent. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they've worked for ages. So what's great about a tailor's clapper is that when you want to set a seam, the wood will absorb the heat. So you hit the wood onto the hot, wet, steamed fabric. Immediately, the wood draws the heat up so that the seam is set very quickly.
Yeah.
So by it drying very quickly and the pressure.
And I always tend to do it on a wool mat because that's the same underneath, so the wool will
do that as well.
absorb the steam as well. So
And
you
it
sort
also
of,
comes
you're
with
hitting
an
it from-
extra, the pointy bit is from doing collars, which is quite nice.
It is.
So,
if you do bags, you could get that in the corner of bags and stuff.
$19.99, honestly. So if you want to just iron little points in it, it's brilliant for that. It's been around for years and years, a Millwood brand, so you know it's a great brand. Honestly, it's brilliant for anything where you've got loads of seams.
Yes. And people say, is it very heavy? And it's not.
No, it's not really.
You expect it to be like,
No,
a weight,
it's
so
not
to
really.
keep it. So you would.
So show us in action.
So you could put some best press on that first as well, if you wanted, and then so. Say like here, so you've got a lot of your seams meeting. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points all meeting together in this point here. So I've got it on a wool mat and I'm going to press over that area. So as I say, you could put some best press on it first if you wanted. Make sure it's nice and warm and then just put your clapper over the top of it and just leave it to cool. And that's it. So you can then go on to your next block.
Brilliant.
And you've done that.
So the steam, the heat has been drawn in.
Yes.
And then that
Yeah.
immediately flattens
And the
it.
wool mat keeps the heat in as well, so that will sort of, you get like a double whammy of it if you use it on something like that.
I know, because I always thought because it's called a clapper, you have to stack it, but you don't.
You don't know, literally just leave it down and then leave it and carry on with something else. So like with this one, I'd then sew these up and then the points that I found that had sort of a lot of areas in it, I would then use the clapper on that one.
Amazing. Worth having for that.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Just because when you've got...
Look, there you go. You can see the difference on that because I didn't press it with mine, but you can you see... Oops, let me... So
Yeah, it's
there's
just...
this bit here.
And it's just one of those things that you'll find when you've got lots of... I mean, you might... Obviously, they use traditionally in dressmaking. So there's loads of times when you're, like, doing a hem on jeans... Being able to just press it, give it a really good press.
Well, a lot of times, I make a lot of bags, and a lot of time you've got a lot of material in one place, and you can't quite get it to be as flat as you want. So you can just sort of get that on it and really sort of flatten it. So it really is a good
clapper.
There you go. Add that into your basket with your
with your quilt kit.
with your rulers, yeah. Right. So that was that. Then I said, if we had time, did you want me to do a mitered corner? How are you doing?
Yes, I'm just going to recap.
Right, okay.
We're going to recap the kit, just because we are very running low, and then we'll come back to that. I don't know why I can't get that back in the box. Right, so the quilt kit. Remember, there are way more of you got this in your basket than we've actually got in stock. But it is still available, just warning you. So it was $149.99. It now is $124.99, which is almost a 20% discount, which is amazing, isn't it? You get all of this fabric. It's Henry Glass, designed by Michelle Yeoh. So it's designer fabric. It's beautiful. It's real, proper, traditional heritage colours, but using a modern geometric design, and the juxtaposition of the two makes it absolutely timeless. You're also getting loads and loads of fabric in the kit. All of this fabric. You've got everything that you need for the top of the quilt and the binding. Obviously, you'll need your own backing and wadding, as is standard. Even the background fabric of the kit is printed, and it all comes from one fabric collection, so you know that the tonal range of the fabric, the print value, the scales, it all goes together. So although you've got quite a variant of colours, from, you know, deep blues to citrines to your pinks and your reds, it's all be designed so it goes together. It's a simple design to make, in that it's half square triangle. Once you've learned how to do a half square triangle, you'll be racing ahead with this. Absolutely fab. And all of these fabrics are in the kit. Full instructions as well. Don't miss out on it. I know there's loads of you've got it in your baskets. We are down to single figures now. And I don't know when we'll be getting this back. So if you miss out today, you might miss out forever. Because most of these we don't get back.
No. And it really is a lovely,
it's really
lovely quilt. And if you put your rulers in, if you're a newbie, definitely put these rulers in your basket.
Yeah, get one of the little rulers.
You'll just crack these half square triangles with that, no problem at all.
The rulers are fabulous. The larger one, the 15 inch. Obviously, you don't need this long for this kit. However, if you get it this length, then it means it will be working for lots of things. It has a dashed line through the centre, and it means that you can mark the outer edges and the centre. So for half square triangles, the heart of the outer edges are your stitching lines. The centre dash line is your cutting line. So you've only got one ruler, one lot of marking. Easy. This will save you time and increase your accuracy. If you guesstimate where to sew, sometimes when I do that with these, I end up with 1/8 inch seams, 1/4 inch, all sorts.
I always tend to draw mine on, but if you're using something different, it can be different every time. Whereas if you've got that and you know you're going to use that for the whole of the,
then it will be exactly
you know,
the
it's going to be the same, and they'll match up nicely.
So that's the 15 inch, 14.90. Oh, the other one. Now this is the 9 inch. Now this is long enough for these, but you may find if you only want to buy one, then get the 15 inch, because that will be lots of them. But if you just want this little one, this is more than long enough for these half square triangles, $14.99, and it's got your traditional textured surface on the back because it's Creative Grids. It's just a lovely little tool. If you're a half square triangle fan, this is for you. Right, binding.
Yes, because lots of people, when we're doing quilting and stuff, we tend to do the middle bit of the quilt and not
not
to
the
carry on with.
binding.
So I've got a little bit. This is the fleece from earlier on from the cuddle quilt that I'd done. So I've got my little moons on it. So I did, like you said, I've got a scrappy binding.
Nice.
So I'd taken all the little bits and just sort of sewn it up. And if you've got a quilt that isn't round, you don't need to do it bias. You can just cut strips for your quilt. So what I've done is I tend to just get a piece of card and just wrap it up so you've got your binding. So it tells you what size to cut it, and then you literally just want to iron it in half. So you've got the half here.
This is just Sandy showing it on her random fabric.
Yeah, so this would be how you would do it on here.
This is to show you the method rather than
I didn't want to cut in the middle of that, so then I wouldn't have enough fabric for the quilt. So I thought I'll just get a random piece here. So, and it was one that we had on the show today as well.
Yes,
So that was
you will have enough fabric to
that was-
this is just Sandy showing the method in case you're confused.
And there's bits of material left from this, so you could always make a scrappy
I would
binding
give that a
if you
go.
didn't want to do, so, you know, maybe make a couple of the strips and then just add the odd little ones in, so it would make it look really nice. I love scrappy binding.
Yeah, I do. I do. I think it really ties it together.
So sew them all together and then wrap them on a piece of card. Then I start about halfway down on the side of your quilt, and you want to leave quite a nice tail at the beginning. And I don't put too many clips in it because you'll find that binding, it'll tend to start moving slightly. So if you just put a couple of clips just to keep it in as you're going along. So what we're going to do is I'm going to start here with a 1/4 inch foot, and I'm going to sew down to a 1/4 inch here. So if you, can I borrow those little rulers?
Oh, you can have your ruler back now.
She's nicked my rulers, haven't you?
I know, stole your rulers.
I know. Did you see that? She stole my
Yeah, I know, and actually I've discovered I've got them on my desk.
Oh, have you? Yes. Oh, she just wants to pinch
So I
my
didn't
off.
need to steal them after all.
So you can sort of work out where the 1/4, so if you go on the line here, you know that your 1/4 inch is about here. So you can put a line. But because it moves slightly, just keep a check on it as well. So you don't have to mark that. So we're going to take it to the machine and start, as I say, halfway down your quilt and start sewing down. Luckily, this is only a small piece, so it's not going to sort of move too much, but yours might just move down a little bit. So I'm going to do it down. And on some feet as well, it'll give you like a bar at the front of the foot, which is actually about a 1/4 inch, so you can sort of stay away from there. So you can see, I would use obviously all heat erasable pens, but as it's coming, as you're nearly down, I would just sort of mark the edge here, so you know that's where the edge of your quilt is. I don't know if you can see, I've just put a mark along here. Now I'm going to sew to a 1/4 inch before that mark. So I'm going to keep sewing down. And because it's moved a bit, it's about there. And I'll just do a little reverse stitch and stop it. So then when you come over, bring it over to your table, then you want to take your fabric up. So you've got that sort of, you've got the triangle, so you've almost got a half square triangle there. Then you want to hold it and bring it back on itself and bring it down.
Oh, just watch your head.
Oh, sorry, yeah. There. So I'll just show you again. So we've taken it up, so you want to lift it all up, so you've got that triangle there. Then you're taking this bit and folding it back down on itself, so make sure it lines up with the top and it lines up with the side as well here. And I'm just going to put a pin in the top there, and I'm just going to put a little pin, if I find this one here, just down here. Then with your finger, you can feel where that line is. And you want to sort of start where you finished. So you want to put a little dot about there, which is 1/4 inch in and just on that line. Then if we take it back, so sometimes I'll put my needle down onto that, just to sort of start it. So you feel that you don't want to be on the other fabric. So it's just on that one. Lower it down, and then you want to sew from there. And we'll sew all the way down. And then again, when you get to the next corner, you want to sort of, as you're nearly there, so you know it's not going to stretch anymore, just sort of feel where the bottom is, and you can just put a little line across so you know that's the bottom edge of the quilt. Then go down to about a 1/4 inch again. Then a little reverse stitch and stop it. And then again, take it over. You want to take it up and then back again. And then again, you'd carry on from a 1/4 inch there. Just put a clip there. So you'd carry all the way along to here, and then you'd join your tape together. So then when you want to turn it over, you've got a nice mitered corner on that side. And then when you bring it over to the back, I tend to move it, so you want to move it right over to the side. So you've got, again, that sort of like little triangle bit there, and then fold it over so it matches. And you've got a lovely mitered corner on the back as well.
Lovely. That's lovely. Thank you so much, Sandy. Right, I'm just going to recap this quilt. It's really nice to show that because we don't always have time.
We don't, do we? No,
and I know it's got nothing to do with the kit. Well, it has.
Well, it has, because you'd be doing it on here anyway, but it's a nice...
It's a nice skill to learn
Yes.
to do quilts.
Because sometimes people don't know how to do those miters, and they go, I don't know how to do a mitered corner. So, and we do lots of the main body of the quilt, but don't tend to get to the end.
No,
of it, do
to
we?
actually get
So I
to the
thought-
very end. So you can see how lovely this is and how achievable it achievable. So in the quilt kit, you will get full instructions, very comprehensive. You've got lots of diagrams. You've got the pictures of all of the fabrics so that you can see. We have 6 left. 6 kits left. Way more that in baskets. So you've got all of the diagrams of how to do it. Look at these beautiful fabrics. They're Henry Glass fabrics designed by Michelle Yeoh. You've got these, and all the pieces, it's not really tight. You've got enough so you can cut it out.
Yeah, you've still got bits left
There's
over.
bits left over, so don't worry, it's not super tight. But look at those colours. I mean, that blue is my favourite. There's just something about that blue in that citrine. It really is sort of heritage, traditional quilts. I love that. And then by pairing it with these paler floral print fabrics, I think it really makes those stand out. But there's something lovely about having all the prints. And I think it's quite nice that they've chosen for the background this fabric here, that hasn't got the prints on, that hasn't got the sort of the florals on it, but is more of a colour wash with print. That is low volume enough for the other prints to stand out from, but printed enough so it gives it a real texture, and it's got all this, almost this stripe to it. And on the main quilt, they've sort of put that stripe, you know, so it's running in certain directions, and it really gives it a texture to it.
It does.
doesn't
It gives it a bit of movement almost, doesn't it?
And it's not stripe.
You can't even tell what it is. I mean, they are like little flowers, I think, but you can't see.
Yeah, it's just like
'cause they're
almost,
very
I would say it's
muted,
like
aren't they?
ripples.
Yes.
And then flowers printed across the ripples. It works beautifully for this. And then there is enough fabric for the binding as well, which is in this, and it matches the inner border. Absolutely gorgeous. So it's 70 by 84 inches, 70-something by 82. Yes. It's big and way big enough for a double quilt. It's brilliant to have as a blanket, put on the sofa, hang on the walls. Well done if you've managed to get yours. People will be missing out. Should be £149.99. You are saving £25, which is almost 20%. That is a lot, isn't it?
It really
41. If you want to do it on split pay, it's 3 equal payments of £41.66. Now, we don't charge an admin fee and we don't charge interest. It's just a way of you spreading the cost. So you pay your £41.66 now. We'll send the kit straight to you, and then you pay the other 2. So great way to do it, but it's entirely up to you. When you come to check out, you get to choose. Thank you so much, Sandy.
Thank you.
That's marvellous. When are you next in?
22nd of December.
Whoa. I don't know when I'm in.
I'll have the mince pies.
Are you?
Sherry. Yes.
Exciting.
I know. Yeah, very close, isn't it? To
Yes,
Christmas
it is.
then? Very exciting.
Very exciting. Oh, fabulous. Well, thank you so much. It's been a joy as always.
Thank you. It's been lovely to see you. It seems ages.
I know.
And have a lovely Christmas if I don't see you on the 22nd.
I can't remember when I'm in with that week. Yes, well, I'll see you in a bit anyway. But yes, have a good one.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to go for a quick break, and the next hour is all about your knitting and crochet. We've got quite a few pattern books, but we've also got some kits for things like scarves and hats and shawls and socks. And we've got yarn on its own. So I'm thinking, if you want to buy someone a knitting kit for Christmas, I quite often buy at least one person one. It's lovely to have something like that. We have complete kits. If you want, you know, this is the time, this is when the telly gets better and the weather gets worse. This is the time to do your knitting.
I bring my knitting out. Yeah, my knitting's come out.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
mine is well out.
Yes.
So we've, but the great thing about all of the yarn, the books and the kits is we've got some really great discounts on them. So if you want to build up your stash, buy some gifts, I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about build up your yarn stash, your kits, your books, and save some money, because it's the knitting crochet time of the year, isn't it, really? And great gifts as well. Now, I'm going to start with these 2 books by Winnick Mum, which are sock books. Sock books. I love Winnick Mum's sock patterns. I've dabbled in sock make. These are knitting. I dabbled in sock making many years ago, but didn't really get back into it until I met Christine, who is Winnick Mum, when she came onto Yarn Lane, and she showed me how to make them. I read her books, absolutely brilliant. Now this one is called Along the Riverbank, and it's called 4 Country Bird Sock Designs because it uses the West Yorkshire Spinners Country yarn, but you can use any yarn. The designs are just brilliant. It's a lovely book because it's spiral bound. It shows you all the signatures. So if you want to buy the yarn, you can get hold of the signature yarn, but really as long as you're using a 4-ply sock yarn, it doesn't matter. It's easy to work from. And then what she's done is she's done 4 different sorts. Now we are reducing the price of this, so you've got 4 sock patterns: the woodpecker, the jay, the starling and the swallow. They work in any yarn. And what she's done, this is lovely, so like with the woodpecker, she's designed them so the twisting mock cable creates nest holes along the length of the sock. So she has designed them so that they work with the names of the patterns. So they're very, very good and easy to follow. All the instructions are written very clearly. Now, £9.95, but we are reducing this to £7.95. £7.95, that's like £2 a pattern, isn't it? And they are lovely to follow. They have charts as well. And let me tell you, the patterns are easy to follow and really lovely to work. I've made quite a few of them. Absolutely love them. £7.95 for 4 sock patterns, and it's a beautiful book, isn't it? Because I like the fact that it's spiral bound as well. Right, I have... So what we'll do is we will move on to the next one, but it doesn't mean they're sold out. I want to get through. We have got quite a lot in this app. I'll tell you if we've, well, I'll give you stock warnings but do carry on checking out on the website. Right, the next one, this is another sock pattern book by Christine Winnick-Mum called Happy Feet, and it's all about colour, this. We're going to match the price of that. So these are all the West Yorkshire Spinners signature 4-ply yarn in all these bright colours. So what Christine has done is she has, look at these, all these different designs. So we've got 1, 2, 3, we've got 8. So £7.95, that's £1 a pattern. So when you look at them, some of them are maize, so that's like in a maize pattern. You've got all these different designs. These are gorgeous. I like raw, because it's like leopard print, isn't it? And these are all done using solid colours. They're not special prints or variegated. Look at these. Love those. Hive. Obviously, they're in stripes, aren't they? Beautiful. It's all knitting. It's all knitting for this one. Not the whole hour. We've got lots of different designs. What I love about West Yorkshire Spinner books, they always do lots of good close-up photos so that you can see how it works. Zoom. I love that one. But these are all, you know, you can use any 4-ply sock yarn to do these. But what a great book. Nice little present for someone. And do you know what? For make a pair of socks, you need 1 ball. 100-gram ball will do a pair of socks. So you could buy this for somebody, get them a ball of yarn. Nice book to have, isn't it? Beautiful. You can knit them on either DPNs, short circulars, or long circulars. Are the socks knitted on 4 pins or circular or straight, please? Either. You can do them on any 3. So you can do the long circular where you do the magic loop thing. You can do the short circular, or you can do them on DPNs. I always use short circular. I've tried all of them, and DPNs, get all tangled up. But Christine explains how to do them on either of those 3 methods, thankfully. Right, let's do a big kit. Let's do a big kit for a hat and scarf. There we go. Is it this one here? Yes. This is gorgeous. So this is the West Yorkshire Spinners Roisin chevron hat and scarf kit. So you've got all of the yarn to make the hat and the scarf. It's fab. Now, we are very limited on this. It's £82.99. It is all knitted using Croft, which is Shetland wool, 100% Shetland wool, and it's double knit. Look at the colours. They are like autumnal shades, aren't they? You've got burgundies and golds. Absolutely gorgeous. And you can knit all the hat and that chevron scarf. So, but we're going to take £5 off. So £77.99. This is a really nice gift for somebody. It's got the full pattern inside. You've got all of the yarn. It's all 100% Shetland wool double knit. So this is a really, really nice kit to gift to someone or to have for yourself because you want to make yourself something really special. there is something lovely about this yarn, and I know it's Shetland yarn, but it isn't itchy. It's especially the way that they spin it. I think they use a special method. I can't think what it's called. I'll think of that in a minute. Where they spin it so that it is really, really soft. It's beautiful. We are on single figures of this. It's a fantastic kit. Should we go lower then? Should we go lower? Yeah, we've only got 3 left. So, but don't worry if you've already checked out before, because we did have that more than that. $69.99, what a great price. If you've already checked out, because I know of quite a lot of you have, you will only be charged that lower price of $69.99. You are saving £13. This is a beautiful kit, and anyone who knits will absolutely love it. Gorgeous. Right, kit number 2. Blooms. Oh yes. Does it end in 36? Sorry, is that one? Right. Okay. Got it. Right, so, now this is lovely. It's a capelet. Do you like a capelet? Because it's like, it's just something that you can put on over, just goes over your shoulders. Do you know what it makes me think of? You know, like your mum when she used to just put a cardigan on, but not put her arms in it. You know, just drape it around. That's what it reminds me of. But really nice to just wear on top when you don't want your arms covered, you just want some warmth. Quite nice, particularly if you're sat in a chair a lot or if you're in a wheelchair. You've got your arms free, but it just covers the top. You can also wear it underneath a coat, because it just covers. Now, the colours are beautiful. There's enough yarn in here to do up to sizes up to 158 centimetre bust. You've got four hanks of Aran. So it's Aran in this beautiful turquoise colour. So you've got 4 hanks, and it's all Aran, and then you've got one that's in the grey, because it's done in the Fair Isle pattern, so it's colour work. You've got 4 of the teal. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really like that. Big crash to $39.99. You are saving £13. This is the pattern that you will get. Let me just show you the sizes. You've got enough that up to the biggest size, so up to 62-inch bust. Goes from a 28 to a 62-inch bust. And it's in these beautiful colours of Seafield and Lerwick. I really like that. Now, we are limited on this one. So the 2 colours is the colours of this yarn are all named after places in Shetland. So Seafield, which is like a tealy turquoise petrol colour, and Lerwick, that's the capital, isn't it? That's grey. Beautiful. It's got about 25% of the price. It's got a really nice like crew, sort of half polo crew neck that just rolls over. I mean, that is absolutely stunning. It's designed by Sarah Hatton, who's a fantastic knitwear designer. We are on single figures. If you've managed to get that, well done. $39.99. What a bargain. That's 25% off the price, almost. Almost. Next. Okay, code. Right. So this is beautiful shade of mauve. It's the Mauve Cable Knit Narrow Scarf. So, oh, that is lovely. Now, what you're getting in the kit is 5 hanks of Aran yarn in this beautiful, it's almost like heather colour. Isn't that gorgeous? Full pattern will be in it. Again, what a nice gift for someone. Because sometimes knitting a scarf can be a bit boring, but this has got all those beautiful cable prints in. We're taking £10 off the price. And that £10 will only be, if you've already checked out, till stocks last or until midnight, whichever happens the soonest. The instructions explain exactly how to do it. We've got 5. So you can make the narrow scarf in this beautiful cable pattern, isn't it? I love that. And it's that beautiful shade. It's an Aran, so it's going to knit up quite quickly. Do remember, it's a hank, though. Do rewind it onto balls before you start knitting. $42.99. Again, what a nice gift for somebody. It's real... It's a beautiful colour. It goes... And you're saving £10. fabulous. And it's nice to have a complete kit, isn't it? Everything. Right. Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry. This is lovely. Lovely, lovely, because I love these colours. Wow. This is gorgeous. 3-colour shawl, and this is the Croft DK. I'm amazed we're allowed to crash that. Look at those colours. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? And look at the shawl of a hat. Take £10 off. Loads of you are coming in for this. Now, just because we've taken the graphics out doesn't mean to say it's sold out. It just means I've had to move on. So you've got one hank of Chalister, which is this beautiful burnt orange. You've got a hank of Bresse. That's where all the murders are on Shetland, isn't it? If you watch Shetland, there's always seems things. They're always on the ferry to Bresse, but it is a beautiful pinky colour. Skelbury. I'm watching Shetland at the moment, you see. Skelbury is that lovely, like, deep plum colour, and it makes this beautiful, I mean, look at it. This is so lovely to knit. If you are a knitter, you'll know what I mean. You've got a bit of basket work there, you've got a bit of colour work, you've got another stitch there. It's constantly changing patterns and stitches, so it's really interesting to do. I really want that hat, though, to go with it. Loads and loads of you got this in their baskets. £32.99. You are saving £10. It's West Yorkshire Spinners. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. For 4 hanks of Croft DK. There are only 6 left now. Need to be quick. Be quick. Right. Now the next one. Oh. 17. Okay. I haven't got that one. No. Yes. There's this one. It should be a West Yorkshire Spinners. Where it is. Might be that one there. Right, we'll do this one. Right, this one is for the hat, cowl and wrist warmers. Now this is lovely because this is using Shetland double knit, and you've got 2 hanks of this beautiful like a deep blue mid blue colour, but then you've got that beautiful variegated print as well. So what's lovely is that you use the main colour is in this dark blue, but then you do all the colour work in this mild colour, so it looks even more variegated. So you're getting the hat, the cowl and the wrist warmers for £24.99. You're saving £8. We have 3 left. And all of the instructions are there, so it's really nice that you've got hat, cowl and wrist warmers. Gorgeous, isn't it? Really like that. Right, 2 left, 2 left. You need to be quick with that one again. Lovely. I do like the cowl as well. I wear that a lot when I'm dog walking because, you know, you've got your coat on and sometimes you just want a bit around there. You don't want the whole scarf, do you? Okay, the Way of Life pattern book. Is it under here? Yeah. All right. Right, thank you. We've got so many products, I've got Michael looking for them for me. So this is just the pattern book. Right, so Sarah Hatton, one of West Yorkshire Spinners' most prolific designers, she's absolutely brilliant. She's been on Yarn Lane quite a lot, actually. This is all using the Croft yarn, which is the Shetland yarn. Some of it is double knit, some of it is Aran. Now, you don't have to use West Yorkshire Spinners yarn to do this. There's Sarah. Hopefully you recognise her. But obviously she's designed it to use that. You can use any yarn as long as it's Aran or double knit. Now, look, these are all the patterns. So look at the price of this, $14.95. And we are going to lower. 12 designs. How much are we reducing this to? Right, let me show you. So you've got Duncan's jumper. That's nice, isn't it? Love that with the cable. Beautiful book to work from. I've used quite a lot of these kits before, these are the instructions, and they are very, very good. They're very strict about all the checking of them to make sure they're really technical. So you've got a beautiful cabled coatigan. Love that one. Gorgeous cable. We are reducing this to £10.99, which is ridiculous because there were 12 patterns. That's less than £1 a pattern. This one, hat and cable scarf. Again, if you want to use the West Yorkshire Spinners yarn, then you can. You can just use any yarn as long as it's a double knit or an Aran. That's beautiful. We do have a bit of Croft Aran coming up. You've got children's cable jumper and hoodie. So although it says 12 patterns, you've actually got more than that because a lot of the patterns have 2 designs in them. I mean, just that is 91 pence a pattern, but each of these 12 has variations. It is all knitting. I will tell you at the beginning of all of them, whether it's knitting or crochet, this is all knitting. See, aren't these lovely? I mean, the patterns are beautiful. And if you've ever worked any of Sarah's designs, they're always really well thought out. They've always got these interesting little details so that they're not only lovely to look at, but they're also interesting to knit. Isn't that beautiful? Love that one. I love that yarn there. Gorgeous. So these are patterns suitable for men, women and children. Beautiful textured sleeve jumper. Isn't that gorgeous? I love this. Love Frazier. Frazier's Fair Isle band jumper. So it's just a little bit of Fair Isle. Not too much, but just a little bit for him. And what's interesting about this is it looks like it's got loads and loads of colours in it. But actually, it's because it's using this variegated yarn. It's only using 2 yarns. So it looks like you're using about 4 or 5 different colours. You see? So you can see there. But it looks like you're using a lot. Lovely, lovely pictures. That's lovely, isn't it? The Aula. I think that's really nice. It's like the kind of the knitted gilet with the polar net. Do you know what? I'd pay £10.99 just for that pattern. I think that is gorgeous. Loads and loads of you coming in. Shouldn't be £10.99. Anyway, hang on, let me just show you the last 2. So you've got that little boy's jumper, and then you've got another. That is a lovely. The Fair Isle yoke's all in at the moment. Actually, I'd make a nice Christmas jumper, wouldn't it? Slip stitch yoke jumper. Beautiful, beautiful. Anyway, do check out on that. Oh, and a girl's cardigan. Honestly, 12 designs. 12 designs in that. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I love, that's Duncan. Well, I don't know whether his name's Duncan, but that jumper's called Duncan. I know, he looks very rugged in that. You could just have that open on the coffee table, couldn't you? Right. Now we've got this one now. 01. Oh, yes, let's do the Croft yarn first. Right. Is this all available by the hank? Right. This is the Croft yarn, and this is all available by the hank. So I'm going to start off with the plain colours. This is Aran Shetland in Delting, which ends in 78, and it's a very deep, like fur green. Now, normally £9.95 for 100 grams. Remember, it's hank, but we're selling it today for £7.99. £7.99. We only have 2 hanks left, though. So you need to be quick with that one. I'm going to move through these quite quickly. We'll never get through them all. Right, exactly the same. The Croft, double knit. Double knit. No, it ends 20. Right, so this is like a silvery grey. This is double knit. Oh. No, that's fine. It's just the description says Aran, but it isn't. It's double knit. Look, see, this is double knit. I know it says Aran, but it isn't. It's double knit. So just remember that's double knit. £7.99 for 1 hank, reduced from £11. That is an amazing saving. Right, the next one is a darker grey. This is a double knit. It's like a slate grey. They put Aran, but it is definitely double knit in a kind of a slate grey. We only have one of those left though. £7.99 for the last one. Then we've got this gorgeous deep blue, which is an Aran. An Aran. Hey! Norwick. Yes, that one is Aran, and it's a beautiful dark blue. £7.99. We have got 14 of these in stock if you want one. 14. £7.99 instead of 11 for a hank of Aran yarn is a fantastic price. Right, then we've got this beautiful mustard colour, which is double knit. Hooray! We got that one. So, double knit, isn't that gorgeous? Now, in that book, there were a few of the jumpers knitted in that double knit, in this colour. It's lovely, looks very nice. In fact, it looks very nice to the navy, actually. £7.99. Then the last plain colour. Now, this double knit is the one hey, but it's not. It's double knit. It's double knit in Glate. And that's the colour. That's the one that lovely sleeveless jumper in the book was knitted in. £7.99. It's double knit. Ignore those words. We'll have to go and get them changed. Double knit. You can see, look, on there, somebody's didn't know what. Right, then I've got two of the gorgeous Marl Pro colours. So this is Aran. See, Aran. Hey, that one's right. Look at the colours on that. Now, as you can see when I showed you in the book, if you are knitting or crocheting with this, it's almost a bit like having Fair Isle because it changes its colour on its own. But you can use it for knitting or crochet. It's Aran yarn. £7.99. Any project that you need an Aran weight yarn for, it's beautiful. I mean, loads of you, I'm not surprised you've multi-bought, but this is gorgeous because when it's so soft, it's 100% Shetland wool. It's beautiful, isn't it? Loads of you coming in for that one. It is beautiful, isn't it? It reminds me of like kind of the lichen on the stones in Shetland. Not that I'm a bit obsessed with Shetland. I even had my DNA done because I was convinced that's where I came from. Before I went, didn't they? Very disappointed. I think I was one day. I think I was a Shetland princess or something. They probably didn't have them, but I love it. Love the place. This is Brownland, and this is Aran. Yay! And this is going to £7.99. This is gorgeous browns and oranges. Got a little bit more, got 22 of those. £7.99 if you want them. Remember, it's an Aran yarn. It's variegated, and it's 100% Shetland wool. Worsted, that's what it's. I've remembered the word about how they spin it, worsted spinning, and it creates that smooth appearance. Now, this is the kit that I lost earlier, but it is now found. Oh, this is nice. It's an elongated triangular shawl. It's knitted in double knit in this beautiful, it's like a greeny yellow colour. It's very much, it feels like, well, look, see on the picture, you know the moss that you get on stones? That's what it looks like. £25.99. You're getting 3 hanks and absolutely gorgeous. It's this beautiful triangular shawl. So it's knitted in different rows of ribs and patterns. That's lovely, isn't it? Doesn't it look great? That's lovely. That's a lovely kit to have. You know, you could just put that on under a coat, over a coat, but to give that real warmth and splash of colour is gorgeous. Right. Bo Peep storybook. I've seen that. Right. Oh, I remember this. Now, these are designed, this is a book, again for West Yorkshire Spinners, designed by Jenny Watson. Bo Peep is their yarn that they do for children, so it's their children's patterns. It's all double knit, so obviously you can use the West Yorkshire Spinners Bo Peep, or you can use any double knit yarn. Now, you've got 10 patterns in here, and we're going down to £7.49. So it's 75 pence a pattern. So let me show you what you get. I'll do it quite quickly. You get cardigan, jumper and pants pattern. Oh, it's so, look. Jumper. I mean, look at those. This makes me think of, I loved, in All Creatures Great and Small, that baby always had knitted, full knitted outfit. Love a full knitted outfit. Hooded jacket. I mean, this is double knit. You can use whatever yarn you want as long as it's done. Look at that little Fair Isle jumper at 75 pence a pattern. This is fabulous, isn't it? Look at that. Why did they do it in my size? It's got charts for it. And they show it to you in different colorways so you can see. Now, the size ranges on this are 0 to 6 months up to, so newborn to 36 months. So 0 to 3. Look at that. A knitted pinafore. Oh, knitted rompers. Oh my goodness, that's gorgeous, isn't it? And a little bobble hat. Love the Fair Isle Garden. Now, this one goes from ages 3 up to 12 plus. So some of the designs are for newborn and some of them go up to 12 plus. So it's the whole children's range, isn't it? I like that. See, look, much so bigger. You can, that's nice, like teenagers, isn't it? So at the beginning, you've got the baby patterns. I mean, that one is 12 plus. That's the jumper and the knitted dress. So you've got a really big size range here. You've got babies all the way up to 12-year-olds. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? So you could knit one for each of the children, all different sizes. Oh, that's lovely. Nice stripy jumper. And a hat and cowl. I mean, at 75 pence a pattern, it goes from newborn up to age 12. You've got a lot there. It's all double knit and it's all knitting. So if you've got a lot of different age, remember the patterns are very good quality, really, really easy to understand, and they all come in these nice spiral bounds, so you can actually, the book will stay flat, which is very important. Right. A blanket. Right. Oh, it's over here. This is it. Right, so this is... now this is using that beautiful Bo Peep yarn. It's called Blue and it's a reversible blanket. So you've got, it's knitting, you've got 9 50-gram balls of the Bo Peep yarn. Now this is specially made so it's very soft for babies. It's 52% Falkland wool, 80 and 48% nylon. So it gives it strength and softness. Look at the blanket. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's reversible as well because it's done in a way so that when you do the rib, it's fully reversible. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that, £10 saving. You can either make a pram blanket or a cot blanket up to, the biggest is 31 by 38 inches, and that's the bigger. We're on single figures. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? I love that shade of blue. It's a really sort of deep, almost like a petrol blue. Yeah. Right. Right, this is lovely. This is a hat and booties called Jemima and Jeremy. So you've got enough yarn here. You've got 2 50-gram balls, which you need to make the bonnet and the booties. And look at the colour. It's gorgeous, isn't it? You can either make the ribbed one or you can make the plain one. It's in this beautiful colour. It's like a sort of a salmon, I'd say, like a deep salmon. And there's 2 different styles that you can make. The size is newborn to 18 months. £7.99 for 2 balls of yarn and the pattern. Gorgeous, and beautiful, beautiful quality as well. That's not bad, is it? Brilliant. And you've got enough there to do the bonnet and the booties, which is fabulous. Yeah, do keep checking out for these kits because we're trying to just get through as many as we can. There's only one of these left. There we go. So the Matilda jacket, matinee jackets, you've got enough here to make, you've got 5 balls of the yarn, so you've got enough to do up to 3 years of these matinee jackets. Absolutely gorgeous in this beautiful shade. It's called Putty, Play Putty. So it's a really gentle sort of pinky neutral. That one's gone. Right, now we've got some yarn next. Yeah, I'm just looking for the Bo Peep. I've got, oh, in blue. This one. Okay, right, Bo Peep yarn. Bo Peep yarn, double knit. There's 50 grams here under the sea. Again, this is your 52% Falkland wool, 48% nylon. Should be $3.95 for the 50 grams. That's the recommended retail price, but we can sell it to you today for $2.95. So if you have a search around, this is a fantastic price. Yarn you'll only normally find at massively different prices if people are discounting it. It's brilliant for your baby makes, but it's double knit. Doesn't have to be baby makes. It's soft. If you want to use a double knit, yeah, it is washable as well. Reshape whilst damp, do not tumble dry, but you can do it, put it in the washing machine at a 30-degree wash. If you want to knit something that's in wool, whether it's for babies or not, whether it's just for you, because this is specially designed for sensitive baby skin, it's lovely. It's lovely to knit with. $2.95 for 50 grams under the sea, because it's kind of a turquoisey, bluey green. Love that. Never reduced that before. Carry on checking out for these. We've got this gorgeous yellow one. This one is called Sunshine. Exactly the same yarn. It's your 52% wool, 48% nylon. We're going to crash that to $2.95. Again, we'll match that price. It's a beautiful colour. It's a really lovely yellow. Not sort of acidy, but nice and bright, just like the sunshine. Gorgeous. Right, let's do the Christmas book. I loved this book when we launched it. It's the best value for money. I'm amazed that we're allowed to take it lower. It is gorgeous. And, you know, whether you want to start knitting something for this Christmas or you think, I'm actually going to get ahead with it. What's amazing about this book, signed by Jenny Watson, obviously normal price $14.95. You get the pattern to knit the Christmas cottage blanket and the matching hot water bottle cover. We are reducing this to $11.95, which is madness, isn't it? You then get baubles, knitted baubles. You then get a nether blanket. One is Aran, one is double knit. Look at that. I mean, I would pay $11.95 for that on its own. That's the most beautiful blanket, isn't it? I absolutely love that. So you've got that blanket. You've then got 3 cushions. I mean, this is ridiculous, isn't it? $11.95 for all of this. You've got the 3 stockings. I want to knit those for next Christmas. Never going to do it for this one, but aren't they gorgeous? Even if I had them as decorations, I want those. I think they are fabulous. So you've got the 3 stockings. Christmas gift sacks, knitted. That's like better than fabric ones, isn't it? I want all of them. And, you know, and to be honest, I do love a fabric gift sack, but knitted, I mean, that is, and the best thing about knitted is it's stretchy, isn't it? I want all of them. I think I want the spotty one the most, with pom-poms. Look at that, with pom-poms. And then at the very end, oh, there's the gingerbread. Look at the gingerbread man. And at the end, bunting, knitted bunting. I love that. Love that. $11.95. You really need to check out that. I think that is amazing value for money, isn't it? That is gorgeous. There we go. Do check out on that. $11.95, absolutely gorgeous. Do knit your Christmas sacks for next year. I love them. They're fabulous, aren't they? Right, let's do a little bit of yarn. So this is West Yorkshire Spinners Pure. It's double knit. It's 100% Falkland Island wool. Look at the colour. It's called ginger, but it's a real sort of peachy colour, peachy ginger colour. we're reducing this from £6.50 to £4, which is fabulous, isn't it? We're reducing it to £4.50. Sorry, £4.50. Reducing it to £4.50. Great price on that. West Yorkshire Spinners Ginger Pure double knit yarn, 100% Falkland Islands wool, and it is really, really soft. Right, the next one we've got is Dandelion. And do you know what? I love that name for it. You know when you get a name for a yarn or a fabric that is, it describes it beautifully, then you just love it, don't you? Dandelion, crashing to £4.50. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Very in there. I just really always attracted to that. I mean, it is the colour of dandelions, but it's like a sort of a mustardy yellow. Beautiful. In fact, don't they go together nicely? In fact, the next colour I'm going to do, if you're thinking of buying colours together, is this one, which is, they've stuck it over the thing, cream, pure, natural. This is called natural. Again, reducing that. If you wanted to combine colours, how nicely do those three? I mean, do go onto the website. We just reduce them so you can start buying. If you go onto the website, how lovely do they look together? You know, anything with DK, I think that combination is beautiful, isn't it? Right, that's the natural. And then I've also got sand. I mean, to be honest, you know, they all look nice together. They look nice, don't they? See how nice are they? Pop the sand in as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous colours. £4.50 for sand. Then the last one of these is called Duck Egg. Really pretty. I like Duck Egg. It's quite a dark duck egg. Duck egg is often like a bit lighter than that, but looks nice to the natural, doesn't it? These are already balls to knit from, so you don't have to rewind these. It's only when they're the long hanks you have to rewind them. These are already in nice balls, cakes. Duck egg, gorgeous colour, isn't it? It's quite a turquoisey, I'd say, like a sea colour. Lovely. Yes, the elements. Now, these are beautiful, the Elements yarns. I'll start off with this one, which ends in 52 and is called Moonlight. So this is 60% lyocell and 40% Falkland Islands wool. So lyocell is a tencel. So it's a fibre. Tencel comes from, I can't remember, bamboo, one of those plants. So it's a plant fibre that's really, really soft. So it's like having, you know, sometimes people put acrylic with a wool, but by putting this tencel with it, it's really soft. It's also, I think, naturally antibiotic and really breathable. But by putting the wool with the tencel, it's so soft. It's a way of wearing wool on your skin if you really don't like wearing wool. It's a double knit, and it's 50 grams, reduced to £3.95. That's in Moonlight, which is like a lavendery colour. We've also got it in Seashell, which is a very pale pink. You can see that slight sheen on it. That's the lyocell that's in it. It makes it slightly sheen, makes it look variegated, even it's not. We're taking £1 off of that one. We've also got it in Cherry Blossom, which is a deeper pink. In fact, these colours look lovely together. So that's the Cherry Blossom, but don't they look nice together? If you checked out before we reduced the price, don't worry, you will only ever be charged the lower price. Then we've also got Oyster Pearl, which is your sort of cream. But that's, I love the sheen that you get on it. It is really lovely, isn't it? You just get that really nice little shine on it. No. Let's just make sure that's the right code. Yeah. That's really nice, isn't it? £3.95. So if you want to get them all together, this is what they look like together. There's a beautiful mix, isn't there? Look at that. Gorgeous. Oh, yes. Is it 61? Right, okay. Now, this is This is a lovely project because it's a crochet along, which means cal, crochet along. So the pattern for it you can download from the West Yorkshire Spinners website. We'll just show you a picture. This is the yarn bundle to make it. So the pattern you download for free from the West Yorkshire Spinners website is called Hidden Treasures. It's designed by Anna Nikiforovich, and it's got 17 balls of yarn in the Bo Peep Pure. So it's 100% wool, but it's really soft. The pattern is, because it's a crochet along, remember it's crochet, the pattern is released in, I think, 4 or 5 different groups. They're all on the website because it was released a while ago. But this is a lovely way. If you wanted to buy this for yourself, or if you want to buy it as a kit, download them and print them off. So what price are we going to do on this? We are going to go to almost half price. That's mad. We're going to go down to £59.99. I mean, so you can make that blanket with it, or if you just want, you know, just the yarn, 17 50-gram balls at £59.99. That's a fantastic price. And look, if I turn it over, you can see the colours even better. You've got blues, greys, naturals, pinks, then this beautiful ivory. You've got the plums and the greens. £59.99 for 17 balls of yarn. But the blanket itself is beautiful, isn't it? All the patterns available for free to download on the West Yorkshire Spinners website. Now, we've also got exactly the same cowl, but it was also released in just a 2 colourway in the lovely dandelion and natural. So this will make the same cowl. Although it's less yarn, you only need this amount of yarn if you're only using 2 colours. So we've got a picture of it here. It's exactly the same blanket, but because it's just 2 colours, you need less yarn. It's fabulous, isn't it? Now, we're going to reduce it from 71 down to £45.99, but we only have 3 of them left. You need to go onto the West Yorkshire Spinners website to get your patterns online. Right, talking of Anna Nikiforovich, this is her fantastic embroidered crochet book. So it is what it says on the tin. It's crocheted projects that you can embroider. I really love this book. It's gorgeous. We're reducing it to £9.99. It's got lots of information at the front, how to do embroidery, how to do all the crochet. So it's really written from a beginner's point of view. All the technical information, then you move into the projects. So what's lovely is you get to crochet the design, but then you embroider on top. Love that bag. With these, look at these little pillows. I think it's a really good idea because it's a way of adding a little bit more 3D. I mean, look at the vegetable coasters. So the pattern will explain exactly how to crochet the coaster and then how to embroider on top. I think it's a really nice mixed media. Love the pendant. Now, we're taking that down to £9.99. I mean, that's gorgeous. Crochet yourself a basket and then embroider flowers on top. I mean, it's just delicious, isn't it? Love the wall hanging. Lowest ever price, £9.99. We've got wall art. I mean, £9.99, even if you just think you're going to make one of these projects, is brilliant. Love the mushroom bunting. It's just a really nice, I think embroidery and crochet go really well together. Look, the birds and the trees blanket. Not the birds and the bees, the birds and the trees. So you've got everything from blankets. You've got, in the back of the book, all of the embroidery traces as well. Brilliant. Amazing price. Which one? Oh, yes. Right. Oh, well, this time of year we need to have Sam's Adventures in Crafting. Let It Snow Shrug Crochet Kit. So you get all of this gorgeous emerald green yarn, and then you get 1 ball of the white sparkle so you can make the Let It Snow Shrug. £10 saving. It's really lovely. It's very good. I mean, it's very Christmassy, isn't it? Because it's got snowflakes on, but you can just wear it in the winter. It's a shrug, so it's like a cardigan without buttons. £29.99. What a great price. Amazing. Oh, there's a picture of the finished thing. So that's what it looks like. It's got all the stone. There's enough there to make it into the biggest size, which I think is normally about a 50-inch bust. Right, next. Now, this is great for a quick make because this is super chunky yarn. There is enough yarn in here and the pattern, so great kit for a present. It's got, you can make the mock cable hat and garter stitch double snood set. Going down to $27.99. So you can make the pictures that are there on the screen, you can see you can make the hat and the scarf, $27.99, which is fantastic value, isn't it? Lovely kit to buy someone as a gift, or actually nice to have for yourself. We're on single figures of that when everyone's checked out. But it's lovely because it's quite nice, particularly if you're a beginner or you're struggling to see the stitches. Get yourself some super chunky. It's acrylic yarn. Now, the next one, I like this. This is lovely. It's called For the Love of Stripes. It's a chunky yarn, but it's lovely, isn't it? It's got a real variegated appearance to it. It's a beautiful yarn. Let me just take out a ball so you can see. Look at the colours. It's like beachy colours, isn't it, with a bit of coral in it. It is an acrylic, I think it is. Yeah, it's 100% premium acrylic. And then what you get to make is the hat and the scarf. I love the fact that the hat's got the pom-poms on top. Right, was $25.99, $19.99. That's what we're supposed to reduce it to. But it's nearly the end of the show. Let's have a little bit more off, shall we? $16.99 for 300 grams of this beautiful, chunky, stripy yarn to knit your hat and scarf. I mean, that's quite good, isn't it? We've also got exactly the same kit, but in the other colourway. So that colourway that we just had was the stripy one that had, like, the multicolours on it. And then this one has got, well, it's got 4 different balls on it. It's got that, yeah, this has got more in it. So this is the hat and scarf, and this hat and this scarf. We can't match this price because, you see, because you're making that rib hat and all that yarn. But you've got all of those variegated. So basically, for $20.99, you're getting 400 grams, this gorgeous, chunky, variegated yarn. Fabulous, isn't it? We've almost got through the whole thing. Almost. Right, so Hannah's going to go through the items that we didn't manage to get through and reduce them all so you can see what the price is. But do go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, have a look on the website to see all of the items. This is a brilliant opportunity to save yourself some serious money on yarn, books and kits. Anyway, tomorrow on Sewing Street, Stuart is presenting. He will be with Charles at 8 o'clock doing winter hats and scarves. At 9 o'clock, Holly Dennett, who's a brand new guest, will be doing the Closet Core Rika pants. 10 o'clock, oh, it's the lovely Gail Penberthy doing her Christmas makes. That'll be nice. 11 o'clock, Holly, brand new guest, will be back doing the Closet Core Fran pyjamas and Pauline dress. And Gail will be back at 12 o'clock doing more of her gorgeous endless thread designs. Thank you so much for being with all of us today. We've had a lovely time. I will see you back here next week. Have a wonderful afternoon. Make sure you do some sewing, and I'll see you next week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs.